C 100 times reward. In 2045, in Jing'an City, Tiannan Province, in a dark alley near the city wall. At this time, a man in a gray coat and holding a blue helmet was walking. Slowly, and not far behind him, there was a slightly fat figure following. The figure also held a blue helmet in his hand. He glanced at the gray-clothed man in front of him and asked in a low voice, "Brother Xiao, can you really become stronger by playing this game and really kill those mutant beasts outside the city? I don't know, it shouldn't hurt to try, it's better than being unable to do anything and staying in the city all day waiting for relief food." The man asking the question is called Ding Yi, a local of Jing'an. Both his parents were conscripted into the army. After a mutant beast attacked the city, they never came back. The man walking in front is called Xiao Han. 2 years ago, his city was captured by mutant beasts, and he fled to Jing'an with the large army. At this time, he lives in Ding Yi's house, which is allocated by the state. After a while, the two returned to their residence. Xiao Han pushed open the door and walked in directly. Ding Yi took a look, moved his lips to say something, and finally sighed. After returning to the room, Xiao Han looked at the game helmet distributed by the country for free. His eyes were a little gloomy. 10 years ago, when he was 12 years old, the world was not like this now. At that time, although it was very hot every summer, there was air conditioning and life was still good. But I don't know since when, some fist-sized insects appeared, followed by eagle-sized sparrows, wolf-dog-sized house cats. Later, the country issued a notice saying that it was because of the greenhouse effect that all the glaciers in the Arctic and Antarctic melted, releasing a large amount of unknown gases from them, which promoted the evolution of organisms. As humans who eat with their brains, they are more than one step slower than wild animals in passive evolution. With the emergence of more and more mutant beasts, they slowly evolved scales that can withstand gun and artillery attacks. The living space of humans has been continuously compressed, and they can only gather in some large cities in the end. Just a month ago, Europe, America, and several of the strongest countries in Asia jointly issued a notice that the game Perfect World can promote human evolution, complete some tasks, and bring items in the game into the real world. Xiao Han didn't know whether to believe this because bringing things in the game into reality was a bit too incredible. But for now, instead of waiting to die in a cowardly way, it's better to go in and try it. He had endured too much during the escape 2 years ago, watching relatives and friends leave him one by one, and he must get back this blood debt. Putting on a helmet, Xiao Han lay on the bed. His eyes darkened, and he heard a voice ringing in his ears. Ding, identity verification, DNA confirmation. Welcome Xiao Han to Perfect World. You are about to enter a thrilling world. Please give you a resounding name for the new world you are about to enter. Han Xia. Xiao Han said without thinking. Ding, the character is being created. Ding, the character is successfully created. 5 seconds later, please click on the screen Adventurer Han Xiao to select the reward for entering Perfect World. As the system prompt sounded, Xiao Han felt his eyes light up, and a screen the size of a TV appeared. There are many things on it, especially artifacts, dragon eggs, luck plus 100 passive skills, critical hits, etc. Of course, there are more ordinary black iron and bronze level equipment, as well as beast pets and skills. Before he could see the things on it clearly, the screen scrolled quickly, and he could only see the residual images. At this time, he could only rely on his luck. After closing his eyes and praying for a while, Xiao Han reached out and clicked on the screen. At this time, the screen froze instantly, and a huge times 100 icon appeared in front of him. The background color of this icon was 2 Chinese characters -reward. Fuck. 100-fold reward. Xiao Han glared with his eyes wide open, and cursed in disbelief, and at the same time saw the introduction of the 100-fold reward. 100-fold reward. Any item obtained by adventurers in Perfect World will Be improved by 100 times. Ding, congratulations to the adventurer Han Xiao for his good luck. You will be rewarded 100 times your talent in 3 seconds. You will enter the 9528th Novice Village of Perfect World. I wish you a happy game. Xiao Han was just excited when the system prompt sounded in his ears. Then the scene changed and he appeared on an altar wearing a pair of white shorts. At the same time, figures kept appearing on the altar, pushing him out of the altar. This was the peak time for entering the game. Xiao Han walked down the altar a few steps quickly, and then he had time to observe the surrounding environment. There were many people dressed like him, all wearing big shorts, but more of them had already put on white cloth clothes and held a black iron sword in their hands. Seeing this, Xiao Han quickly opened his backpack, and at the same time saw the novice gift bag on the first slot and reached out and clicked twice. Ding, congratulations to the adventurer Han Xiao for obtaining the novice equipment iron sword, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you have obtained the bronze equipment blue steel sword. Ding, congratulations to the adventurer Han Xiao for obtaining the novice equipment cloth, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you have obtained the bronze equipment cowhide soft armor. The 2 system prompts stunned Xiao Han. Although he had guessed that this 100-fold reward was not simple, he still didn't expect it to be so powerful. He quickly looked at the equipment in his backpack. Blue steel sword, bronze level 1, attack plus 35, strength plus 15. Cowhide soft armor, bronze level 1, life plus 250, defense plus 20. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Han was excited. With these 2 pieces of equipment, he could walk sideways in the novice village. When he first entered Perfect World, everyone was level 1. Except for 100 health points, all other attributes were 0. However, there were 5 free attribute points at this time which could be allocated according to needs. They are strength, intelligence, agility, physical strength, and energy. Generally speaking, warriors mainly increase strength, mages mainly increase intelligence, archers mainly increase agility, and meat shields mainly increase physical strength. As for energy, it is only needed to release skills. In the early stage, attribute points are generally not wasted on this. After changing jobs after level 10, a small amount can be added according to needs. These are all introduced in the Perfect World expansion pack. Anyone who has ideas about this game has studied it. Clicking on the attribute panel, Xiao Han directly added all 5 attributes to strength. Attack is the most important in the early stage. With the 20 points of defense of the cowhide soft armor, wild monsters below level 5 can't even break the defense. At this time, relying on equipment to fight hard is the kingly way. Why do you need to avoid attacks by moving? Looking at the crowd walking out of the village one after another, Xiao Han no longer hesitated, put on the cowhide soft armor, and took the Qinggang sword in his hand. Fuck. This is bronze equipment. Am I blind? This bastard just came down from the altar. Where did he get the bronze equipment? Is he the son of the system? Hee. Maybe he got it in the lottery. Fuck, then this luck is too bad. These 2 bronze equipment can only be mixed. In the novice village, I got the damage amplification. I can use it until I die. Xiao Han ignored the discussions around him and quickly ran to the village chief not far away. How could they know what they got? If he said it, I guess these guys would stare out. Hashtag C2 special effect equipment. Village chief, you don't look very good. Have you encountered any problems? If you need any help, please tell me. Hey, there are many demonized wild beasts outside the village recently. They trample on farmland and destroy orchards. Can you help me kill them? Ding. Do you want to accept the task? After chatting for a few words, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Xiao Han did not hesitate and immediately replied, "Of course, protecting farmland and orchards is the obligation and responsibility of every villager." Ding. The task is successfully received. The system prompt sounded again, and the task panel appeared in front of him. Protect farmland. Task requirements. Kill 20 demonized wild boars and retrieve their fangs. Task rewards. 100 experience points, 100 copper coins, and gain the favor of the village chief. Protect orchard. Task requirements. Kill 20 demonized monkeys and find the fruits hidden by them. Task rewards. 200 experience points, 200 copper coins, and gain the favor of the village chief. Xiao Han was a little surprised that 2 tasks appeared at once. However, looking at the rewards of these 2 tasks, it is obvious that the task of protecting farmland is simpler, but this is also relatively speaking. At present, most adventurers are still fighting against demonized pheasants, demonized rats, and demonized goats, but he is going to kill demonized wild boars. However, with 2 bronze equipment, the attack power has reached 55 points. Even if he is only level 1, it is enough to fight demonized wild monsters of level 4 or 5. Walking out of the village, Xiao Han walked towards the farmland according to the task instructions. On the way, he saw a demonized pheasant and chopped it with a knife. -50. With 1 sword, the health of the demonized pheasant was instantly emptied. Ding, you killed a demonized pheasant and got 1 experience point, triggering a 100x reward, and you got 100 experience points. Ding, your level has been upgraded to level 2. Please allocate free attribute points reasonably. I wish you a happy game. Oh my god. I'm upgraded now. Xiao Han was stunned and a little bit unbelievable, but he quickly added all 5 free attribute points to strength, which increased the attack power to 60 points. At this time, he was a little excited. This talent of 100x reward was really awesome. Killing a demonized pheasant only gave 1 experience point, and you had to kill 100 in a row to upgrade. And he only needed to kill 1 to upgrade, and the gap was revealed. Ignoring the envious eyes of the people around him, Xiao Han ran directly to the higher-level wild area. At this time, other players' voices of exclamation, contempt, or disdain came from behind. Killing a demonized pheasant with 1 knife? This is too abnormal. What's there to envy? He won the bronze equipment in the lottery. What's the use of upgrading quickly in the early stage? He will be caught up sooner or later. That's right, what's the use of envying him? Look at our boss, the reward he drew is damage amplification. The players are very smart. They figured out all the joints in an instant, and they all understood why the figure who just left could kill a demonized pheasant with 1 knife. At this time, some female players who relied on their good looks shouted loudly, "Little brother, slow down. Please take me. Please support me. I have a lowly voice. Hey, handsome boy. Do you like the queen? You can hug me and sleep with me." Listening to the voice coming from afar, Xiao Han didn't look back, even though he knew that the women behind him might be telling the truth. In order to get ahead by a few levels, they would not hesitate to contribute their bodies, because this fucking era has created such worthless transactions. Once on the way to escape, he saw with his own eyes a highly educated woman, who humiliatingly accepted this kind of deal for a hard steamed bun. Because if she didn't accept it, she wouldn't have the physical strength to keep up with the main force, and the only result would be to be eaten by mutant beasts, leaving no bones. For such a woman, he didn't despise her, but only felt helpless and hated those mutant beasts. Now he just wanted to improve his strength quickly to see if this game could really accelerate the evolution of the human body as advertised. If there really comes a day when his strength is strong enough, he will kill. Back when crossing the demonized goat area, Xiao Han killed 1 and his level was raised to level 3, and he finally arrived at his destination. In the farmland not far away there was golden wheat growing, but many of the wheat had fallen down and were ruined by the demonized wild boars. With a move of his footsteps, Xiao Han ran straight to the nearest demonized wild boar and raised his hand to chop it with a sword. -42. Less than 50 points of damage appeared immediately. Xiao Han was not surprised. The defense of the demonized wild boar was at least 4 or 5 times that of the demonized pheasant. It was already very good to be able to deal such damage. After the attack hit the demonized wild boar, the attributes of the demonized wild boar also appeared in his eyes. Demonized wild boar, level 5, HP plus 500, attack plus 16, defense plus 21. Only 16 points of attack. Seeing such attributes, Xiao Han was immediately relieved. He stood still, resisted the attack of the demonized wild boar, and swung the Qinggang sword in his hand with all his strength. Because the attack of the demonized wild boar did not exceed 20 points, its attack could only cause a forced blood loss effect of 1 point. After more than a dozen swords, the last dozen points of the demonized wild boar's health were finally cut off, and Xiao Han heard the pleasant system prompt again. Ding, you killed a demonized wild boar and got 20 experience points, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you got 2,000 experience points. Ding, your level has been upgraded to level 5. Please allocate free attribute points reasonably. I wish you a happy game. Ding, you killed a demonized wild boar and got 1 copper coin, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you got 1 gold coin. Ding, you killed a demonized wild boar and got a white equipment pig tooth ring, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you got a bronze equipment tusk ring. Ding, you killed a demonized wild boar and got a broken tusk, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you got a sharp tusk. A series of system prompts made Xiao Han stunned, but his face showed ecstasy, and he quickly picked up the gold coins and rings on the ground. When Perfect World was promoted, the official website had already said that the game currency was equivalent to real currency, and 1 Yanhua coin was equivalent to 1 copper coin, and 1 gold coin equals 10 silver coins equals 100 copper coins. In other words, he just earned 100 yuan. Although this 100 yuan is not much, it is enough for his food expenses for a week. After putting away the gold coins, Xiao Han turned his attention to the ring in his hand. Fong ring, bronze level 5, attack plus 20, strength plus 14, special effect. Combo, 20% probability of launching 2 normal attacks in a row. Oh my god! The moment he saw the equipment, Xiao Han's saliva almost flowed down. Although the attributes of this ring are not as good as the Qinggang sword, because of the special effect of a combo, its value has at least doubled 4 or 5 times. There are many kinds of special effects such as petrification, bleeding, armor breaking, etc. According to the introduction in the data pack, special effect equipment rarely appears with a probability of about 1 in a 1,000. Unexpectedly, because of the 100-fold reward, he actually exploded. 1 in such a short time. With this special effect, the efficiency of killing monsters is at least increased by more than 20%. Although 20% does not seem to be much, the effect is still very obvious over time. He quickly equipped the ring and added all the free attribute points gained from the upgrade to strength again. Xiao Han took a step and immediately rushed towards the other demonized wild boar beside him. #C3 Fong Thorn Armor. -224. -115. 2 damage values popped up in succession, 1 critical hit, 1 triggered a combo special effect, and the remaining half of the demonized wild boar's health was instantly emptied. The system upgrade sound sounded again, and there were still only experience, copper coins, and fangs. Xiao Han found that the explosion rate of Perfect World was really low. After killing 20 demonized wild boars in a row, only 1 ring was exploded, making the talent of the 100-fold reward useless. However, because of the increase in the 100-fold reward effect, his level has risen to level 9, and his full attack power has reached 129 points. More importantly, the coins, because of the 100-fold reward effect, although only 18 copper coins were exploded, he harvested 18 gold coins, which is 1,800 yuan. It took less than 5 minutes to earn 1,800 yuan. If it were a day, it would be worth hundreds of thousands. With excitement in his heart, Xiao Han picked up the gold coins on the ground. The task of protecting the farmland has been completed. Now he has to go to the orchard. Although there is a lot of experience for upgrading from level 9 to level 10, it will be almost level 10 after killing 20 demonized monkeys and completing the task. Hey, is that the boss? Just as he was about to leave, Xiao Han saw a different demonized wild boar 100 meters away. It looked stronger and its fur was shiny. If it is the boss, its attack should be able to break my defense. Xiao Han calculated in his mind. He is now level 9. Every time he upgrades, his upper limit of health will increase by 50 points. In addition to the upper limit of 250 health points increased by the cowhide soft armor, his health has reached 700 points. 700 health points may not be as much as that wild boar, but his attack is higher. At the same time, when he just killed the demonized wild boar, 2 bottles of primary gold wound medicine exploded. Because of the 100-fold increase in the explosion rate, he directly got 2 bottles of advanced gold wound medicine. The recovery effect of the advanced gold wound medicine is very strong, restoring 100 health points per second, lasting for 10 seconds, and the cooling time is 30 seconds. With these 2 bottles of advanced gold wound medicine, it is no problem to stand and fight the demonized wild boar. After thinking about this clearly, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and rushed up and waved his sword. A -59 damage value floated out, and at the same time, he also saw the attributes of the demonized wild boar. Demonized wild boar elite level, health plus 5,000, attack plus 46, defense plus 68. Hey, it's worthy of being an elite monster. The defense has increased by more than 3 times. Xiao Han muttered, standing still, ready to stand and fight. The defense of this elite monster is indeed very high. If other players encounter it, they may not even be able to break the defense, but he is different. Such defense is not enough. -60, -57, -118. A series of damage continued to emerge. Basically, every time a sword was slashed, the demonized wild boar would also cause more than 20 points of damage to him. However, Xiao Han was not worried at all. With 2 bottles of advanced golden wound medicine, he could kill this elite monster even if he exchanged blood. When his health dropped to 50 points, he raised his hand and threw a bottle of advanced golden wound medicine into his mouth, and the green number, +100, immediately floated above his head. The reason why he waited until his health dropped to 50 points before using the golden wound medicine was because the demonized wild boar could cause more than 200 points of damage to him within 10 seconds. In this way, his health would still be full after 10 seconds. Although the total amount of recovery did not reach 1,000 points, it was more than 900 points, which could maximize the recovery of the advanced golden wound medicine. The speed of standing and exchanging blood was very fast. It only took 1 minute for the elite demonized wild boar's health to be less than 1,000 points. With combos and critical hits, Xiao Han had to cut off about 800 points of its health every 10 seconds. Gurgle! Another bottle of advanced golden wound medicine was poured into his mouth, and Xiao Han's eyes showed a touch of excitement. This is an elite monster with a high probability of dropping black iron. Equipment. After the 100-fold reward increase, you should be able to get a piece of silver equipment. This may be the first piece of silver equipment in the novice village at this stage. -61, -120. Another critical hit occurred, and the last 100 or so health points of the demonized wild boar were instantly emptied. At the same time, a series of system prompts sounded in Xiao Han's ears. Ding! You killed a demonized wild boar elite. Gained 200 experience points. Triggered a 100-fold reward, and you gained 20,000 experience points. Ding! Your level has been upgraded to level 10. Please allocate free Attribute points reasonably. I wish you a happy game. Ding, you killed a demonized wild boar elite. Gained 225 copper coins, triggered a 100-fold reward, and you gained 225 gold coins. Ding, you killed a demonized wild boar elite. Gained black iron equipment. Pig skin soft armor, triggered a 100-fold reward, you get the silver. Equipment Fong Thorn armor. Ding, you killed a demonized wild boar elite. Got the white equipment. Pigskin hat, triggered a 100-fold reward, and you got the bronze equipment. Boa skin hat. Ding, you killed a demonized wild boar elite. Got the intermediate gold. Wound medicine. The pleasant system prompt sounded continuously, making Xiao Han very excited. He immediately took 2 steps forward, picked up everything on the ground, and stuffed it into his backpack. After picking up everything, he had time to look at the properties of the 2 equipment. Fong Thorn armor, silver level 5. HP plus 500, defense plus 48, stamina plus 48. Special effect, retaliation when attacked by melee, ignore defense and cause 20 points of true damage to the target. Boar skin hat, bronze level 5, HP plus 150, defense plus 18. Seeing the attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment, Xiao Han was so excited that he couldn't breathe, especially the Fong Thorn armor, which actually had the special effect of anti-injury, which was beyond the scope of the word awesome. With this equipment, he could even attract a group of wild monsters to besiege him. With a defense of up to 48 points, even level 7 or 8 wild monsters could not break through the defense. Quickly put on the Fong Thorn armor and the boar skin hat, the HP increased to 1580 points in an instant, and the defense also increased to 56 points. This is because for every 1 point of physical strength increase, the upper limit of HP will increase by 10 points, but the defense will not increase at all. With such high HP and defense, Xiao Han had no scruples and ran directly to the direction of the orchard. At this time, in other places in the 9528 novice village, players looked at the village level rankings and were directly blown up. Fuck. Who is Han Xiao? How come he has reached level 10 so quickly? Can't we play the game properly? How long has it been since the server was launched? He has already reached level 10. Hey, someone just said that he just drew a bronze weapon. Now he is dumbfounded. There are envious people, of course there will be jealous people, and there will also be people who want to win over. At this time, in the orchard of the 9528 novice village, a middle-aged man wearing bronze leather armor said in a deep voice, Lu Jin, go check and see who this Han Xiao is. Try to win him over. If it doesn't work, then kill him. The first place in the novice village can only be taken by me. Hashtag C4 one-hit kill. It should be in front. Xiao Han whispered, looking at the direction indicated on the task. After completing the task of protecting the farmland, he did not go back to hand in the task immediately. For him, doing the task is very simple, just a few minutes, but running the map is more troublesome. It took more than 20 minutes to get from the novice village to the farmland. Now it takes more than 20 minutes to get from the farmland to the orchard. If you finish a task and go back once, it will waste a lot of time. It is better to finish it together and then go back to hand in the task. Walking towards the orchard not far away, Xiao Han can already see some figures there, and laughed in a low voice. Hee, it seems that these people have also drawn good things. Although the level of the demonized monkey is not known yet, just from the reward, its level is at least level 5. These people can kill monsters and upgrade here, obviously they are also very good. Xiao Han didn't care about this. Even if the things they drew were good, they couldn't be better than his 100-fold reward. He continued to walk into the orchard without stopping. Hey, are you blind? As soon as they approached, the 2 men who were chatting immediately drew out their novice iron swords and said with unfriendly eyes, If you don't want to die, get out of here. This orchard is reserved by our Weigua guild. Before he was 17, Xiao Han often encountered such things as renting out the orchard for leveling. Because only by renting out the orchard for leveling can the top guilds maintain their level and equipment advantages. This is considered a basic operation. However, because of the mutant beasts, he never played games again after he was 17. Unexpectedly, less than an hour after entering Perfect World, he encountered it again. Hee. It's really a familiar operation. Staring at the two people with a smile, Xiao Han curved his mouth and spit out a word directly, "Get out!" Hearing the scolding, the two players of the Weigwa Guild couldn't bear it anymore. Without a word of nonsense, they swung their iron swords and chopped them over. Xiao Han really looked down on the attack of the novice iron sword, so he just stood there without moving. The next second, a damage value appeared above the heads of the three people. At the same time, -1, -1, -20, -20. The moment he was hit, Xiao Han saw the names of the two people change from white to gray. One was called Weigwa Guangdao, and the other was called Weigwa Lijian. At the same time, the two people saw the damage they had dealt, and their faces all changed. Xiao Han sneered, ignoring their drastic changes in their faces, and stabbed Weigwa Guangdao with a sword, sneering, "He, with this strength you dare to learn to book the whole place." -254, -76. It is not known whether Xiao Han's luck is too good or Weigwa Guangdao's luck is too bad. This stab directly triggered a critical hit and a combo, and there was immediately a corpse on the ground. Ding, you killed Weigwa Guangdao, which is self-defense. You get a copper coin, trigger a 100-fold reward, get a novice iron sword, and get a novice cloth. Hearing the system prompt, Xiao Han was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that killing people would not trigger the effect of a 100-fold reward, but he did not expect that it was still triggered, but the result of the trigger was somewhat different. A copper coin was exploded, and after 100 times the reward, the copper coin was not turned into a gold coin, but the other two pieces of equipment on Weigwa Guangdao were exploded. But think about it, this is also normal. If exploding a player can also increase the equipment level, then find a player who is willing to be killed, and give him a few bronze equipment. After a few rounds, wouldn't it be possible to swipe out artifacts? Weigwa Guangdao was killed, and Xiao Han was about to give Weigwa Lijian two swords, but this guy was a little too fast. After comparing his own speed, he found that he should not be able to catch up, so he simply didn't bother to pick up the things that fell on the ground and walked directly into the depths of the orchard. However, he didn't see a demonized monkey along the way, which made Xiao Han a little strange. This is actually not a high-level monster area. Why did those guys from the Weigwa Guild take a fancy to this place? While Xiao Han was walking around looking for the demonized monkey, Weigwa Li Jian had already run deep into the orchard, panting and saying, "Boss, that Han Xiao broke in and killed Guangdao. He's so perverted. He killed Guangdao with one knife." One knife.
Le Jin Froned.
Although Guangdao was the main power-up, he had already reached level 7 and had 350 HP, but he was killed in one knife. No one here could have such an attack power. According to Guangdao's defense, Han Zhao's weapon was either gold or silver. But no matter how high the attack was, he was alone. How could he turn the world upside down? "Hey, you're really looking for death." Lu Jin sneered and shouted loudly, "Brothers, someone killed Guangdao. What do you think we should do? Kill back. Kill. Kill. Okay. Then follow me. Let's kill Han Xiao and avenge Guangdao."
Le Jin
roared, turned to Weigwa Chao Chao on the side and said, "Boss, I'll be back soon." Well, let two people go to the altar to keep an eye on him. If he dares to come out, kill him immediately. I want his weapon. I'll arrange it. Lu Jin responded and said to Weigwa Lijian on the side, "Lead the way." A group of 40 or 50 people walked to the outskirts of the orchard in a mighty manner. They had no idea what would greet them. Even Weigwa Lijian, who was always shrewd, did not ask clearly and directly. Followed Wei Guo Li Jian to find trouble with Han Xiao. At this time, Xiao Han had killed more than a dozen demon monkeys, and there were still 4 or 5 around him. These monkeys are wild monsters with high agility and high attack, but their defense and health are very low. As long as there is a combo or critical hit, one can be killed with just 3 swords. So for those large guilds, as long as they buy enough golden wound medicine, this is indeed an excellent leveling place. No wonder it is booked. -108, -105, -107. Killing the last demon monkey around him, Xiao Han's face was happy, and he finally heard the long-lost system prompt again. Ding, you killed a demon monkey, got the whiteboard equipment monkey leather. Boots triggered a 100-fold reward, and you got the bronze equipment spirit. Monkey leather boots. Quickly picking up the equipment on the ground, Xiao Han glanced at the attributes, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Monkey leather boots, bronze level 5, defense plus 15, agility plus 22. He has always been fully adding points, which makes speed his shortcoming. If he had the monkey leather boots just now, the guy called Wei Guo Sharp Blade would definitely not be able to escape. Putting the monkey leather boots on his feet, Xiao Han took 2 steps and immediately felt a lot more flexible than before. Boss, it's him. At this time, a familiar voice came from not far away. Xiao Han turned his head and looked over. Not only did he see the fleeing Wei Guo Sharp Blade, but there were also 40 or 50 people following him. Hee, you are a good kid. Xiao Han pointed with his hand and smiled at Wei Guo Sharp Blade. You said you would bring some people back to kill me, and you really brought them. Don't worry, my words still count. I will give you 20% of the equipment that explodes later. #C5 is this murder or suicide? Xiao Han's voice was not loud, but Wei Guo Lijian's face changed when he heard. Wei Guo Sharp Blade beside him quickly explained, Boss, don't listen to his nonsense. How could I do this? If you and the boss hadn't given us a bite of food, Quang Dao and I would have starved to death long ago. How could we be here now? You have to believe me. Hearing this explanation, Lu Jin still looked unhappy, but he believed Wei Guo Li Jian's words. This kid was still living in the house provided by the boss, so he didn't have the courage. He stared at Han Xiao with his eyes fixed on him, and at the same time turned his gaze to the sword in his hand and the bone armor on his body. He snorted coldly, Humph, when death is imminent, you still want to sow discord. Whether there is any provocation, you will know if you try it. Facing these 40 or 50 people, Xiao Han didn't feel timid at all and continued with a smile. Didn't he tell you that he and Wei was crazy? Sword's attack on me could only cause 1 point of damage. With a wicked smile on his lips, Xiao Han moved his steps and rushed over. 10 minutes ago, the reason why he fought back was because he didn't want to be famous, but that's no longer possible. Although so many people are from the Wei Guild, their guild has not yet been officially established. This also means that they appear to be a group, but in fact they are not. He can't wait until everyone attacks him before fighting back. It's just a famous name. If you don't have a famous name when playing games, can you still call it playing games? With 1580 health points and 71 defense points, Xiao Han dove into the crowd, and immediately waved the green steel sword in his hand. At this time, the players in the Wei Guild were shocked and talked one after another. Damn it, this guy is crazy. There are so many of us, and he just rushed over here. What did this guy mean by 1 point of damage just now? Could it be that the attack power of the crazy knife and sharp blade can't break through his defense? Why are you thinking so much? Now that he's here, I'll chop him off. Ding, you killed Wei Guoliusu in self-defense. You got the whiteboard equipment monkey skin wristband, triggering 100 times reward. You got the novice iron sword, the novice commoner, and 36 copper coins. Ding, you killed Wei Guopangdun. It was a malicious killing. You will get 1
Murdru aura point.
You will trigger a 100-fold reward and get 100.
Murdru aura point.
Damn it! 100 murderous aura points. Xiao Han immediately stood there and was stunned when he heard the system prompt. It's really cool to have 100 times reward, but I didn't expect that if I actively kill people, my murderous energy value will also increase 100 times. This is a bit cheating. At this time, Lu Jin saw a series of -1, -1, -1, -1, -1 above Han Zhao's head. His face had turned livid. Then he looked at the members of the Wei Guild who besieged Han Xiao. On top of your head, -20, -20, -20. He quickly shouted, "Stop! Stop everyone!" At this time, the people who besieged Xiao Han also realized that something was wrong. They were not attacked, but they lost a lot of health points. Looking at the companions who were still attacking, red -20 appeared above their heads, almost connecting them together. Oh my god! Are we killing people or committing suicide? Damn it! Is there any justice left? This guy must be cheating. Now I believe what Han Xiao said at the beginning. If he cuts him, he will only lose 1 point of blood, but we will lose 20 points. Isn't this like climbing a pole to die? Following the discussion, the players in the Wei Guild all turned their attention to Wei Guo's sharp blade. At this time, Wei Guo Lejin's face looked ugly. He asked solemnly, "How many health points did you lose when you and the crazy blade attacked him just now?" Seeing everyone's unkind expressions, Wei Guo Lejin stammered, "1. Also, 1 point. Then why didn't you tell me before you came?" After receiving such an answer, Lu Jin's face became even more ugly, and he asked again, "Has your health been reduced by 20 points after the damage was caused?" This when I didn't pay much attention at the time. At that time, he was just running away, so he didn't have the time to pay attention to whether his health had decreased. "You're stepping on a horse." He cursed angrily, and Lu Jin quickly shouted, "Retreat! Retreat quickly! No more fighting!" With that said, he took the lead and ran towards the depths of the orchard. The players of the Wei Guild who were still alive immediately understood that this horse could not be killed at all and even hit him with a hammer. "Run!" At this time, Xiao Han had come to his senses. His face darkened and he roared angrily, "You guys think it's like a bus. You can come when you want and leave when you want." Just now, the murderous aura value exceeded 500 points, and his name instantly turned red and purple, which made him confused. But now that it is like this, he doesn't mind turning his name completely into black. As soon as he moved, because of the 22-point agility bonus of the monkey leather boots, he was faster than everyone in front of him. He stared at the fleeing people and specifically picked out those guys who had changed their novice equipment. "Ding, you killed Wei Guo Lejin. It was a malicious killing. You will get 1 point of murderous aura. You will trigger a 100-fold reward and get 100 points of murderous aura. Ding, you killed Wei Guo Chaozhen in self-defense." When Xiao Han was chasing down members of the Wei Guild, Wei players wearing big pants appeared one after another on the altar in the novice village. "Hey, isn't this Wei Guo Liusu? Why are you wearing big underpants and coming out? Hey, come and see, Wei Guo Chaozhen also came out wearing big shorts, so this chest is really big. Oh my god. Even Wei Guo Suchu came out wearing big shorts, which guild did they offend, and they were killed so miserably." The altar of the novice village is very lively. Killing monsters and leveling up is the most important thing during this period of time, but now there is such a happy thing. Of course you have to see it. This kind of thing is not easy to see. Haha. It's really funny. Doesn't the Wei Guo Guild always like to occupy the leveling area? Now it's unlucky. Hey, what do you think it will be like if Wei Guo Chao comes out of the altar later? Haha. The picture is too beautiful. I dare not think about it. Yeah, a middle-aged uncle wearing big shorts, it's very happy to think about it. While the surrounding players were talking, some players farther away from the Alter were also talking quietly. Have you received any news from the insider? What exactly is going on? During this period of time, all guilds are in tacit agreement, and this shouldn't happen. Well, there is news, but I'm afraid you won't believe it. Why don't you believe it? We've been brothers for so many years. How can I not believe you? Okay. Then I'll tell you, you better stand still. Don't get scared. Don't be so fussy, tell me. Han Xiao did it, he did it alone, and now he's chasing dozens of players from the Wei State Guild and killing them alone. At this time, Xiao Han didn't know how much of a sensation he had caused. The lower-level players might not know, but the top leaders of some guilds basically knew that there was such a person as him. He chased the players of the Wei State Guild alone and killed them so badly that they didn't even have the courage to resist. In the depths of the orchard, Xiao Han and his sword made the faces of hundreds of players from the Wei State Guild all stiff, and none of them dared to take action. #C6 Take the medicine as soon as possible. What are you talking about? Hitting him will only lose 1 point of health, but we will lose 20 points of health. Damn it. Does this guy have the talent for damage rebound? What should we do now? Our Guild of Wei is blocked here by him alone. Do we still want to face this? The players in the Wei Guild were talking a lot, but no one wanted to take action. This was no different than seeking death. With their current health points of less than 400 points, even if Han Xiao stands and does not fight back, as long as he cuts 20 times the damage, rebound will kill them. How can he fight? Among the many players, Wei Guoqiao stood in the most conspicuous position. He listened to the discussion in his ears, and his face was so gloomy that he almost shed tears. Damage rebound. He murmured in a low voice. His eyes became a little colder, and he thought to himself, Level 10 has 500 health points. The armor on his body should be bronze equipment. Bronze-level armor should be able to increase the upper limit of health by less than 300 points. Coupled with other equipment, the guy's total health should be less than 1,000 points. Calculating silently in his heart, Wei Chao took a step forward and said, coldly, "Oh, you are quite courageous. You have killed so many players in our Wei Guild. Have you thought about how it will end?" End? Xiao Han was stunned, then laughed and said nonchalantly, "What kind of ending do I need just because of you chickens and dogs?" With the fangs and thorn armor, he really looked down on these people. If this talent was not rewarded 100 times, he would have endured it when the Wei Guild reserved a place for leveling. After all, a person's strength is limited, and going against a guild with hundreds of core members is an extremely irrational behavior. But now, since he has such a big golden finger, his equipment will be ahead of everyone else. If he is still cowardly at this time, what game is there to play? It is better to go back and wait for death. If you don't dare to resist the guild's oppression in the game, do you have the courage to hunt mutant beasts in real life? Ignoring the growing anger in Wei Guoqiao's eyes, Xiao Han continued, "It seems that you are still planning to retaliate against me. If that's the case, then I won't be polite." As he said that, he immediately took a step forward and rushed straight. This guy had the best equipment. If it exploded, he might even be able to explode a few pieces of black iron level equipment. "You're looking for death." Wei Guoqiao roared angrily, with anger rising in his eyes, and said sternly, "You are so arrogant. Do you really think that our Guild of Wei is a vegetarian, and there is nothing you can do about it? In all these years, he has never been ignored like this before, and a small individual player dared to attack him directly. If he doesn't earn back his face now, what will other guilds in Novice Village? Number 9528 think of him, and how will he be able to make a mark in perfect world in the future?" A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and Wei Guoqiao shouted loudly, "Kill him, no matter who it is, as long as it causes 1 point of damage to him, you can get a reward of 100 yuan. If you are killed, there will be a reward of 100 yuan. 500 yuan subsidy. As these words were spoken, hundreds of core players in the Wei Guild suddenly fell silent, as if they had lost their voices. Gradually, a trace of excitement, and a trace of greed flashed in everyone's eyes. Without any hesitation, they immediately rushed towards Xiao Han. At the same time, various comments were heard in the crowd. Did I hear you right? 1 point of damage is worth 100 yuan, and if you die, you will get a 500 yuan subsidy. Damn it. The boss is so arrogant. Han Xiao, you have to hold on longer. We are all pointing to you to make money. The players approaching Xiao Han looked excited because the weapons in their hands had already struck him. Although a red -20 appeared on their heads, they also received 100 yuan. This 100 yuan is not a lot, but it is enough for a week's living expenses. More importantly, even if you are killed, you will still be subsidized. So, what are you afraid of? 500 yuan. If it weren't for this game, where would they earn these 500 yuan? -1, -1, -1, -1, -20, -20, -20. A red damage value floated out from the heads of Xiao Han and the players around him, and you could even hear these guys shouting, 100, 200, 300. Faced with such players and the reward given by Wei Gua Chao Chao Xiao Hanli counterattacked. After the names of the players who besieged him all turned gray, he raised his hand and stabbed continuously, and 2 damage values exceeding 100 were immediately risked. Neither the critical hit nor the combo was triggered, but it still killed half of the player's health. With more than 80 points of defense, these guys could only inflict a forced 1 point of blood deduction on him. Xiao Han kept moving his hands, completely ignoring the other players around him who were slashing at him, and stabbed out 2 more swords in succession. -121, -108. Ding, you killed Wei Gua Li Dian in self-defense. You obtained the Black Iron Equipment Black Iron Sword, which triggered a 100-fold reward. You obtained 134 copper coins, the Black Iron Equipment Monkey Skin Wristbands, and the Whiteboard Equipment Monkey Skin Soft Armor. The system's beep made Xiao Han stunned. After killing a Wei Li Dian, 2 pieces of Black Iron equipment were revealed. However, he didn't have time to pick up these equipment now, so he slashed at another Wei beside him with a backhand sword. Guild players. -124. -121. -25. There were still no critical hits or combos, but the 3 swords still killed a player from the Wei Guild, and at the same time exploded all the equipment on him. Because of the Fang armor, this player's health is already less than 300. Although the loss of 20 health points each time is not much, it adds up to a considerable amount. Humph! You thought you could kill me like this? Xiao Han sneered in his heart and looked at the Wei Gua Guild players surrounding him. Except for the 2 who had just squeezed in, the other players around him had less than half their health points. He only needs 2 swords to deal with these people. If there is a critical hit or combo, he can even kill them with 1 sword. Ignoring the 2 players who had just rushed in, Xiao Han slashed back at those who had been injured by the Fang armor and had less than half of their health left. -220. A larger red number floated out, and the player from the Wei Guild fell to the ground instantly. Xiao Han raised his eyes and looked at Wei Gua Chao Chao. He could probably guess what that guy was thinking, but he was destined to be disappointed. Poof! The green steel sword once again crossed the neck of a Wei player, and a red critical hit immediately appeared. With just 1 blow, his remaining health points were immediately wiped out, and all the equipment he was wearing exploded. But even so, none of the players from the Wei Guild around him flinched. They all rushed forward with shouts of "Ouch!" Under the stimulation of money, Xiao Han killed more than 100 people in just 2 or 3 minutes. At the same time, his feet were covered with a layer of equipment. Although most of these equipment were ordinary goods, there were also some mixed with them. Black iron equipment. At this time, Wei Guochao's face was already very ugly. He stared at the blood bar on Han Zhao's head and murmured, "What's going on?" He has lost more than 1,000 health points. Although he was unhappy about his misjudgment, he was not frustrated at all. There was a glint in his eyes and he whispered, "It seems that the armor he is wearing is probably silver equipment. -1, -1, -1, -1. A series of red -1s kept popping up, and the health bar on Xiao Han's head became less and less, and it was even less than 1/10 of its original value. Now, Wei Guochao narrowed his eyes and shouted suddenly, "Get out of the way! Let me come!" Hearing this voice, although the players surrounding Xiao Han were a little reluctant, they still retreated and gave up the final right to kill. As the crowd moved out of the way, Cao of Wei State rushed straight towards Xiao Han. The equipment all over his body is made of black iron, and his attack power has exceeded 100 points. No matter how powerful a piece of silver equipment is, it cannot increase his defense by 100 points. Looking at Xiao Han's few health bars left, Wei Guochao sneered, "Ha! Relying on your strong defense, you didn't buy any medicine when you went out." At this time, Xiao Han's health value was less than 100 points. When he came out of Novice Village, he did not buy medicine, but with a 100-fold reward, did he need to buy medicine? Seeing Wei Guochao's victory, Xiao Han didn't bother to explain. With a playful smile on his lips, he raised his hand and took out a bottle of high-grade gold sore medicine and poured it into his mouth. At this time, a green +100 number popped up from his head. This scene not only confused Wei Chao, but also all the remaining Wei players around him. "Damn it, take the medicine as soon as possible. Isn't it fun to play tricks on us? #C7 It's really despairing. Fuck. Am I hallucinating? I shouldn't. I saw it too. But this is too much. Yeah, my fucking health is less than 400 points. Is this guy wearing silver equipment all over his body? How can his health be more than 1,400 points? You calculated it wrong. He only recovered more than 1,400 points of health. The real health should be more than 1,500 points." The players of the Wei Guild around were talking about it. Their eyes were full of despair, and they all looked at Wei Chao. The meaning was very clear. What should we do now? Should we fight or not? In fact, what really made them desperate was not the total health of more than 1,500 points, because no matter how much health they had, as long as the players resurrected in the altar rushed over, there was still a chance to kill Han Xia. But now, what grade of potion can restore 400 points of health in 1 second? The Novice Village Pharmacy does have potions for sale, but the best effect is only the high-level gold wound medicine, which restores 100 points per second, and lasts for 10 seconds. If Han Xiao had a dozen bottles of such potions, it would take several rounds for these hundreds of core players to grind him to death, and that was if he didn't run away. But once this was done, everyone's level would drop by 2 or 3 levels. Perfect World had just been launched today. If the level gap was widened by other guilds at this time, they would have to work 5 or 10 times harder to catch up in the future. Do we really have to continue fighting? At this time, all the players of the Wei State Guild had such a question mark in their minds. Although they could earn hundreds or thousands of yuan by leveling up in a few minutes, if they could kill Xiao Han, they would accept it. After all, he was the first person on the Novice Village level list, and at least he could give the Wei State Guild a sense of presence. But if he couldn't be killed, that would be another story. Haha. It's really in the orchard. Everyone come and see. Just when all the players of the Wei State Guild were struggling, several figures ran over from not far away. They called their friends and stood 100 meters away to watch with gloating. Wow, one man against a group. This brother is too fierce. Oh my god. What is that, all -1? But I'm more curious about what's going on. With that red -20? Han Xiao. Isn't this the number 1 on our Novice Village ranking list? Hey, 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 how many people do you think you have to kill for your name to be red? It's almost purple. As more and more people ran here, Wei Guochao's face became more and more ugly. He raised his weapon high and suddenly felt embarrassed that he couldn't advance or retreat. Xiao Han's health has been restored. Should he fight or not? Fight. He definitely can't win. Even if the remaining 200 people all fight, they can't kill Han Xiao. Don't fight. The face of the Wei Gua Guild will be completely lost. With such a reputation, how can they recruit individual players in the future? Hey, why don't you do it? At this time, Xiao Han looked at Wei Guochao's hesitation and couldn't help but said, "Come over and hit me quickly, so I can fight back." As soon as the voice fell, a burst of laughter came from not far away. Ha ha ha. This brother is interesting, asking for abuse. Chow chow. People have asked so much. Why don't you do it? Are you a man? Hee hee. Hit a hammer. He is almost tortured out of psychological trauma. The laughter around made Wei Guochao's face even uglier.
Xiao Han kurved
His mouth and looked at him expectantly. In fact, he didn't want to ask for abuse, but there was no way. The explosion rate of malicious killing is very low. If he starts first, the probability of exploding the equipment on Wei Guochao should be only about 20%. If it is self-defense, there is almost an 80% probability. Even if only a few copper coins are exploded with the blessing of 100 times reward, he can be exploded to only a big pair of pants. You're looking for death. At this time, the surrounding discussions finally aroused the anger of Wei Gua Chow, and he roared, "Han Xiao, our Wei Gua Guild will never stop fighting with you. This is a declaration of war by a guild, or a declaration of war against a single player." The faces of the players watching the excitement all sank, and they looked at Han Xiao in the crowd with some worry. In fact, no matter how strong a person's strength is, there is still a limit. If he is targeted by a large guild with hundreds of core players, the future result is almost doomed. Now the players of Wei Gua Guild have just entered the game and their equipment is not too good, so it is normal for this situation to be unable to break the defense. But since Wei Guochao can afford such a large guild, he must be rich. Having money means having equipment. This situation of being unable to break the defense will definitely not happen again in the future. At that time, what should Han Xiao do? Can he still do it like now, with hundreds of people attacking him alone? Fight till death. Fight till death. Fight till death. At this time, after hearing the declaration of Chow of Wei, all the players of the Wei Guild roared, their eyes burning with rage. As long as the boss is willing to spend money, they don't mind fighting to the end. Even if they fall behind by a few levels, it doesn't matter. It's not like they can't catch up. Buy more black iron and bronze equipment, and the level difference of 2 or 3 levels can be eliminated immediately. Hey, the threat again. It's been so many years, aren't you tired of it? Facing the threat of Chow of Wei State, Xiao Han hadn't spoken yet, but a sturdy man in his early 30s walked out of the crowd. He smiled and continued, "Brother Han Xiao, do you want to come to our Storm Guild? We will help you to deal with the feud with the Wei State Guild." Before he finished speaking, someone in the crowd immediately interrupted and said, "Hee hee, every time you encounter such a thing, you are the first to jump out. Little handsome boy, don't listen to him. The Storm Guild is full of rough guys. What's the point of going there? Or come to our Purple Moon Guild." The speaker is a beautiful woman with fair skin, firm breasts and hips. She is at least 1.7 meters tall and has long and thin legs. According to the saying on the internet, this is called playing with legs for years. As she appeared, the bosses of several other guilds who had just walked out of the crowd all stood aside in silence, and discussions began. "She's so beautiful. Could she be Zhuan? Swish. I only heard of her name before, but I've finally seen her in person. This time. Fuck. You're really that serious, you're drooling. Xiao Han ignored the discussions and calls for help from the crowd around him. He sneered and stared at Wei Chao Chao and said, "Heh, are you gonna fight to the death? That's right. I think so too. I hope you don't come to ask me to stop." As he said that, Xiao Han immediately stepped forward and stabbed with a sword. -75. At the moment of being hit, Wei Chao Chao's counterattack also arrived, and the long sword in his hand also hit Xiao Han. -18. Fuck. The difference is quite big. Seeing Chao Chao, who was wearing all black iron equipment, only dealt a dozen points of damage, all the players watching were stunned. Their eyes revealed a sense of disbelief, and then the discussion started again. Fortunately, the defense was finally broken. Yes, if Chao Chao couldn't break the defense even with all black iron equipment, that would be the most despairing. But what's the use of breaking the defense? I heard that the health of this cold owl is as high as 1,500 points. How many cuts will it take to kill him? Hey, this is good. Otherwise, how can this good show come about? The discussion of the surrounding players also represents the inner thoughts.
Op Wei Guo Gao Gao.
He didn't expect that the attack power of up to 113 points could only cause less than 20 points of damage to the cold owl. -79. -156. -76. As the health value decreased rapidly, he hurriedly took a bottle of high-level gold wound medicine, and a series of +100 green values appeared above his head. But even so, it couldn't stop the rapid decline of health. Quick, stop Han Xiao. Don't let him kill the boss. At this time, all the players of the Wei State Guild rushed over, wanting to save Wei State Chao Chao, but Xiao Han couldn't let them do as they wished. Ignoring other people's attacks, he just chased Wei State Chao Chao and hacked wildly. -77. -78. -158. The cooling time of the advanced gold wound medicine is as high as 30 seconds, and it can only restore 1,000 points of health, but Xiao Han's attack can cause more than 70 points of damage to Wei State Chao Chao per second. If you count combos and critical hits, it's almost 100 points per second. With such attack power, even if Wei State Chao Chao is wearing black iron equipment, he can only resist for less than 20 seconds, and his body softens and falls to the ground. At the same time, a series of system prompts came to Xiao Han's ears. At the altar in the novice village, a player who had been bullied by the Wei Guild suddenly widened his eyes and shouted excitedly, "Ahaha! My wait today was not in vain. I finally saw Chao Chao of Wei appear in his big shorts. #C8 Harvest." Xiao Han didn't know about the commotion at the resurrection altar. He listened carefully to the system prompts in his ears. "Ding, you killed Wei Guo Chao Chao, which is a malicious killing. You get 1 murderous point, triggering a 100-fold reward, and get 100 murderous points. Ding, you killed Wei Guo Chao Chao, got the black iron equipment dog tooth. Ring, triggering a 100-fold reward, you got 1324 copper coins, you got the black iron equipment pigskin soft armor, you got the black iron equipment iron knife." Xiao Han showed a smile on his face. Wei Guo Chao Chao's luck was not very good. There was only a 20% probability, but he actually ran into it. At this time, the players watching around saw this scene and all opened their mouths wide, with an incredible look on their faces. This is too abnormal. Did anyone just see how many pieces of equipment Chao Chao dropped? Tisk, do you need to see this? Go to the resurrection altar and you will see that there is only 1 pair of shorts left. Yeah, this guy is too abnormal. Anyone he kills either drops nothing or drops everything. There is no third possibility. This talent is really fucking awesome. Who dares to PK with him in the future? The players watching were talking about it. Some of them had already started to slowly approach Xiao Han. There was greed and excitement in their eyes. There were hundreds of pieces of equipment on the ground. If they could pick up a few pieces, it would be worth it even if they were killed once. At this time, even Bao Fengrui of the Storm Guild and Zi Yuyen of the Purple Moon Guild were a little jealous. If they could get the equipment on the ground, the strength of the core members could at least be improved by one level. Kill, avenge the boss. Kill him. The boss can't die in vain. At this time, with the death of Cao Cao of Wei, the remaining players of Wei Guild became even more crazy. They launched an attack regardless of everything, but a series of -1 floated out from Xiao Han's head, making their resistance seem so powerless. In sharp contrast to the -1 is the continuous -20. The higher their attack frequency, the more health they lose and the faster they die. On the periphery of the battle circle, a dozen players who wanted to take advantage of the situation were cruising back and forth, looking like they wanted to go deeper, but they were helpless. Fuck. There are too many people. I can't even squeeze in to pick up 2 pieces of equipment. Who said it wasn't? Are the players in the Wei State Guild crazy? They know they can't kill him, but they still run to die. But that cold owl is really fierce. Basically, he can kill one with 2 or 3 swords. If he kills them all, he will be rich. At the same time, on the resurrection altar of the 9528 novice village, Wei State Cao Cao walked down with a face full of anger. Hey! Isn't this the famous Wei State Cao Cao? His little chest muscles are well trained. Ha ha ha! Crazy tiger. Can you stop being so mean? He just exploded a set of equipment. Who would praise him like you? Well, you are right. We are people with quality. We can't be so gloating. Feng Hu nodded, took out a novice cloth coat from his backpack, walked away. State Cao Cao in 3 or 2 steps, grinned and said, Brother Chow, it's quite cold today. Put it on quickly. Don't catch a cold. Your uncle. At this time, Wei Gua Su Chu cursed, walked out from behind Wei Gua Cao Cao, and continued with a fierce face. You are fucking mentally ill if you say one more word. I will beat you. Okay. Stop talking, let's go. At this time, Wei Gua Cao Cao took the leather armor from Wei Gua Lu Jin and interrupted. Don't tell him these useless things. This is the end of having no strength. As he said, he turned and left the resurrection altar.
Wei Guo Su Chu Muto.
Something but still followed him and left. A few minutes later, after leaving everyone's sight, Wei Gua Lu Jin asked, Boss, what should we do now? Should we just let it go? Forget it. How can we just let it go? Wei Gua Cao Cao's eyes flashed with a cold light, and then he said, There is nothing we can do to him now. We can only bear it for now. This account will be settled sooner or later. You go and notify Su Huang. Let him bring everyone back. Let's find a new leveling place and get a few sets of bronze equipment first. Now they can't even break the defense of the cold owl. If they continue like this, the losses will only get bigger and bigger. The server has just been opened today. Even if you have money, you can't buy good equipment, but it will be different in 2 or 3 days, and then the new accounts and old accounts will be settled together. Orchard. After receiving Lu Jin's message, Wei Gua Su Huang finally breathed a sigh of relief on his face, and hurriedly shouted, Retreat, retreat quickly! With his call, the players of the Wei Gua Guild retreated like a tide. But at this time their number was reduced by half, with only more than 100 people left. The equipment on the ground has increased to 400 or 500 pieces. Looking at the equipment with a heartache, Wei Gua Su Huang shouted, Let's go. Let's remember today's account. We will get it back one day. Then, regardless of other people's reactions, he led people to run directly out of the orchard. Xiao Han did not chase. There were a lot of equipment on the ground, and there were more than a dozen guys around who wanted to take advantage. Once he chased, all these equipment might be gone. Although more than 90% of them were blank, there were many leather hats, wrist guards, shoes, and other equipment for other parts. This kind of equipment is different from the novice cloth clothes and novice iron swords. It is still very marketable. Even if it is 10 yuan a piece, it can be sold for 3,000 or 4,000. Without rushing to pick up the equipment, Xiao Han stared at the figures, cruising around, and sneered. My name is already so popular. I don't mind killing a few more. Then, seeing those players retreating one after another, he squatted down and picked out the dozens of black iron equipment he had just noticed. Brother, do you want to sell these equipment? At this moment, a rough voice came from his ears. Xiao Han looked up and found that it was Bao Fengrui who wanted him to join the Storm Guild. I'll pay 5,000, and I want all these blank equipment. Seeing Han Xiao looking up, Bao Fengrui smiled and continued. If you also sell those black iron equipment, the price is negotiable. #C9 bidding. Ah! Xiao Han chuckled and turned his gaze to Zi Yuan not far away. If someone is willing to package and purchase these equipment, he will certainly feel relaxed. However, the Storm Guild is not the only force in this place now. If they can bid against each other, they might be able to sell more. On the other side, seeing Xiao Han's eyes turning around, Zi Yuan smiled and continued, Hee, you are really a clever guy, but you may be disappointed. No, one here is a fool. These equipment are not worth 5,000 this number. If it's those black iron equipment, they will all bid for it, let alone me. That's it. A smile appeared on Xiao Han's lips, and he understood. Immediately, although there are 300 to 400 pieces of equipment on the whiteboard. On the ground, the largest number of them are novice iron swords and novice commoners, accounting for almost a quarter of the total. Even if you buy such equipment, it will be useless because all players have. Bao Fengrui can pay a price of 5,000, and it is estimated that the biggest purpose is the 20 or 30 pieces of black iron equipment in his hands. As for the black iron equipment in his backpack, he had just taken a brief look at it. There were 3 pieces that could be used, 2 pieces of dog skin, wristbands, and a canine tooth ring. The rest of the equipment overlapped with the equipment on his body, so there were a total of 26 pieces of black iron equipment that could be sold. Seeing the expectant looks on the faces of several guild bosses around him, Xiao Han curled his lips and said directly, The black iron equipment is also for sale. There are 26 pieces in total, but I am too lazy to buy them separately. If you don't sell it retail, it will be packaged and sold. Zi Yuan curled her eyes, revealed a charming smile, and said with a sweet smile, No problem. How about 200 pieces? I want them all. Black iron equipment below level 10 is roughly between 150 and 250. Unless it is clothes and weapons, no other piece of equipment exceeds 200. When he picked up the equipment just now, they all saw it. There were 2 black iron level weapons and 1 piece of clothing. One of the iron swords and the pigskin soft armor were both discovered by Wei Guo Gao Gao. As for who discovered the other one, he couldn't remember because he killed too many people. Therefore, Zi Yuan's bid was actually not low. But Xiao Han did not intend to sell it like this. Just as he was about to refuse Bao Fengrui's bidding, sound came to his ears. I'll pay 6,000. The price was directly raised by 800 on the original basis. Xiao Han thought for a while and finally did not speak. In fact, the price was not what he expected. Although the price of these black iron equipment is between 150 to 250, it is impossible to buy it at this price, and it has always been in a state of price but no market. Now there are 26 pieces appearing at one time. As long as they can be purchased for these guilds, it can at least improve the strength of the core members by another level. No matter upgrading PK or brushing boss, it will be easier. I'll pay 7,000. At this moment, another voice came from the crowd, and then a young man in his early 20s walked out. Xiao Han didn't know him, but there was no need to know him as long as his bid was high enough. Hey! There are still people who want to compete with me. Bao Fengrui laughed, his voice full of confidence, and said directly, I will offer 10,000. Who else among you wants to continue to bid? You! Zi Yuan stamped her foot and yelled, What on earth do you want to do? If you add 3,000 at a time, how can others have fun? I only added 3,000, you can't play anymore? Bao Fengrui crossed his arms and sneered, "If you don't have money, then don't play. Go home and nurse your children. This is what you women should do. You really think I'm scared of you? I'll pay you 12,000 yuan. The voice shouted again, and Zi Yuyan's fair face turned red with anger. 15,000. The bidding sounded again, and Xiao Han watched the show happily. The price had tripled, which was already beyond his expectations. It seems that I should add more fuel to the fire, Xiao Han thought, maliciously touching his chin. In fact, he also has a piece of cowhide soft armor in his hand, which is a piece of bronze equipment that increases health by 250 points and defense by 20 points. If they are bundled and sold together, their competition should be even more intense. 17,000. At this moment, Zi Yuyan's bid sounded again, but Bao Fengrui did not bid. Immediately, Xiao Han cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, I just checked my backpack. I also have a bronze-level leather armor here. Let's sell it together." As he said that, he showed the properties of the cowhide soft armor to several people for a look and then continued, "It is not sold retailly, it is sold in bundles." After seeing the attributes of the cowhide soft armor, several people were stunned, and immediately a voice shouted, "I will pay 20,000. Forget about the black iron equipment, just buy it for transition, but the bronze equipment is different. At least in the next month or two this will be the mainstream equipment. Moreover, this piece of bronze equipment has an added defense value of 20 points, which is much stronger than the black iron equipment. 25,000. At this time, Bao Fengrui once again quoted a new price, which was an increase of 5,000 from the original price. At the same time, he glanced provocatively at the woman next to him. Zi Yuyan chuckled and said slowly, "Oh, since you are determined to win, let me give it to you. It's not that she can't afford it, it's just that the equipment isn't worth the price. If she waits 2 or 3 days, she can buy a set for almost the same price." As Zi Yuyan gave up, the guild bosses who had just made the bid also shook their heads and stopped talking. Seeing this, Bao Fengrui quickly walked up to Xiao Han and said with a smile, "I'll give you 300 gold coins. You just need to trade the black iron equipment and cowhide soft armor to me first. Leave the equipment on the ground here for the time being. I'll have someone come to deal with it. No one else would raise the price anymore." Xiao Han no longer hesitated and completed the transaction with him. When the 300 gold coins fell into his backpack, he felt like he was dreaming. It's been less than 2 hours since he entered Perfect World. He actually made more than 30,000 yuan. With the equipment he was wearing, the total value was still 70,000 or 80,000 yuan, even if it was not 100,000 yuan. At this time, Bao Fengrui also put on the cowhide soft armor he had just bought, looking very proud. But before he could be happy, a red damage value appeared on his head. -76. The surrounding players were stunned for a moment, then all showed ecstasy on their faces and shouted excitedly, "This is the leader monster. It is definitely the leader monster. #C10 kill the leader monster." The sudden change made Xiao Han stunned. He didn't expect that a black monkey appeared directly behind Bao Fengrui. Ordinary demonized monkeys are gray, and although their attack points are higher than those of the demonized wild boars, they are less than 20 points, and cannot even break through the defense of cowhide soft armor. But the monkey in front of him was actually able to cause more than 70 points of damage to Bao Fengrui. Is this an elite monster or a leader monster? Xiao Han took a look and muttered to himself, "It should be the leader monster. If it is an elite monster, the damage should not be so high." Although it is impossible for Bao Fengrui to have a full set of bronze equipment, there will definitely be no less than 5 pieces of black iron level equipment, which makes his defense value at least 50 points. But with such a high defense value, more than 70 points of health were knocked out in one fell swoop, which meant that the monkey's attack had exceeded 100 points, -148. At this moment, a bigger critical hit appeared on Baofengrui's head, and the 2 attacks directly reduced his health by 1/3. Damn it! Are you so perverted? I originally thought that with the cowhide soft armor, his defense value had reached 62 points. Even if he couldn't fight the demonized black-clawed monkey alone, he could at least block it for a while. But let alone blocking for a while now, if he continues like this, he won't even be able to hold on for 5 seconds. Seeing that Han Xiao on the side had no intention of coming to help, Bao Fengrui quickly ran away. If he was really killed by the demonized black-clawed monkey, if he was not lucky, he might have the cowhide soft armor he just bought may explode. At this time, Zi Yuan and the bosses from other guilds were already calling for friends. Although the attack of this demonized black-clawed monkey is high, it is not too difficult to kill it by calling hundreds of people over and taking turns fighting monsters. This kind of leader-level wild monster usually explodes with at least one piece of bronze-level equipment. At this time, Bao Fengrui, who had fled far away, was quickly contacting his brothers in the gang through the friend interface after getting out of danger. After the demonized black-clawed monkey lost its target, he immediately turned his attention to Xiao Han, who was closest to him. Gigi. With a sharp low cry, it immediately rushed towards the chosen target. Hey! I don't know what this monkey will explode for me.
Xiao Han huckled,
with a trace of expectation in his eyes. Just now, he had put 2 pieces of dogskin wristbands on his wrists, adding a total of 16 points of defense value. Adding the previous 81 points, his total defense value was now as high as 97. Even if this monkey's attack exceeds 100 points, the damage caused to him is only 30 or 40 points. There are also 6 bottles of high-level golden sore medicine and 2 bottles of intermediate life-restoring medicine in the backpack. Even if he stands in front of him, he can kill the monkey. Standing still, Xiao Han had no intention of giving way. In fact, there was no need to give way at all. Gigi. At this time, a black light flashed in front of his eyes, and Xiao Han raised his hand and slashed it with his sword. -36, -20, -93. 3 damage values appeared from above their heads at the same time, and Xiao Han also saw the attributes of this monkey at this time. Demonized crow-clawed monkey, boss level 6, HP plus 7,800, attack plus 134, defense plus 48. What a high attack! After seeing the attributes of the demonized black-clawed monkey, Xiao Han was also surprised. Although he guessed that its attack should exceed 100 points, he did not expect that it reached 134 points. Fortunately, although its attack is extremely high, its defense is relatively low, not even as high as the elite demonized wild boar's defense. Withstanding the attack of the demonized black-clawed monkey, Xiao Han also slashed at it with one sword. -35, -20, -98, -190. Combos and critical hits were triggered at the same time, killing more than 300 points of its health in an instant. At this time, the players who had not left all looked at him in confusion, their eyes filled with disbelief and disbelief. Damn it! Why are you so perverted? When did the boss monster become so easy to kill? I noticed that you have bad eyesight. If you were really easy to kill, would Baofengrui lose 1/3 of his health after being scratched twice? All the bronze leather armor was sold. I guess he must be wearing silver equipment. Otherwise, how could he withstand the attack of the leader monster? The surrounding players were talking a lot, but both Baofengrui and Ziyuan looked like they wanted to die. They had just called for people and even called for 200 or 300 people each, but the scene in front of them made them feel uncomfortable. According to Han Zhao's damage value of 100 points per second, this level demonized monkey should be killed in less than 2 minutes. At that time, the people they called were still on the way. -39, -20, -99. The damage values above the heads of both sides continued to float out. In less than 30 seconds, the health value above Xiao Han's head was less than 1/3. But at this time, the demonized black-clawed monkey's health had also disappeared by half. Seeing this, Xiao Han did not hesitate, raised his hand and poured a bottle of high-grade gold sore medicine into his mouth. As the green value of +100 continued to float out, his health slowly returned to 80%. Then, in the envious and jealous eyes of the surrounding players, Xiao Han just turned the black-clawed monkey's attack into a fight with it. Time passed by second, and the health of the demonized black-clawed monkey was also decreasing bit by bit. At this time, the surrounding players were a little eager to move, as if they wanted to do something at the last moment. Xiao Han turned his head and took a look. He didn't say much, but showed a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. Hey, if you want to go, go ahead. I won't go to die. I won't go either. Even if I grab the last blow under the attack of Han Xiao. With 100 points, I can only withstand 3 or 4 swords at most. This is no different from sending myself to die. The surrounding players talked a lot, and many wanted to go up to grab the boss, but no one really took action. Squeak! With a desperate cry, the last few dozen points of the demonized black-clawed monkey's health were finally exhausted under Xiao Han's attack. Listening to the system prompt sound coming from his ears, Xiao Han's eyes lit up and his face was full of excitement. But the other players who were watching on the side were all stunned at this moment. Were the items on the ground really just exploded by a demonized monkey? #C11 I'll pay 100,000. The demonized black-clawed monkey dropped a lot of things.
Xiao Han heard
3 system prompts for equipment alone, as well as potions and gold coins. As for potions, a total of 4 bottles were dropped, still intermediate gold. Wound medicine, but with the blessing of the 100-fold reward, all of them became intermediate life recovery potions. This is a powerful potion that can restore 400 health points per second and last for 10 seconds. This kind of potion is currently not available in the novice village even if you want to buy it. In addition, there are gold coins. Although only one was dropped, it directly became 100 with the blessing of the 100-fold reward. This may not seem like much, but it's 10,000 yuan. I just sold 400 to 500 pieces of equipment, and only sold 300 gold coins in total. Xiao Han's excitement cannot be described in words, but the faces of the surrounding players are extremely exciting. They look at the golden light all over the ground, and their mouths are almost drooling. Fuck! How many gold coins are this? When I killed monsters, they dropped copper coins 1 or 2 at a time, and I couldn't even make up for the money for medicine. Even if this is not 100, it must be dozens, almost 10,000 yuan. What I want to know more is what grade of equipment that weapon with golden light is. Hey, do you even need to think about it? It must be gold equipment. The players around were talking about it, but Bao Fengrui and Ziyuan looked at each other and even felt a little eager to move. But when they saw the blank equipment on the ground, their faces froze and they sighed. The strength of the Wei State Guild is similar to theirs. After this, they have been almost crippled. It will take at least a few days to recover. And before their battle, the damage value of Han Xiao to ordinary players was probably just over 100. But now, how much attack power can the golden weapon on the ground increase? For him, not to mention there is also a ring and a wristband over there. The wristband and ring looked like they were at least bronze. If they had any inappropriate thoughts at this time, Han Xiao would probably kill them all with one knife. But they couldn't figure out how it was possible for a level 6 boss monster to drop so many things. The ground was not only covered with gold coins, but there might even be a piece of gold equipment. They had killed boss-level monsters before. The level 1 demonized black chicken, the level 3 demonized bighorn sheep, and the level 5 demonized tusk pig were all killed by them with their advantage in numbers not long after they were refreshed. At that time, the most that dropped were just a few pieces of black iron. equipment, and only the level 5 demonized tusk pig dropped a bronze ring. But compared with the demonized black claw monkey in front of him, it was really heartbreaking. This damn guy. His luck value can't be 100. Bao Fengrui cursed in his heart, full of jealousy. The only rationality in his mind suppressed and controlled his legs, and he didn't grab the equipment on the ground. However, his eyes were looking at the sword in Xiao Han's hand for a while, and then turned to the golden knife on the ground, with a trace of desire in the corner of his eyes. At this time, Xiao Han had picked up the golden weapon on the ground and looked at its attributes eagerly. Wind-breaking blade, gold level 5, attack plus 180, strength plus 80, agility plus 80, special effect, tearing 30% chance of making the target's wound unable to heal, lasting for 30 seconds, causing 10 damage per second. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he couldn't help but swear, "Fuck! This attribute is too good. And it also has a fucking special effect. With an attack of up to 260, this piece of equipment has more than doubled his attack power. More importantly, there is also this tearing special effect. Once it is triggered, the fixed 300 health points will be lost. Whether it is killing or killing monsters, its efficiency will be increased by 20% to 30%. At this time, hearing Xiao Han's exclamation, the surrounding players were also itching and started to make noises. Fuck! It looks like a real gold weapon. Boss Han Xiao. Please send it out quickly so we can see it. That's right, let us poor people take a screenshot and show off when we go back. Xiao Han wanted to refuse the request of the players around him, but he thought it was unnecessary. It was just a gold equipment. With the talent of 100 times reward, he will have a lot of such equipment in the future. And these guys just now were more sensible and didn't come to make trouble for him. It was nothing to satisfy them for such a small request, so he slowly said, "Wait a minute, let me pick these things up first." As he said, the rings, wristbands, and 4 bottles of intermediate life recovery potions on the ground entered his backpack one after another, and at the same time returned the 10,000 gold coins. After picking up everything, Xiao Han stood up and smiled, looking at the expectant eyes of the players around him, and casually showed the attributes of the broken wind blade. Oh my god. A weapon adds 260 points of attack and 80 points of agility. Oh my little heart. How much is this worth? Hey, I want to know what expression Chow Chow of Wei would have if he knew the properties of this wind-breaking knife, and whether he would still want to seek revenge on Han Xiao. The players around were talking about it, and some guild bosses such as Bao Fengrui and Zi Yuyan suddenly bulged their eyes out, their faces full of depression. They had already started calling people. It was just because Han Xiao was here and they had Chow Chow's lesson, so they didn't dare to rob it, and could only regret missing out on this golden equipment. Brother Han Xiao, do you want to sell this weapon? I'll give you 100,000. At this moment, a voice came from the crowd, and everyone looked over in disbelief. #C12 winning over. Someone actually offered a piece of gold equipment worth 100,000 yuan. This was something Xiao Han didn't expect, but he didn't plan to sell this piece of equipment yet. He still understands the principle of sharpening a knife before chopping wood. With this wind-breaking knife, his speed of killing monsters will be increased by at least 2 or 3 times. When the time comes, more equipment will be revealed, and its importance far exceeds 100,000 yuan. Although this 100,000 is very exciting, for the sake of the future, I can only reluctantly give up. Turning to look at Bao Fengrui, who was bidding, Xiao Han said with a smile, "This weapon is not for sale for the time being, but I still have a bronze, level green steel sword in my hand. I don't know if you are interested." As he spoke, Xiao Han showed the properties of the Qinggang sword and at the same time looked at the other 2 pieces of equipment he had just picked up. Broken wind ring, silver level 5, attack plus 45, strength plus 25, agility plus 25. Monkey bracers, bronze level 5, defense plus 15, vitality plus 15. Hey! There is actually a silver ring. Xiao Han chuckled, but did not scream. This time. Although these two pieces of equipment have no special effects, their attributes are still very good. With this ring and the wind-breaking knife, his attack power has now soared to 415 points. If you encounter players from the Wei Guild now, as long as there are critical hits and combos, you can kill them one by one even if they are full of health. Moreover, the wind-breaking knife also has a bleeding special effect. As long as this special effect is triggered, he will have the ability to attack in a disguised form. The trigger probability of 30% is actually very high. Quickly changing the two pieces of equipment to his body, Xiao Han took out the canine tooth ring and the dog skin wristband, and continued, "There are two pieces of black iron equipment here which are no longer needed. Let's sell them together." Such words made the faces of several guild bosses who were planning to bid darken. They have been playing games for not just 1 year but 2 years, and they have never felt so aggrieved as now. They actually have to pay high prices to buy equipment that others have eliminated. But now they really need such equipment. Although the green steel sword is only a level 1 piece of equipment, it adds 50 points of attack. Nowadays, many players still hold the novice iron sword in their hands. Only increases the attack by a mere 5 points. Wild monsters with slightly higher levels cannot even break the defense. After several guild bosses were silent for a while, Ziyuan was the first to speak. "I'll pay 3,000. 5,000. Several people competed, and the prices continued to rise. In the end, Bao Fengrui's pockets were relatively deep and he bought 3 pieces of equipment for a high price of 12,000 yuan. After the transaction was completed, he looked at Xiao Han excitedly and continued, "Brother Han Xiao, are you interested in coming to our storm guild? I can give you the position of vice president, a fixed salary of 200,000 yuan per month, and extra subsidies if you help with tasks or kill people. This salary is not low." Xiao Han muttered to himself, but he did not intend to accept such an invitation. With the talent of 100-fold reward in less than 2 hours, he already has more than 500 gold coins in his backpack. This does not include the equipment on his body. If all of them are sold, their total value will not be less than 10,000. Seeing Bao Fengrui's expectant look, and having just earned more than 400 gold coins from him, Xiao Han couldn't refuse too directly, and said, tactfully, "I don't like to be restrained, and I am still alone. It's better to be free." "Haha, I understand. I understand everything." He was still disappointed that he failed to draw Han Xiao into the Storm Guild, but there was nothing he could do about it. Some people like to be alone when playing games, especially those who are powerful. Almost all have this habit. But today's trip was not bad. I bought at least 2 pieces of bronze equipment, including the most important weapons and leather armor. With these 2 pieces of equipment and enough advanced gold sword medicine, he could even go to the 10th level Wild Wolf Valley alone to level up. Of course, this is not actually the most important thing. The key is to have a relationship with a future master like Han Xiao. This game can promote physical evolution and affect reality. If he could make such a friend with such a small amount of money, he would have made a lot of money. Without continuing the topic, Bao Fengrui continued, "Brother, let's add a friend. If you have any unused equipment in the future, you can contact me. The price will definitely satisfy you." Okay. Xiao Han hesitated a little before agreeing to such a request. With his talent that rewards hundreds of times, as long as he kills monsters every day, the equipment he will get will only be bronze or above. It is actually good to have a place to ship goods, which saves him the time to set up a stall to sell. After confirming each other and waiting for each other's names to appear in their friend lists, Xiao Han said with a smile, "Okay, everything that needs to be sold has been sold out, and everything that needs to be killed has been killed, so I'll leave first. Okay. Please do it. Beofengrui didn't hold back and said with a smile. With 2 pieces of bronze equipment, I have to level up quickly. After saying that, the 2 of them walked towards the Wild Wolf Valley one after the other without stopping. Xiao Han had no choice. His name was still red and purple. If he handed in the task in this state, it would be difficult to receive follow-up tasks, and he might even not be able to receive the job transfer task. If you can't change jobs, you will always be stuck at level 10, and it will be useless no matter how many wild monsters you kill. He still has 1,500 points of killing power. Although this is caused by the 100x reward, it is also a good thing that there is a 100x reward. Otherwise, it may take 1 or 2 months to eliminate the 1,500 points of killing power. When he just killed the demonized black-clawed monkey, his killing power decreased a little. With the increase of the 100x reward, it directly decreased by 100 points. Now, with the bonus of the 100x reward, it only takes a few hours to kill the demonized monsters. If you can encounter 2 elite monsters or leader monsters, the time required will be even shorter. #C13 spending money. As Xiao Han and Bao Fengrui left, Ziyuan moved her lips, wanting to say something, but finally just sighed and turned to walk in the direction she came from. The guild bosses around and the other players watching on the side saw that there was no excitement to watch, so they slowly left. Only a dozen players from the Storm Guild were left, picking up the blank equipment on the ground. More than 20 minutes later, these people returned to the novice village and the wild area one after another, and everything that happened in the orchard quickly spread. What did you say? Han Xiao got a golden weapon, the wind-breaking blade, which only increased the attack by 260 points. Hey, don't disbelieve it, I was right next to it, and I wasn't the only one who saw it. Fuck. I haven't even got a full set of blank equipment yet, and he has already started to eliminate bronze equipment. Every player who heard the news was shocked, and at the same time they were more envious and jealous. At this time, by a stream east of the novice village, Wei Guo Suchu and the core players of the Wei Guo Guild were fighting against the demonized water snake. A few to dozens of damage values kept popping up above their heads, and some players would immediately retreat to the side after their health points dropped to half. Then he took out a bottle of primary golden wound medicine from his backpack, raised his hand and drank it, and green +20 kept popping up above their heads. At this time, Wei Guo Lu Jin killed a demonized water snake, saw a ring exploded on the ground, immediately picked it up, then his face turned happy, turned around and ran towards Wei Guo Chao Chao. Boss, this is the snake bone ring that just exploded. It's a black iron equipment. You can use it first.
Cao Cao did not refer.
He took the ring and put it on his hand, and asked, why hasn't Su Huang arrived yet? How much damage has he suffered? This. Lu Jin's face froze, and he didn't know what to say. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw Su Huang, who was a few hundred meters away, leading hundreds of players to this side. He hurriedly said, Boss, Su Huang is here. You should ask him. A few minutes later, Wei Guo Su Huang walked in front of Wei Guo Chao Chao and, before he could ask, he said directly, Boss, we were killed 242 people and 423 pieces of equipment were dropped. These things are nothing, they are all dropped from wild monsters anyway. Even if they are dropped, they will be available again after a few hours of wild monster hunting. But when I just came from the novice village, I heard some very bad news. Glancing at Chao Chao obscurely, Su Huang said cautiously, Boss, can we put aside this feud with Han Xiao? Hearing Su Huang say this, Lu Jin quickly winked at him, but at this time he had already said it and could no longer take it back.
Cao Cao sẽ phải tuôn ugly.
After a moment of silence, he asked, What news? Did you hear that scared you so much? Han Xiao is powerful, but he is only one person after all. When our equipment is ready, I don't believe that hundreds of core players can't kill him. Ah!
Su Huang sai.
He knew that Cao Cao would not agree, but he still had to remind him. He had to continue. That guy killed a demonized black-clawed monkey in the orchard and exploded a golden weapon. The attack power alone increased by 260 points. Damn it! As soon as Su Huang finished speaking, Lu Jin couldn't help but cursed. Half an hour, only half an hour difference. If Han Xiao was half an hour late, the golden weapon would be ours. At this time, Cao Cao's face was also full of black lines. Although he didn't say anything, his face was extremely ugly, and anger rose in his eyes. He turned his head to look in the direction of the orchard, and said in a hateful voice, Lu Jin, I will transfer another 1,000 gold coins to you. You find someone to wait in the medicine shop. As long as the low and medium level gold wound medicine is refreshed, buy them all for me immediately. I want all the brothers here to take medicine to upgrade. Humph, gold equipment, so what? I have money, what kind of equipment can't I buy? Originally, Su Huang wanted to persuade him again, but when he saw this scene, he suddenly felt that it was unnecessary and simply stopped talking. The boss was ready to use money to hit him hard. If he tried to persuade him, again, wouldn't it be uncomfortable? Retreat quickly, don't hold on. At this moment, Su Chu's voice came from not far away, sounding a little anxious but more like excitement. Lu Jin, Cao Cao, and Su Huang turned their heads to look. In front of Su Chu there was a water snake as thick as a thigh, and its length was even more than 3 meters. The players who were besieging him just now had already dispersed. They rushed up to slash or chop with swords when they found an opportunity.
Only Su Chu
took medicine to resist the attack of the water snake. But even so, he could not bear it. -96, -98, -93. With nearly 100 points of damage per second, only high-level gold wound medicine could withstand it, but even so, it could only withstand 13 or 14 seconds because the cooling time of high-level gold wound medicine was 30 seconds. Haha! This is a leader monster. This must be a leader monster. Cao Cao laughed out loud and said excitedly, Han Xiao can drop gold equipment, so can we. At this time, Xiao Han and Bao Fengrui had already arrived at the Wild Wolf Valley, and a series of damage up to 300 points emerged from the head of the demonized wild wolf. In just 1 or 2 minutes, more than a dozen demonized wild wolves at the valley entrance were killed. Xiao Han smiled and said, the density of wild monsters here is too small, it's more suitable for you, I still have to go in and take a look. As he said that, he ignored Bao Fengrui and walked directly into the depths of the Wild Wolf Valley. At this time, Bao Fengrui was still stunned and stayed in the same place, saying depressedly, this is too big a difference. He cut off 300 with one sword, and I can only cut off 30 with one sword. #C14 The end of Wild Wolf Valley. After separating from Bao Fengrui, Xiao Han did not stay for long and went directly to the depths of the Wild Wolf Valley. No one has come to this place yet. There is a high probability of encountering a boss. Once it is killed, the reward will be increased by 100 times, and at least bronze equipment can be dropped. If the luck is a little better, even silver or gold equipment may be dropped. Of course, he will not miss such an opportunity. In fact, all the players in the novice village know that there is a boss here, but no one has come until now. It is not that these bosses are not tempted, but with the current level and equipment, there is no way to grind the boss of the Wild Wolf Valley to death. Monkey, its attack power is as high as 134 points. The 10th level Wild Wolf boss here, even if it is only elite, will have an attack of at least more than 200 points. If it is a leader level, even if the attack exceeds 300 points, he will not be surprised. With such a high attack power, even if you take drugs, you can't bear it, because the potions sold in the novice village are only advanced gold wound medicine at best, and they are sold in limited quantities. The total recovery amount of the advanced gold wound medicine is 1,000 points and it recovers 100 points per second for 10 seconds. If the equipment is not up to date and the defense is not more than 100 points, even if the whole body adds points to the meat shield, it can't withstand such damage. Slowly walking to the depths of the Wild Wolf Valley, the surrounding demonized wild wolves saw him and all rushed over with howling. Xiao Han didn't mind, just stood in the middle of the wolf pack and chopped it. One by one. -1, -1, -1, -20, -324. Red values kept popping up from the heads of both sides, but after killing the demonized black claw monkey, his defense has reached 106 points due to the equipment upgrade. The demonized wild wolf with only 76 points of attack can't even break the defense, so there is no way to deal with him. A few minutes later, all the demonized wild wolves nearby were killed, and Xiao Han continued to walk to the depths of the Wild Wolf Valley, killing the demonized wild wolves he encountered while walking. In fact, now, not only does his defense reach 106 points, but his health limit is also as high as 1860 points. This total health value is even higher than most players who add points to the whole body. With such exaggerated attributes, he has no pressure to fight against the elite demon wolf and can even suppress it. If he encounters a leader-level demon wolf, it may be a bit difficult, and he may not be able to beat it in a one-on-one fight. However, there are 5 bottles of intermediate life recovery potions in the backpack, which also have a cooldown of 30 seconds, but it can restore 400 points of health per second, and a total of 4,000 points. With 5 bottles of such potions, he is confident that he can fight hard and kill the leader-level demon wolf directly. Ding, you killed a demonized wild wolf and gained 100 experience points, triggering a 100x reward, and you gained 10,000 experience points. Ding, your level has reached the upper limit and you can no longer gain experience points. Please complete the job transfer task as soon as possible to increase the level upper limit. Ding, you killed a demonized wild wolf and gained 5 copper coins, triggering a 100x reward, and you gained 5 gold coins. Ding, you killed a demonized wild wolf and gained a white equipment wolfskin wristband, triggering a 100x reward, and you gained a bronze equipment wolfskin wristband. Ding, you killed 100 demonized wild wolves, and the murderous value decreased a little, triggering a 100x reward, and the murderous value decreased by 100 points. After a series of system prompts, Xiao Han finally breathed a sigh of relief. The murderous value finally dropped by 100 points, and now there are only 120,000 points left. He needs to kill another 1,200 wild wolves. With his speed of killing monsters, it would only take a few hours to complete. Picking up the gold coins and equipment on the ground, Xiao Han looked at the attributes of the Wild Wolf Wristband. Wild Wolf Wristband, Bronze Level 10, Defense plus 18, Stamina plus 18. This is bronze equipment. In terms of attributes, both defense and stamina are 10 points higher than the black iron level dogskin wristband. Xiao Han quickly replaced the dogskin wristband with the Wild Wolf Wristband. This means that his defense has reached 116 points and his health has increased by 100 points, which is almost 2,000 points. Putting the dogskin wristband into the backpack, Xiao Han continued to kill the demonized wild wolves, and at the same time his footsteps continued to walk into the depths of the Wild Wolf Valley. Time passed slowly, and as the demonized wild wolves were constantly killed, his murderous value dropped again, and now there are only 800 points left. But suddenly there was nothing in front of him, and the dense demonized wild wolves suddenly disappeared. Strange, how come the density of demonized wild wolves here seems to be less than outside? The deeper he went into the Wild Wolf Valley, the fewer demonized wild wolves there were. He felt a little puzzled and said to himself, "This doesn't make sense. How could the number of demonized wild wolves decrease the further he went inside?" No one could answer his doubts, so he could only speed up and run quickly into the depths of the Wild Wolf Valley. Awoo! At this moment, A high-pitched wolf howl came from the depths of the wild wolf valley. Xiao Han's face suddenly changed, and he immediately ran wildly. In less than a minute of running, he saw some blank equipment dropped on the ground, and the corpses of the demonized wild wolves had been refreshed, which further confirmed his guess. It seems that I am not the only one who is lucky in the 9528 novice village. After sighing, Xiao Han continued to run wildly, although he had not added any points to his agility with the blessing of several pieces of equipment. His agility was as high as 127 points, so his running speed was not slow. 5 minutes later, he finally arrived at the end of the Wild Wolf Valley. He saw a demonized wild wolf with a shoulder height of more than 1.5 meters, and a body length of more than 3 meters. It was silver-white all over and looked majestic. Opposite this demonized wild wolf, there was a thin figure less than 1.7 meters tall. He held a dagger less than 30 centimeters long in his right hand. After seeing someone coming, he showed a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth and then moved his body and rushed over. #C15 Demonized Silver Wolf King. Hey! Interesting. Seeing the thin figure rushing towards him, Xiao Han stood still. He had sufficient confidence in his defense and total health. Originally, he was still a little entangled in his heart whether to snatch this leader monster, but now that the guy has started first, he just has an excuse. Dang. There was a light sound, and the dagger in the hand of the short figure passed directly across his chest. Xiao Han also swung the wind-breaking knife and slashed directly at it, but it slashed in the air without hitting any object. Under the action of inertia, he couldn't help but rush forward a few steps and ran in front of the leader-level demonized wild wolf. Bang! The sharp claws of the demonized wild wolf scratched his chest directly, causing his health to decrease by nearly 200 points. At this time, Xiao Han could already see the attributes of this leader monster and also knew the name of the thin figure. Because his name had turned gray, 2 huge shadows were shining on his head. Ignoring the guy who ran away, Xiao Han looked directly at the attributes of the leader-level demonized wild wolf. Demonized Silver Wolf King, leader level 10, HP plus 15,000, attack plus 320, defense plus 120. Seeing such attributes, Xiao Han smiled and said, "Hey, it's really a leader monster. The attack is really over 300 points. No wonder no one dares to kill me. But that guy called Shadow is not simple. He actually has the strength to fight the demonized Silver Wolf King alone." Looking at his remaining HP, Xiao Han found that there were only 1652 points left, a full 308 points less. Among them, the damage of the demonized Silver Wolf King to him was about 200 points, and the damage of Shadow to him was about 100 points. Estimating the attack power of Shadow, Xiao Han was also a little surprised. At this stage, it is not an ordinary person to have such attack power, but he didn't care. He endured the attack of the demonized Silver Wolf King without any intention of fighting back. He turned around and rushed directly to the figure that was leaving quickly. Although his defense and health are very high, he can't withstand the simultaneous attack of a man and a wolf, even if he has an intermediate health recovery potion that can instantly restore 400 points. He must kill one of the man and the wolf first. The health of the demonized Silver Wolf King is as high as 15,000 points. Is not something that can be killed in a short time, so the only way is to use Shadow as a breakthrough. 200 points of attack power, even if his defense is 100 points like mine, I can cut off 300 points of his health with one knife. If there is a critical hit and a combo at the same time, it is estimated that it is possible to kill that guy instantly. Calculating silently in his heart, Xiao Han's speed is very fast, but compared with the demonized Silver Wolf King, it is still a little slower. A slight pain came from his back, and his health was reduced by 200 points again. But at this time, He had come to Shadow's side and raised his hand to cut it with a knife. But the knife missed again, and Shadow's mocking voice came to his ears. Heh, your speed is far worse than mine. Xiao Han rolled his eyes and sneered. Hey, what's the use of being fast? Stand still and let you kill me? Can you kill me? You think too much if you want to kill me with the power of the demonized Silver Wolf King. After retorting twice, Xiao Han was not frustrated at all, and continued to chase after him. In Perfect World, there are only 4 mainstream professions, namely, warriors, mages, archers, and meat shields. Among these 4 mainstream professions, due to different job transfer, directions, and different ways of adding points, each profession has many branches. For example, meat shields, there are physical defense meat shields that mainly increase body, and there are magic defense meat shields that mainly increase energy. For example, archers, there are physical archers, and of course there are magic archers. As for mages and warriors, they are the same. Some are mainly defensive, some are mainly offensive, some are mainly healing, and there are even control type mages. Warriors are also divided into main warriors, half strength and half body warriors, and even some warrior branches with full agility points, assassins. The main point of the shadow in front of him should be agility, otherwise with his agility attribute of 127, it is impossible to catch up with him. At this stage, even if there are many assassins or archers who add points to agility, if they do not have the attribute bonus of equipment above the black iron level, their agility may not even exceed 50 points. Although Shadow is faster than him, his agility attribute is actually only about 150 points, even slightly worse than that of the demonized Silver Wolf King. Xiao Han ignored the demonized Silver Wolf King chasing behind him and stared. A shadow. Bang! At this moment, the demonized Silver Wolf King caught up and scratched his back with a claw and even had a critical hit which reduced his health by 400 points. Xiao Han did not hesitate and immediately poured a bottle of high-level golden wound medicine into his mouth to replenish the lost health. After killing more than 700 demonized wild wolves, he got more than 20 pieces of bronze equipment, but unfortunately they were all duplicates of the equipment on his body and could not be used. In addition to these equipment, there were more copper coins and potions. He now had 2.5 sets of high-level golden wound medicine alone, a total of 50 bottles. If he continued to consume like this, he would not be afraid of anyone. But at this time, with the appearance of the critical hit, Shadow's eyes widened, his face full of depression, and he muttered in his heart, "Who is this guy? Why haven't I heard of this person in the 9528 Novice Village?" After being attacked 3 times by the demonized Silver Wolf King, he lost a total of almost 800 health points. With the attack from himself, the total was more than 900 points. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died long ago, but this guy still had half of his health points. It seems that his equipment is very good. Shadow's eyes lit up and whispered, "At least 1 or 2 silver equipments are needed for the health points to reach 2,000 points. If all of them can be exploded, he..." With a greedy smile on his face, Shadow rushed straight towards Xiao Han. #C16 Is this a cheat? -97. A red damage appeared above his head, and Xiao Han slashed at the running Shadow but missed again. At this time, a green +100 also appeared above his head, replenishing the health points just lost. Ah! A wolf howl came from his ears, and Xiao Han quickly dodged the attack. But his face was not very good. Although he had never provoked the demonized Silver Wolf King, its hatred had never shifted. Facing the Shadow and the demonized Silver Wolf King at the same time, if the remaining 1,000 health points were hit every time, he might not be able to hold on for even 10 seconds. More importantly, the potion is still in the cooling period, and he has to survive at least 20 seconds before he has the opportunity to use the intermediate life recovery potion to replenish all the more than 1,000 health points lost within 10 seconds. Humph. I hope you don't give me a chance, or you'll be in trouble.
Xiao Han
Muttered to himself and dodged to the side again, but his eyes looking at Shadow became more serious. After less than a minute of contact, he found that this guy was very different from ordinary players. He had chopped 3 times, but he didn't hit once. This is not just a matter of speed, but a qualitative difference in the understanding of combat. With his eyes narrowed, Xiao Han whispered, "Who is this guy? Is he a fighting master in reality?" Although the physical fitness in reality has nothing to do with the attributes of the game characters, the quick reaction speed of martial artists as well as their rich combat experience and awareness can have a huge impact on the outcome of the battle. Perfect World is a holographic virtual game, different from all other games. The games I played before, whether online or PC games, although they have some technical requirements, the impact is not too great and they rely more on equipment and skills to crush. But in Perfect World, it is the same as in reality, and there is almost no difference. Everything feels so real. No matter how high the agility attribute is, it will not increase the success rate of dodge. It can only increase the character's movement speed and then dodge the attack by moving quickly. Although it was just the first time to meet the shadow in front of him, Xiao Han could also feel that he was not simple. Whether attacking or retreating, the timing was just right, leaving him no chance to counterattack.
Bang!
The chest was grabbed by the demonized Silver Wolf King again, and the health value lost another 200 points. At this time, it was less than 800 points. Xiao Han's eyes sank, and he thought to himself, "I can't go on like this. Have to get rid of the hatred of the demonized Silver Wolf King first." Glancing at the shadow not far away, he could see the pride in his eyes and the faint disdain. For such a look, he had encountered many times before and knew clearly that this was the contempt of the strong for the weak. No matter how unhappy he was, he had to endure it first. In the current situation, there is really no way to deal with Shadow, but as long as he gets rid of the hatred of the demonized Silver Wolf King, he can hang Shadow up and beat him. With a move of his footsteps, Xiao Han quickly ran out of the valley. Having played many games before, he clearly knew that there is a term called hatred distance in almost all games. Although he didn't know if there was such a setting in Perfect World, he had to try it. "Hey, wanna run?" At this time, Shadow moved his footsteps and caught up with him at a very fast speed, sneering, "Since you are here, don't leave." Facing the oncoming blockade, Xiao Han didn't care and took his attack hard and continued to run out of the valley. At this time, the green plus 100 on his head was still popping up once a second, and his health value had recovered to 900 points. As long as he was not attacked by the demonized Silver Wolf King, he didn't care about Shadow's less than 100 points of damage. More importantly, if there was no restraint from the demonized Silver Wolf King, he didn't believe that this guy could dodge his attacks every time. As Xiao Han ran wildly, Shadow frowned and whispered, "We can't let him leave here, otherwise I can't kill him alone. As long as we can stop him for 10 seconds and cooperate with the demonized Silver Wolf King to attack a few more times, this guy's health value will exceed 2,000 points, and he will die here for me." With a move of his footsteps, a black figure quickly approached, and the dagger slashed across Xiao Han's body, causing nearly 100 points of damage. "Hey, you don't even want to leave." After taking Shadow's attack again, Xiao Han wanted to continue running, but found that this guy actually blocked in front of him, as if he wanted to stop him. How could he miss such an opportunity? He ignored the demonized Silver Wolf King approaching quickly behind him, and slashed directly with the broken wind knife in his hand. Minus 201. This was the damage caused to him by the demonized Silver Wolf King, and it also reduced his health value to 700 points, which was almost only 1/3 left. At the same time, Shadow was hit by a knife because he forcibly blocked Xiao
Han's retreat.
Minus 342. Minus 338. The combo effect was triggered, and 2 damages of more than 300 points floated out directly, turning his full health bar into bloody skin in an instant. Fuck! With a curse, Shadow's face changed wildly, and at the same time he tapped the ground with his toes and retreated at a high speed, no longer daring to block Xiao Han's way. This blow directly killed 680 points of his health, more than 3/4 of his total health. If he was attacked again, he might die. This is fucking cheating. The shock in his heart could not be described in words. He also had silver equipment on him, and he knew clearly that if the attack was to exceed 400 points, at least the whole body had to be silver equipment. But how long has it been since the server was launched? Is silver equipment already everywhere? #C17 offensive and defensive position change. No one could explain Shadow's doubts. As he retreated, there was no one blocking his way. Xiao Han did not chase him, but ran towards the valley entrance with firm steps. Having played many games before, he knew that the temptation of residual blood was extremely deadly. If he chased him, he would only have more than 700 health points left. The demonized Silver Wolf King was an unsolvable problem. More importantly, Shadow also had a bottle of high-level golden wound medicine in his hand at this time. Even if he chased him, the possibility of killing him was not great. Since it could not be completely solved, chasing the residual blood became meaningless. And no matter at any time, he could not fall into the rhythm of others, but follow his own rhythm so that he would have a chance to control the overall situation. Now his first consideration was not to chase Shadow, but to get rid of the hatred of the demonized Silver Wolf King. Awoo! After running 100 meters away, the demonized Silver Wolf King finally let out an angry howl, slowly turned around, and cast his eyes on Shadow not far away. Xiao Han stopped, poured a bottle of high-level golden wound medicine into his mouth and looked back. He had already run out of the hatred distance of the demonized Silver Wolf King, but Shadow had not yet. The current situation was developing in his favor. The man and the wolf quickly entangled together, but Xiao Han's eyes became brighter and brighter. Hey! You can actually fight like this. It's really an eye-opener. Although Shadow's speed was slightly lower than that of the demonized Silver Wolf King, his movement was extremely flexible, and he always avoided the attack of the Silver Wolf King at the critical moment. -86, -178, -88. One after another, the damage value of less than 90 points was constantly emerging from the head of the demonized Silver Wolf King, and there would be 1 or 2 critical hits from time to time. However, with such an attack power, if you want to kill the demonized Silver Wolf King with a health value of up to 15,000, even if you can attack once per second, it will take more than 3 minutes. But in order to avoid the attack of the demonized Silver Wolf King, he often launches an effective attack every 3 to 5 seconds. If this goes on, it will be impossible to kill the demonized Silver Wolf King in less than 10 minutes. More importantly, this fighting method is extremely exhausting and requires a high degree of concentration. As long as he makes a slight mistake, his chance will come. After 2 bottles of high-level golden wound medicine, his health was finally restored. Xiao Han was not in a hurry and continued to watch quietly. Awoo! At this moment, the demonized Silver Wolf King roared, and its right claw suddenly swung forward, and a green wind blade appeared without warning. Puff! Caught off guard, Shadow could only barely retreat 2 steps, but was still hit in the arm by the wind blade. -522. A red number of more than 500 points immediately appeared above his head. Xiao Han could see that his health bar was instantly emptied by more than half. Hey! You are really looking for death. With a sneer, he rushed over. Immediately. At this moment, Xiao Han admired Shadow a little. Is this considered a skilled and daring person? He had been watching from the sidelines. Shadow actually dared to challenge the demonized Silver Wolf King so comfortably. He didn't take him seriously at all. He really thought his wind-breaking blade was a vegetarian. Ignoring the demonized Silver Wolf King, Xiao Han rushed straight to Shadow. Wait a minute! At this time, seeing Han Xiao rushing over, Shadow's face changed, and he hurriedly shouted, "We can cooperate and split the things that exploded in half." He didn't expect that the demonized Silver Wolf King could use skills. The wind blade was a magic attack. In the absence of magic defense, as long as it was hit, it would be completely real damage. If there was another one, he might have died directly. In the current situation, the possibility of killing the demonized Silver Wolf King in a one-on-one duel is less than 30%. But if Han Xiao joined in, if the two cooperated, it should be easy to kill this demonized Silver Wolf King. After all, that guy's attack has exceeded 400 points. Even if the demonized Silver Wolf King's defense is as high as 120 points, Han Xiao can cause nearly 300 points of damage to it with one knife. Thinking of this, Shadow continued to shout, "Brother, neither of us can kill this demonized Silver Wolf King alone, so let's cooperate." "Humph! You think of cooperation now?" Xiao Han snorted and said expressionlessly, "You can cooperate if you want. You just stabbed me 6 times, and I have already returned 1 knife. I have to return the remaining 5 knives. Only then can we have the basis for cooperation." "Fuck! 5 knives!" Shadow's face turned black, and he immediately understood what Han Xiao meant. This is a fight to the death. With his abnormal attack power, let alone 5 knives, he can't even withstand 2 knives. The basis of cooperation is his life, so what's the point of cooperation? With a flash of his figure, Shadow no longer entangled with the demonized wolf King and quickly ran out of the Wild Wolf Valley. "Hey, wanna run?" Xiao Han moved his feet and immediately blocked his escape path. As for the dagger he stabbed, he pretended not to see it. Bang! A red damage value of nearly 100 points appeared above his head. But he didn't care at all. He laughed happily and said, "Isn't it a bit late to run now? The Wild Wolf Valley is not very big. From the entrance to the end of the valley, it is almost 2,000 meters, and the width is generally about 100 meters. But there are also some places where the passage is narrower, less than 10 meters. The narrowest section is all concentrated here." Xiao Han stood in the middle of the passage and laughed happily. "Ha! How do you feel? Didn't you block me just now? It's my turn now. Come over here and try again. Be careful not to get hit by me. With your small body, you probably can't even withstand 3 blows." "You!" Being blocked from going forward, Shadow's face froze, but there was nothing he could do. He was different from Han Xiao. That guy's HP was estimated to be 2,000 points, and his defense was more than 100 points. He could withstand more than 10 attacks from him. If potions were included, it would take even longer. But he was different. His defense was less than 100 points, and his HP was less than 1,000 points. He couldn't withstand such an attack at all. If he insisted on rushing out, he would inevitably get hit by a few blows. Was he gonna capsize in the gutter today? As he thought about it, his eyes gradually darkened. #C18 Silver Wolf King's assist. The demonized Silver Wolf King did not change at all because of the change in the situation. It continued to stare at Shadow and attack wildly. In the passage, a black figure moved quickly from left to right, but his eyes looked out of the valley from time to time. On the passage leading to the outside of the valley, a man in leather armor stood there quietly, holding a knife in his hand, with a mocking look on his face. "Roar!" The demonized Silver Wolf King roared again, and a green wind blade quickly formed under its claws, and then with a whoosh, it shot straight towards Shadow. -522. The wind blade swept past, bringing another 500 points of damage. Although he was mentally prepared for this attack, Shadow still had no way to dodge when the wind blade appeared. The wind blade was too fast, and at his current speed he could not dodge it perfectly. Looking at the figure in the middle of the passage again, a trace of solemnity, flashed across his face and he whispered, "This won't work, we must rush out from here." As he said that, Shadow flashed past the demonized Silver Wolf King and ran straight to the exit leading to the outside of the valley. "Hey, you want to force your way in?" Seeing Shadow rushing over, Xiao Han sneered and immediately rushed forward. He knew his strengths and weaknesses and rushed forward without any scruples. In terms of fighting skills, he is definitely not Shadow's opponent, but he only needs to fight hard and leave him here. -98. -20. After a fight, Xiao Han fearlessly took the dagger's attack, and his health immediately decreased by nearly 100 points. Unfortunately, his counterattack still failed to hit Shadow, but fortunately, with the fangs and thorns, Shadow's health also decreased by 20 points. After forcing him back, Xiao Han quickly stepped back 2 steps and continued to guard the passage. Since this guy attacked him first, he didn't intend to let this grudge go easily. As for cooperation and then splitting the things that were dropped in half, forget it. With the blessing of 100 times the reward, he can easily drop silver or even gold-level equipment. Why should he split it in half with him? Is he going to cultivate an opponent that he can't beat? "Hey, come again!" Just after forcing him back, Xiao Han saw Shadow rushing over again, and he immediately rushed forward. -96. -20. Nearly 100 points of damage value appeared, but it was almost impossible to see Han Zhao's blood bar decreasing. Shadow's face became more gloomy, and he said in a low voice, "Han Xiao, are you really going to fight me to the death? You should know my strength. It's not good for you to do this. I've been watching you. It's not easy for you to level up safely. As long as they are related to you, I can kill them so that they dare not appear in the wild. Are you sure you want to continue? Hey, you're making me so scared." Xiao Han sneered. He narrowed his eyes and said, "You were the first to attack me. Now that you can't beat me, you still dare to threaten me. I'll make this clear today. I'll kill you every time I see you in the future. As long as you dare to kill someone related to me, unless you are a star of misfortune without a father, mother, or friends, I want to see whose knife is sharper. Okay, you are brave enough. If you have the guts, let's go out and fight." "Ha ha." Hearing such childish words, Xiao Han laughed wildly, no longer refuted or spoke, but just stood guard in the middle of the passage. Awoo! At this moment, the speed of the demonized Silver Wolf King suddenly soared, and it rushed behind Shadow in an instant, biting his arm. -240. The sudden scene, not to mention Shadow didn't react. Xiao Han didn't react either. This level 10-liter monster actually mastered 2 skills. Under the sudden attack, Shadow was bitten, and the demonized Silver Wolf King didn't mean to let go. On his head, -88, -92, -83. A series of damage values are constantly appearing, and the health value that was pulled up by the advanced golden wound medicine is falling rapidly. Opportunity! Xiao Han's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed over, slashing the wind, breaking knife in his hand at the arm bitten by the demonized Silver Wolf King. -345. With just one slash, his remaining half of the health value was reduced by more than half again, leaving only a trace of blood. Ouch! This blow also happened to cut the demonized Silver Wolf King's mouth, scaring it to let go immediately. His arm broke free from the restraints, and the shadow figure moved, and immediately ran out of the valley. Without Xiao Han's obstruction, he ran very fast, and in a blink of an eye he ran more than 20 meters. Then he stopped, looked behind him slowly, and said, slowly, "Haha, now I'm outside. Want to kill me? Dream on. I can't kill the demonized Silver Wolf King, and you can't kill him either. In such a place, no matter who they are, it is impossible for them to withstand the attack of one person and one wolf at the same time. Whoever pulls away the hatred of the demonized Silver Wolf King will have more advantages. or both of them leave this place and go to other places to fight alone. But at that time, it will be a situation where no one can do anything to anyone. Seeing that the shadow had run away, Xiao Han didn't mind at all. He looked at the top of his head, turned around to avoid the attack of the demonized Silver Wolf King and slashed at him with a knife. -296. A damage value of nearly 300 points immediately floated out from the top of the demonized Silver Wolf King's head. At the same time, Shadow's face suddenly darkened, and he looked at his arm in disbelief. How could it be possible? How could a bite cause bleeding? -10, -10, -10. A series of fixed damages continued to appear above his head, and Shadow's face was extremely gloomy. 10 seconds ago, he had just used the advanced golden wound medicine. If he wanted to use it again, he had to wait for another 10 seconds. But the remaining health points were less than 100 points. Feeling the slow loss of health points, there were still a lot of advanced golden wound medicines in the backpack, but none of them could be used. Oh, damn it! This death is too aggrieved. Looking at the figure who was fighting with the demonized Silver Wolf King not far away, a -3 damage value appeared above his head. At this moment, Xiao Han also heard the system prompt sound. #C19 selling equipment again. Ding, you killed Shadow, which is legitimate defense. You get 42 copper coins, 2 bottles of advanced gold wound medicine, and a wolfskin hat for black iron equipment. Trigger a 100-fold reward. Get 4,200 copper coins. Get silver equipment. Deer Chaser boots. Get bronze equipment. Deer Antler ring. Get black iron equipment. Hearing such a system prompt, Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, and the demonized Silver Wolf King in front of him immediately scratched his chest. -205. After the damage value of more than 200 points appeared, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and immediately ran away. After a while, he pulled away the hatred of the demonized Silver Wolf King. Awoo! Without an attack target, the king of the Wild Wolf Valley roared a few times, slowly turned around and walked to the end of the passage. Xiao Han planned to let this demonized Silver Wolf King go first and had to pick up the things that Shadow exploded first. That Deer Chaser boots, he just happened to use it, at least it can increase his defense by more than 10 points and his agility not less than 20 points. In this way, the damage caused by the demonized Silver Wolf King to him will be lower and it will be easier to kill him. Xiao Han quickly picked up all the things that Shadow exploded, and then he had time to observe the attributes of several pieces of equipment. Deer Chaser boots, silver level 5, HP plus 300, defense plus 32, agility plus 42. Antler ring, bronze level 5, attack plus 22, strength plus 16. Wolfskin hat, black iron level 10, HP plus 100, defense plus 11. He couldn't use all the 7 or 8 pieces of black iron equipment. Although the attributes of the antler ring were a few points higher than the Fong ring, it didn't have the special effect of combo, so Xiao Han didn't plan to change it. Now only the Deer Chaser boots were worthy of attention. Not only did they add 300 more HP, but their defense was also 7 points higher than the monkey leather boots, and their agility was 20 points higher. At this time, Xiao Han finally understood why that guy was so fast. He quickly put on the Deer Chaser boots. Even if Shadow came again, he was sure to kill him. Without the advantage of speed, that guy was a piece of cake in front of him. After sorting out all the equipment, Xiao Han found that his 3x10 backpack could not fit in anything, and his brows furrowed deeply. At the same time, Shadow just appeared on the resurrection altar in the novice village, and he quickly looked through the system prompts. The next moment, his roar rang out on the altar. Han Xiao, fuck your uncle! At this time, there were still many players around the altar, and they had heard the legend of Han Xiao not long ago. Now seeing another guy standing on the resurrection altar because of Han Xiao, they were immediately full of gossip and started to talk about it. Haha! Another one killed by Han Xiao. This guy must have shit in his head. That's right, knowing that he has a gold weapon with 260 attack points. Why did he go to provoke him? Hey, greed is the culprit, but he doesn't think about whether he has the strength. Cao Cao is such a powerful person with black iron equipment all over his body, but he can only cause less than 20 points of damage to Han. Xiao. I think that guy is not simple either. At least his things are still there, and the only thing that was not exploded is a big pair of pants. Hearing the discussion of the surrounding players, Shadow was stunned. He didn't know that Han Xiao was actually a celebrity in the 9528 novice village. He hurriedly walked down the altar and asked the people around him. Listening to the descriptions of the nearby players, he realized how fierce Han Xiao was. He fought against more than 200 people alone, and killed the other side to death. Even the Wei State Guild directly admitted defeat. Hearing this information, Shadow frowned and whispered, "But his luck is too good. He actually got a golden weapon." The more he thought about it, the uglier his face became, and the more angry he became. The leader blamed him for killing 3 but only getting 2 silver equipment. If he had a golden weapon in his hand when he was in the Wild Wolf Valley just now, he would have killed that cold owl long ago. Brother, forget it. Don't think about revenge anymore. At this time, the young man who had just answered the question whispered, "You are not bad. No equipment exploded, but you were just killed once. The lost experience can be recovered in 1 or 2 hours as long as you work hard. Don't mess with that pervert in the future. You were not in the novice village just now, so you may not know what happened on the resurrection altar. Those players of the Wei State Guild were exploded in groups, leaving only a big pair of pants. That guy is too perverted. Either he doesn't explode or he explodes everything, leaving you with nothing." Shadow was stunned, opened his backpack and took a look. His more than 1,000 copper coins were indeed gone. Not a single one was left. As for equipment, he was luckier than those guys in the Wei State Guild, and about 1/3 of them exploded. It seems that I need to be absolutely sure to seek revenge. At least I need a golden weapon. After hearing this information, Shadow gave up the idea of revenge. Immediately, rushed into the pharmacy, replenished some high-level golden wound medicine, and turned to leave the novice village. At the entrance of the Wild Wolf Valley, Bao Fengrui killed another demonized wild wolf, ignored the copper coins on the ground, and immediately opened the friend list but felt a little strange. He had just entered the game for less than 5 hours and had added less than 10 friends. Everyone was busy upgrading at this time, so who would contact him? Oh, it's Han Xiao. Looking at the unread message on Han Xiao's avatar, Bao Fengrui laughed and quickly clicked it. As the text in the message came into view, he couldn't help but curse. Fuck, they want to sell equipment again. Is perfect world opened by them? #C20 depressed wailing. Although he was full of disbelief, Bao Fengrui still ran straight to the depths of the Wild Wolf Valley. In fact, with his strength, if he wanted to enter the Wild Wolf Valley alone, he would be courting death. Fortunately, when Xiao Han entered the Wild Wolf Valley before, in order to eliminate the murderous value, he almost killed all the demonized wild wolves. Although some new demonized wild wolves were refreshed during this period, the density was not too large. With high-level golden wound medicine, he could barely force his way in. 4 or 5 minutes later, Bao Fengrui exhaled lightly as he watched the demonized wild wolves gradually dissipate behind him. If it weren't for Han Xiao, he might have died on the way back. There was almost no demonized wild wolf on the road leading to the depths of the Wild Wolf Valley. If nothing unexpected happened, this was Han Xiao's masterpiece. That guy is too perverted. It's only been a short time and he has killed his way through the Wild Wolf Valley. Bao Fengrui sighed, moved his feet, and continued to run to the depths of the Wild Wolf Valley. During this time, he thought that Han Xiao should be killing the Wolf King. But how many equipments did he get? He couldn't even take out a backpack with 30 items. After running for another 10 minutes, he finally saw the familiar figure in front of him. He was throwing out the equipment in his backpack and then picking up the equipment on the ground. Fuck! This gap is too big. Bao Fengrui's eyes widened, and the depression in his heart was indescribable. He entered the Wild Wolf Valley with Han Xiao. His backpack was blown up, but he didn't even make back the money for medicine. But now is not the time to worry about these things. He ran to Han Xiao in a few steps and saw that the equipment on the ground was all black iron. He hurriedly said, "Brother, although no one is bidding now, I can't let you suffer a loss. Let's do this." The previous 26 pieces of black iron equipment were bid up to 17,000 yuan. I will buy them at 500 yuan each. If there are bronze equipment, no matter what the attribute is, they are all 5,000 yuan each. Are you sure? Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said directly, "In this case, these black iron equipment will be given to you as a bonus." As he said, Xiao Han clicked on the transaction and put the bronze equipment in his backpack one by one. On the opposite side of him, Bao Fengrui was already dumbfounded, trembling, and said, "Fuck! What on earth did you do? How can there be so many bronze equipment?" On the transaction interface, there were a total of 21 bronze equipment, except for no weapons, even a piece of clothing, and it was a level 10 wild wolf leather armor, whose attributes were 1/3 higher than cowhide soft armor. Han Xiao did not tell the origin of these equipment, but Bao Fengrui had a vague guess, because some of these equipment were not produced in the Wild Wolf Valley and were obviously obtained from other players. Bao Fengrui looked at him with some fear, and did not say much nonsense, and directly put 1,050 gold coins on it. When the transaction was completed, his backpack also exploded, and there was no place to store the several black iron equipment on the ground. Seeing the depression in Bao Fengrui's eyes, Xiao Han chuckled and said, "I will save these equipment for you first, and I will return them to you after." Returning to the novice village, bending down to pick up several pieces of equipment on the ground, Xiao Han continued to ask, "What are you going to do now? Go back by yourself or go in with me?" Bao Fengrui's face froze, and he said bitterly, "I can't go out by myself. The demonized wild wolves outside have refreshed. Wouldn't it be a death to go out by myself?" Now he has 100,000 bronze equipment in his backpack. If he is killed once, tens of thousands of them may be gone directly. Unfortunately, most of these bronze equipment are level 10, so he cannot equip them for the time being. Otherwise, with a set of bronze equipment, he would have no problem leaving the valley safely. Seeing Han Xiao walking towards the depths of Wild Wolf Valley, Bao Fengrui hurriedly said, "I'd better go in with you. But don't worry, when you fight the boss, I'll just watch from the side and will never make trouble for you." Heh! Xiao Han chuckled, looked back at Bao Fengrui, and said with a smile, "To be honest, I'm not afraid of you making trouble. As long as you are willing to give up the equipment in your backpack, I actually have no objection. There was a guy named Shadow who was in the place where we just traded. Killed him." Shadow! Suddenly hearing a familiar name, Bao Fengrui's eyes bulged, and he stuttered, Boss, you... Why did you even kill Shadow?" Hearing the incredible voice behind him, Xiao Han looked back and asked, "Why? Is he famous? Why can't he be killed?" This. Bao Fengrui paused and said with a bitter face, "It's not that he can't be killed, but that guy doesn't play by the rules. Anyway, he is a very difficult guy." "Hey, I'm more difficult than him," Xiao Han replied and said nothing more. At this time, 100 meters away, the demonized Silver Wolf King with silver-white hair all over his body had appeared in his sight. Awoo! As the two non-wolf creatures appeared, the demonized Silver Wolf King roared and rushed over immediately. Xiao Han had expected it and immediately rushed over, shouting, "You'd better stay away. That guy's attack is more than 300 points. Don't let it kill you in seconds.
Bang!
Minus 292. When the broken wind blade chopped the demonized Silver Wolf King, a damage value of nearly 300 points immediately appeared, and Xiao Han also narrowly avoided the wolf claws with his agility of 147 points. But Bao Fengrui, who was more than 10 meters away, howled in frustration. Fuck! A single person challenged a level 10 wolf leader and dealt nearly 300 points of damage with one blow. His attack power couldn't be close to 500 points. No wonder he was able to kill Shadow with such overwhelming equipment. No matter how good his skills are, it's useless. Hashtag C21 This is too unscientific. At the end of Wild Wolf Valley, Xiao Han was fighting fiercely with the demonized Silver Wolf King. With an agility attribute of 147 points, he is faster and can dodge the attacks of the demonized Silver Wolf King easier than before. Often out of 10 claw attacks he could dodge 3 or 5 times. On the other side, at the passage leading out of the valley, Bao Fengrui looked on with shock. Even though he had known that Han Xiao was very powerful, he was still jealous to death when he saw this scene. Perfect World has only been open for less than 6 hours. Now they have to kill the 5th level leader boss, but this guy in front of them can actually defeat the strongest boss in the novice village. This horse riding guy is so perverted. How can they, the Krypton Gold players, play? Ouch! At this moment, the demonized Silver Wolf King roared again, and a wind blade quickly formed under its feet, and then with a swish sound, it directly hit
Han Xiao's chest.
Minus 522. More than 500 points of damage appeared, and Han Xiao's health bar instantly turned into blood skin, but he didn't panic at all, and immediately poured a bottle of intermediate life recovery potion into his mouth. Plus 400. The already empty health bar was instantly pulled back to 1/5. Bao Fengrui's eyes widened and he said depressedly, "Damn! It's this move. Again." The damage value exceeded 500 points. Even all the extra human shields could not withstand it, but Han Xiao didn't care and seemed to still enjoy it. Plus 400. Another green value floated out, and Bao Fengrui immediately saw Han Xiao start to become violent. He paused in his steps, no longer dodging the demonized Silver Wolf King's wolf claw attack, and directly pushed forward, slashing with the wind-breaking knife in his hand. Minus 584. The same damage of more than 500 points appeared, but the demonized Silver Wolf King was not timid at all. Its wolf claws hit Xiao Han almost at the same time. Minus 201. Minus 20. Plus 400. The demonized Silver Wolf King's attack is very high, and it has already dealt more than 200 points of damage. If it were placed on other people, it might be possible to kill them with 2 more attacks. But above Han Xiao's head, the green, plus 400, kept popping up. The loss of only 200 points of health was not only made up immediately but also restored some of his health bars. What kind of potion is this? Bao Fengrui's eyes widened, but the doubts in his heart deepened. There are only 3 kinds of potions sold in the drug shop in Novice Village, but the most effective one is only the high-grade Golden Sword potion, which restores 100 health points every second and lasts for 10 seconds. Where did Han Xiao get this potion that restores 400 health points in seconds? Minus 295. Minus 202. Minus 20. Taking advantage of the time when the potion was taking effect, Xiao Han directly went head-to-head with the demonized Silver Wolf King. Not only did his health not drop, he was also slowly recovering. Red values continuously appeared from the heads of both sides. Bao Fengrui looked at the few health bars left on the head of the demonized Silver Wolf King and whispered, "This time it must die." This type of attack has occurred 3 times. Every time it appeared, Han Xiao would drink a bottle of potion, and then withstand the attack of the demonized Silver Wolf King to deal damage. In 10 seconds, he could kill its 3,000 to 4,000 health points. Ouch! The continuous decrease in health points made the demonized Silver Wolf King anxious. It roared, its speed immediately increased, and it bit Xiao Han's arm. -406, -61, -58. Damage values kept popping up one after another, but Xiao Han didn't panic at all. This move might be useful against Shadow, but it's completely useless against him. Without breaking free from the bitten arm, he waved the wind-breaking knife and slashed it again and again. -293, -289. Damage values that were several times higher than the demonized Silver Wolf King kept appearing. Looking at the almost empty health bar above its head, Xiao Han secretly became excited. In fact, if he had a tough fight with the demonized Silver Wolf King, he still wouldn't be able to defeat him. After all, the cooldown time of the potion is as long as 30 seconds. The damage value of 200 points per second is 6,000 points in 30 seconds. Even if the attack frequency is halved, if you are hit by the demonized Silver Wolf King once in 2 seconds, that is still 3,000 points of health. But his total health points are only 2,260 points. How could he withstand such an attack? Fortunately, a pair of boots with 42 points of agility were released from Shadow, which not only greatly increased his speed, but also made it easier for him to dodge wolf claw attacks. Xiao Han continued to slash at the demonized Silver Wolf King's waist. Looking forward to it. -296. Ouch! At this time, a mournful cry sounded from his ears, and Xiao Han also heard the system prompt. Ding, you kill the demonized Silver Wolf King and get 5,000 experience points. If you trigger a 100-fold reward, you get 500,000 experience points. Ding, your level has been raised to the upper limit and you can no longer gain experience points. Please complete the job transfer task as soon as possible to increase the upper limit of your level. Ding, if you kill the demonized Silver Wolf King, the murderous aura value will be reduced by 2 points, triggering a 100-fold reward, and the murderous aura value will be reduced by 200 points. Ding, you kill the demonized Silver Wolf King and get 5 gold coins. The 100-fold reward is triggered and you get 500 gold coins. Ding, you killed the demonized Silver Wolf King and obtained the silver equipment Wolf King Shield, triggering a 100-fold reward, and obtained the dark gold equipment Raging Wolf Roar. Ding, you killed the demonized Silver Wolf King and got the bronze equipment, the Wolf Fur Hat. The 100-fold reward triggers the gold equipment, the Silver Wolf Gaze. Ding, you killed the demonized Silver Wolf King and got a series of system prompts stunned Xiao Han, especially the Wolf King's roar, which actually exploded a dark gold equipment, and a shield that he didn't have. Bending down immediately, Xiao Han picked up all the equipment on the ground, one by one. At the same time, Bao Fengrui, who was standing aside, was already dumbfounded. His mouth was wide open and his eyes were a little dull. This is fucking unscientific. Killing a leader monster can explode hundreds of gold coins. #C22 Angry Wolf Roaring. Xiao Han had no time to pay attention to Bao Fengrui's shock. He immediately looked at the dark gold equipment he had just picked up. Angry Wolf Roar, Dark Gold Level 10, HP plus 2000, Defense plus 200, Stamina plus 200, Strength plus 200 Special Effect. Damage reduction when attacked. The damage received is reduced by 200 points. Such attributes came into view, and Xiao Han was stunned. This piece of equipment increased his upper limit of 4,000 points of HP, 200 points of defense, and 200 points of strength. If it weren't for the fact that the strength was added a little less, the attributes of this piece of equipment would have directly crushed all the equipment on his body. Fuck, with this angry wolf roar, those guys in the Way State Guild can't even force a 1-point blood deduction now. The excitement in his heart could not be described in words, and the smile on Xiao Han's mouth could no longer be suppressed. Brother, what good stuff did you find? At this time, Bao Fengrui, who was not far away, immediately ran over and asked with shining eyes, "Show it quickly. If there are any eliminated ones, sell them all to me. The price will definitely satisfy you." Hearing this voice, Xiao Han suppressed the excitement in his heart and immediately looked at the other equipment. There are a total of 4 pieces of equipment that just exploded, one each of bronze, silver, gold, and dark gold. Among them, the attributes of the roar of the angry wolf must not be shown to Bao Fengrui, so he can only see the attributes of the gold and silver. Equipment: Silver Wolf Gaze, Gold Level 10, HP plus 800, Defense plus 65, Stamina plus 65, Special. Effect: Gaze, 50% chance to detect target attributes, cooldown 30 seconds. Wolf King's Fang, Silver Level 10, Attack plus 100, Strength plus 45, Agility plus 45. Special effect: Armor Break, ignore 20% of target's physical defense. Wild Wolf Wrist Guard, Bronze Level 10, Defense plus 18, Stamina plus 18. Let's not talk about the Wild Wolf Wrist Guard for now. This thing is garbage. But if you sell it to Bao Fengrui, you can still sell it for 5,000 yuan. The attributes of the Wolf King's Fang are really great, but it is far worse than the Windbreaker. He can't use this thing and will sell it in the end. As for the Silver Wolf Gaze, it's really awesome. The auxiliary special effect rarely appears, and the probability may be less than 1 in 10,000. Although this special effect does not add a trace of defense and damage, it is really practical to kill monsters in the wild. Many times, if you can detect the target's attributes and skills in advance, you can even analyze the method to deal with him and kill him. The demonized Silver Wolf King dropped 4 pieces of equipment, and 3 of them had special effects which Xiao Han did not expect. However, with his talent for 100 times reward, there will be more and more such equipment in the future, so it seems quite urgent to find a long-term buyer. Looking at Bao Fengrui's eager eyes, Xiao Han smiled and showed all the attributes of the 3 pieces of equipment. Damn it! The next second, Bao Fengrui cursed, then looked at Xiao Han and asked with a sad and angry expression, "Brother, tell me honestly, is Perfect World yours? If it is really yours, I will give you the position of president and I will follow you in the future." Heh! Xiao Han chuckled. There was really no way to explain this thing, so he could only say, "I think so, but do you think it is possible?" That's right. Bao Fengrui was silent for a while, and said to himself, "Global joint release, how could it be yours? But your explosion rate is too exaggerated. 3 equipments, 1 gold, 1 silver, and 2 special effects. I can tolerate this, and it is understandable that I am lucky. But what do you mean by exploding hundreds of gold coins this time? Haha. Maybe I was born with the aura of the protagonist." Xiao Han did not explain, just perfunctorily said, and picked up all the gold coins on the ground. 500 gold coins, that's $50,000. The value is even comparable to a piece of silver equipment. "Brother, are you going to sell this Silver Wolf Fang?" At this time, Bao Fengrui's rather anxious voice came to his ears. "I guess you won't sell the golden hat, so I don't want it anymore. This Silver Wolf Fang is far worse than the Windbreaking Blade, so sell it to me. The attack added by a silver dagger is higher than the attack added by his full body equipment, and it even has the armor-breaking special effect. With this equipment, he dare not say that he can match Han Xiao, but in the 9528 Novice Village, there are few people who are his opponents." Thinking of this, Bao Fengrui was excited and continued, "I'll give 50,000 if you have other eliminated silver equipment, as long as it has special effects. I will buy them all for 50,000 each. I also want those without special effects, 20,000 each. Hee. This is not urgent for the time being." Xiao Han chuckled and was not in a hurry to sell. This price is indeed not low. If Perfect World is not linked to reality, it even affects reality. This Silver Wolf Fang may not even be worth 5,000, let alone 50,000. Even now, the real price of this weapon should be less than 50,000, but this is when there is no competition. If there is more competition, the price may rise again. In fact, he wants to sell this weapon to Shadow, give him some confidence, and then blow him up, which is the most satisfying. Looking at the roaring angry wolf in the backpack, Xiao Han smiled and said, "Let's go back first." "Well, then please take me out." Bao Fengrui was a little frustrated that he couldn't buy the silver wolf fang directly, but he also understood why. If he sold it directly to him, he could only get 50,000, but if he gathered several guild leaders to bid, this piece of equipment might be able to be sold for 100,000. After all, at this time, if you have a silver weapon like this, it is still very advantageous. #C23 This is too infuriating. Leading out of the passage, Xiao Han looked at the demonized wild wolf that was refreshed again not far away, and a set of data immediately appeared in his eyes. Demonized wild wolf, level 10, HP plus 1800, attack plus 68, defense plus 76. The data that suddenly appeared made him stunned for a moment, but then he understood that this was the special effect of the hat gaze. In the past, you had to attack once to see the attributes of the wild monster, but now you can see it directly. The strength of the demonized wild wolf is actually quite strong, at least for Bao Fengri. Each attack can only cause 40 to 50 points of damage, and it takes more than a minute to kill one. The hatred distance of this kind of wild monster is relatively long. As long as one of them is moved, the demonized wild wolves within 50 meters will rush over. So he can only spawn monsters at the entrance of the valley and dare not go deep into the wild wolf valley. But these demonized wild wolves are not enough for Xiao Han. He went up and chopped a few times, and in less than 10 seconds a demonized wild wolf was killed. This is without the angry wolf roar. If he had a knife in one hand and a shield in the other, his attack would immediately increase to 615 points. Would only take about 4 or 5 seconds to kill a demonized wild wolf. However, Bao Fengrui was beside him, and he didn't intend to expose this dark gold equipment. He looked at the attribute panel and saw that the murderous aura value was still 600 points. If he continued to fight from here, his red name would almost become a white name. Xiao Han was a little embarrassed that he failed to buy the silver wolf fang. Bao Fengrui followed behind him without saying a word. In the past few hours, he earned 130,000 from this guy just by selling equipment. No wonder this kid was unhappy. However, he would not reduce his own income because of other people's unhappiness. Instead, he could give him a little sweet taste in other places. Ahem. After a light cough, Xiao Han asked with a smile, "I'm already level 10, and I can't get any experience points by killing monsters. Do you want to team up with me?" There was no reason for Bao Fengrui to be unwilling to team up with a big guy with an attack of more than 500 points, and he quickly said, "Team up, of course we have to team up. From here to the entrance of the Wild Wolf Valley, there will be about 700 to 800 demonized wild wolves. With Han Zhao's explosive output, they can be killed in about an hour. At that time, he will be able to reach level 10, and then all his equipment can be replaced with bronze." Quickly opening the team, Bao Fengrui said excitedly, "I've already started a team. Please pull me." Xiao Han did not hesitate, invited him in the friend list, and turned to rush towards the demonized wild wolf not far away. He circled around and attracted 20 to 30 wild wolves to attack him at the same time, and the red damage value kept floating out. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed a demonized wild wolf and gained 300 experience points, and you gained 90 points. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed a demonized wild wolf and gained 300 experience points, and you gained 90 points. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed a demonized wild wolf. A series of system prompts sounded in his ears, almost once every 5 or 6 seconds. Looking at the experience bar moving slowly forward, Bao Fengrui's mouth was almost bent with a smile. Although he only got 30% of the experience, Han Zhao's killing speed was fast. He can get about 700 to 800 experience points in 1 minute, which is 5 or 6 times faster than his own monster killing speed. If he continues like this, he can reach level 10 by the time he kills at the valley entrance. Ding! At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Your teammate Han Xiao killed a demonized wild wolf and obtained the bronze equipment wolf tooth ring. Ding! Your teammate Han Xiao killed a demonized wild wolf and obtained 200 copper coins. After Bao Fengrui finished listening, his face froze, full of disbelief, and then he flipped the system prompt and read it twice. Damn! This is too infuriating. It's only been a short time, and another bronze equipment has exploded. And these copper coins, why when I killed the demonized wild wolf only a few copper coins exploded, but Han Xiao had hundreds of them. The depression in his heart was indescribable, and Bao Fengrui muttered in a low voice, did he draw some top-quality reward, luck plus 100 or the explosion rate doubled tenfold? Although this guess didn't work, it was actually not far off. Xiao Han didn't know that someone behind him would guess like this. He picked up the wolf tooth ring on the ground, just took a quick look and threw it directly into his backpack. Although the attributes of the wolf tooth ring are stronger than the Feng ring, it is a pity that it has no special effects and is not as useful as the Feng ring. As for the copper coins on the ground, Xiao Han turned his head and took a look and shouted loudly, "Brother, there are too many copper coins here, come and help me pick them up." After killing the last demonized wild wolf around him, Xiao Han ignored the copper coins on the ground, only picked up 2 bottles of high-level gold wound medicine and rushed away quickly. After a while, there was another group of demonized wild wolves around him, and the wind-breaking knives flew up and down, and the red damage values in a row kept floating out. Behind him, Bao Fengrui did not refuse Han Zhao's request and squatted on the ground to pick up the copper coins. If he heard correctly, the more than 20 demonized wild wolves that had just been killed should have exploded 800 copper coins. Although this is not much, it is also 800 yuan. It just so happens that he has nothing to do now, and he can't eat Han Zhao's experience for nothing. This kind of work of picking up money can only be done by him. Time passed slowly. Xiao Han's red name finally turned white, and the valley entrance was right in front of him. Ha! After killing the last demonized wolf, Xiao Han put away his knife and stood up, turning around and asked with a smile, "Brother, how many copper coins did you pick up?" Bao Fengrui's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he said thoughtfully, "Not many, only 17,200. At this moment, he was able to confirm that Han Zhao's explosion rate was definitely abnormal, and he must have drawn a related reward. Otherwise, he also killed demonized wolves at the entrance of the valley for more than an hour, let alone 17,200 copper coins. He didn't even get a fraction of 200. More importantly, along the way, this dog day exploded 18 bronze equipment. All bronze equipment, not a single black iron or white plate was seen. If this explosion rate was not blessed by rewards, he would dare to dig out the eyes on his face. #C24 propaganda. Although he had such a guess in his mind, Bao Fengrui narrowed his eyes but did not point it out. Perfect world can promote physical evolution. The improvement of strength in the game will also drive physical evolution in reality. Han Xiao now has such a perverted starting reward, and he will definitely become a big boss in the future. Now that he knows this, it is equivalent to taking a certain advantage. If this future big boss can hold his thigh now, the effect will definitely be better than holding him after he grows up. With this decision in mind, Bao Fengrui smiled slightly and immediately felt that the hundreds of thousands of today were not wasted. After returning, he will also buy all the bronze equipment in Han Zhao's backpack. The price may be very high, but he doesn't care. After trading all the copper coins he just picked up to Han Xiao, Bao Fengrui asked, Brother, the silver wolf fang in your hand is intended for me and Z. Yuan to bid for it. Xiao Han frowned, not quite understanding why he asked this. This is actually very obvious. If he didn't intend to let them bid, he would have sold it directly just now. Why would he hide it in his backpack? Don't get me wrong. Seeing Xiao Han frowning slightly, Bao Fengrui hurriedly explained. You know, a few guild leaders. Even if you bid, how many people can you find? I mean, if you really want to bid, I will let the brothers in the guild help. You promote it now. When we return to the novice village, almost everyone who should know will. No. Bao Fengrui's answer surprised Xiao Han. He didn't expect this guy to do this. He asked curiously, why do you do this? This is not good for you. A handful, it's just a dagger. I'm not that short-sighted. With a chuckle, Bao Fengrui continued, you didn't avoid me along the way, which made me see some things clearly. If you don't say it, I won't ask, and I won't gossip about it everywhere. I have money, a lot of money. As long as you still recognize me as a friend. What does this silver dagger mean? We have only known each other for less than 3 hours. Is there anything more exciting than exchanging my black iron for bronze? Hearing this explanation, Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, but he understood it after thinking about it for a while. There is no conflict of interest between the two of them. For Bao Fengrui, being friends is more beneficial than being enemies, and he can also buy more top-quality equipment from him. This is actually a good thing for both parties. After figuring this out, Xiao Han smiled and said, okay, then you help me promote it. By the way, what profession do you plan to choose after your job change? If there are any equipment you need, I will keep them for you. Hey, I'm the president of a guild. If you have any equipment you don't need, just bring it all over. Without saying what equipment he needed, Bao Fengrui sent a message to all the friends in his friend list and attached the attribute diagram of the silver wolf fang. Then he contacted the vice president Bao Fengrui and asked her to notify all the guild brothers to help promote it in the novice village. Then the two walked slowly towards the novice village. At this time, in some leveling areas in the wild, some guild bosses also saw the message sent by Bao Fengrui. Silver wolf fang with armor-breaking special effects will be auctioned in the novice village in half an hour. Strange. Why didn't Bao Fengrui buy it himself? And even helped promote it? I didn't get the 2 bronze equipment before, so I can't miss this silver equipment. After learning about the news of the silver wolf fang, some guild leaders who were leveling in the wild walked towards the novice village. At this time, the novice village was actually not calm. Fuck, it's Han Xiao again. Didn't this bastard wipe his ass after going to the toilet? He's so lucky. I'm fucking broken. I charged 5,000 yuan before and after, not to mention a silver equipment. Even his fucking bronze equipment didn't explode. Han Xiao is too careless. Isn't he worried that it will be bought by Cao Cao of Wei State and come back to kill him? The news of the silver wolf fang, under the deliberate promotion of the players of the Storm Guild, quickly spread in the novice village number 9528, and the movement it caused was even greater than that of the windbreaking blade. At the beginning, after all, the windbreaking blade is not for sale, and there is no way to get it even if you are jealous. However, the silver wolf fang is different. This is an open auction. As long as your pocket is thick enough, anyone has a chance. At this stage, in addition to the windbreaking blade in Han Zhao's hand, this silver wolf fang should be the most powerful equipment in the 9528 novice village. The attack alone increases by 145 points, and there is also a very practical special effect, armor breaking. If you can get this equipment, you will have an advantage whether it is PK or fighting boss. With many players talking about it, the news continued to spread, and even some players in other novice villages got the news. It's just a silver equipment, but it's such a big deal. You are so short-sighted. After saying that, he suddenly thrust the spear forward, and a full-blooded, demonized wild wolf fell down with a bang. -1800. Then, a damage of nearly 2,000 points emerged from its head. Far away from this novice village, there was also a player standing in the Wild Wolf Valley with a series of -1s coming out of his body, and there was even a demonized Silver Wolf King among them. But even though the demonized Silver Wolf King's attack was as high as 300 points, it still failed to break the player's defense. Ignoring the demonized Silver Wolf King's attack, he slowly opened the friend list, glanced at the message just sent, and suddenly curved his mouth, whispering, "Heh, silver equipment, do I need that kind of thing? #C25 don't flirt with him." Xiao Han didn't know about the disturbance caused by the Silver Wolf Fang, and Bao Fengrui wouldn't know that his publicity would be so effective. At this time, the two of them had returned to the novice village, staring at the huge crowd in front of them in amazement. "You?" Looking at Bao Fengrui beside him speechlessly, Xiao Han asked with a dark face, "How did you promote it? How come there are so many people?" The scene in front of him, Bao Fengrui didn't expect it, and said awkwardly, "How could it be like this? I didn't promote it much. I just wanted Bao Fengrui to notify hundreds of brothers in the guild, and I just promoted it in the village casually. That's all." Xiao Han rolled his eyes and continued, "There are probably 2 or 3,000 of them in this dark mass. But I guess there are not even 50 people who can really bid. When you promote it, can't you just notify those gang leaders? Now the road to the village is blocked. How can we get in? How can this auction sale be carried out?" He smiled awkwardly. Bao Fengrui didn't expect so many people to come. "Isn't this just too much time to bother? I can't afford it anyway, so why come here to join in the fun? Isn't it better to seize the time to level up?" Seeing that he couldn't even enter the novice village, Bao Fengrui thought for a moment and said directly, "Wait a minute, I'll make arrangements." As he said that, he directly contacted some familiar guild bosses and asked them all to come outside the novice village, and at the same time asked all the brothers in the Storm Guild to come out to maintain order. In less than half an hour, hundreds of players from the Storm Guild formed a circle outside the novice village. Some guild bosses walked into the circle one after another, and ordinary players who wanted to enter had to have 500 gold coins in their backpacks. This condition eliminated more than 90% of the players, but these players were unwilling to give up and blocked the door and made a noise. "Why does it have to be 500? Isn't 100 enough? Han Xiao is too black. It's just a silver equipment. Is he going to sell it for 50,000? That's right. Do you think we are 3-year-old children?" The crowd was talking and even wanted to rush in directly.
Bao Fenri frowned
More and more tightly, so he had to stand up and say, "Why 50,000, you all want to know? That's because when the Silver Wolf Fang exploded, I was next to it. 50,000 was my offer, but Han Xiao didn't sell it. If it is lower than this price today, then the Silver Wolf Fang must be mine. Are you satisfied with this explanation?" Hearing Bao Fengrui's roar, the surrounding players suddenly stagnated, and some didn't know how to refute. Although they still wanted to go in to see the excitement, they didn't dare to force their way in when they saw the brand new equipment on Bao Fengrui. The lesson of the Wei State Guild was right in front of them. This is not a safe zone. If you are killed, your equipment will be exploded. Unable to see the excitement, some players turned around and left. But there were still more players who did not leave. Even if they could not enter, they still wanted to get first-hand information. After solving the problem here, Bao Fengrui turned around and walked into the center of the circle. At this time, there were already more than 100 people here. There were not many leaders in the meeting, probably only about a dozen, but none of them came in alone. In addition to these people, there were more individual players, but their family backgrounds were relatively solid. Among them, he even saw Cao Cao and Su Huang from the Wei State Guild. He was still quite surprised that these two people appeared here, but Han Xiao didn't care, so he didn't care even more. After walking around in the crowd, he saw the owner was surrounded by a group of people looking quite uncomfortable. He immediately walked over and said, with a smile, "Everyone, please make way. It will start in a few minutes." "What do you mean by this?" "Don't think about buying it privately. Even if there is a chance, it won't be your turn. I have already taken it." After helping Han Xiao out of the siege, Bao Fengrui pulled him aside and asked, "People who can buy it have almost come in. There is no need to wait any longer. Do you want to bid yourself? Or do you want me to find someone for you?" This kind of scene was the first time Xiao Han encountered it. Although it was in the game, it was actually no different from reality. Although he had seen auctions on TV many times, he was still a little unfamiliar with the actual operation. After thinking for a while, he said, "I'm not familiar with this. Can you help me call someone? Since I've asked someone to help, I can't be too stingy. Let's do this. For every piece of equipment sold, I'll give him a 2% commission. It depends on his ability to sell it for." "Ha! That's great." Bao Fengrui laughed and shouted loudly, "You, come here. I'll introduce you to an opportunity to make money." Following the direction of Bao Fengrui's call, Xiao Han turned his head and looked. There was a tall woman walking towards this side. He immediately understood that this was the Bao Feng who was responsible for the promotion. Looking at her height, she was about 1.7 meters tall, and her figure was also the kind of protruding front and back which was not much less than Ziyuan. It's just that the two have different styles. One is dignified and quiet, and the other is charming. But Xiao Han never thought that such a beautiful woman would give herself such a name. When he first heard about it from Bao Fengrui, he thought it was a man. "Hello, I've heard a lot about you." Walking in front of Xiao Han, Bao Feng pursed his lips and chuckled, "I've heard your name everywhere these few hours. I didn't expect you to be a handsome boy." "Ah!" Xiao Han's face froze. He had never been in contact with such a woman before, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. "Okay, don't flirt with him." Bao Fengrui, who was standing by, couldn't stand it anymore and immediately interrupted. "He asked me to recommend an auctioneer who could get a commission of 2% of the total value of the auction items. I recommended you. Don't mess up this easy and profitable job yourself. #C26 auction 1. Hey, there is such a good thing?" Storm chuckled and looked at Xiao Han with a little more curiosity. The president told her roughly what happened in the Wild Wolf Valley. In less than 3 hours, Han Xiao cleaned up the Wild Wolf Valley twice, and the president also upgraded from level 8 to level 10. That's not all, he actually exploded more than 40 pieces of equipment in a row, and they were all level 10 bronze equipment. There are 468 core players in their Storm Guild, except for a few dozen people. All of them are now in the wild area. It's been almost 6 hours, let alone bronze equipment, even black iron. Equipment can't explode so much. More importantly, these equipment can not only be used in the novice village, but even if they leave the novice village, they can still be used for a while. Fortunately, when in the Wild Wolf Valley, the president had bought 21 pieces at a price of 5,000 each, but Han Xiao should still have about 20 pieces in his backpack. So many top-quality equipment, I really don't know how he exploded. She sighed in her heart, but this was not a bad thing for her. When the auction was held later, the price of each item would not be less than 5,000. In this way, she could earn 2,000 just by talking, not to mention that there was a silver weapon. As long as she operated well, it would be no problem to sell it for 70 or 80,000. Thinking of this, Bao Feng was looking forward to it, and smiled with narrowed eyes. Almost all the capable buyers have arrived. When do we start? Of course, we start now. Bao Fengrui looked at Xiao Han and immediately clicked on the transaction, and then said, "Take these 2,000 gold coins first. After the equipment is sold, we will refund more and make up for less. My backpack is full. You can trade all the bronze equipment to Bao Fengrui." "Okay. Let's do it as you say." Xiao Han clicked on the confirmation and did not refuse the gold coins traded by Bao Fengrui. This auction was only held by him personally, and there was no system guarantee. If he handed over the equipment worth hundreds of thousands directly, he was still a little worried. After all, he had not known Bao Fengrui for a long time, and the trust between them was not to the extent of ignoring money. With a ding sound, Xiao Han looked at the gold coins in his backpack and suddenly felt as if he was in a dream. It's only been a few hours. The gold coins in his backpack have become 3872, and one gold coin is 100 yuan. In less than half a day, his net worth has increased from a few hundred yuan to more than 300,000 yuan. This does not include the dark gold equipment Angry Wolf Roar, and the gold equipment Wind Breaking Blade and Silver Wolf Gaze. If these equipment are counted, he is almost a millionaire. Hey, where are the equipment? At this moment, a delicate snort came from his ear. I've given you all the gold coins, you're not going to default on your debt, are you? Xiao Han was startled, and immediately woke up, and hurriedly said, How could it be? I just remembered something. As he said that, he put the equipment in the backpack one by one on the transaction box and immediately clicked OK. After the transaction was completed, Storm did not stop and immediately turned around and walked into the crowd. After a while, her sweet laughter came from the other side. Everyone, be quiet and listen to me. Perfect World has just been launched. I know everyone is very busy and is rushing to upgrade, so I won't delay your time any longer. I guess everyone who comes here is here for the silver wolf fang in my hand. As he said that, Storm took out a silver-white dagger and displayed its attributes and then continued, This silver weapon will be sold later. Still have a few bronze equipment here. Let's warm up first. Seeing that the auction had begun, all the guild bosses and individual players began to gather around Storm. Storm Rue walked to Xiao Han and said with a smile, Let's go and take a look. Yeah. Xiao Han nodded and walked to the middle of the crowd with Storm Rue. He wanted to see how this woman named Storm wanted to operate. When she took those equipment just now, she was full of confidence. Just after taking 2 steps, her voice rang again in the crowd. This equipment is called the Wolf Fang Ring. It is a level 10 bronze equipment that adds 26 points of attack and 18 points of strength. Standing outside the crowd, Xiao Han could see Bao Bao's raised jade hand, with the index finger, thumb and middle finger pinching a dark green ring. At the same time, the attributes of the ring were also displayed on her fingers. Seeing this scene, the eyes of many players around lit up and they immediately started to discuss. This attribute is not bad, adding 44 points of attack, almost catching up with the Qinggang sword that Bao Fengrui bought at the beginning. What's the use of good attributes? You need to be level 10 to equip it. If you buy it now, you can only watch it. It's only level 10, which is just a matter of 2 or 3 days. If you don't buy it today, you may not be able to buy it in 2 days. Nearly 100 players talked about it, and they were a little tempted when they saw the ring in Bao Bao's hand. One piece of equipment added 44 points of attack, which was already a lot. For many of them, excluding the bonus of free attribute points, the attack power of all equipment added up is not as much as that of this wolf tooth ring. I'll give you 3,000. At this time, excited bidding sounded in the crowd, and then someone immediately shouted, You want to buy it for 3,000, you treat bronze equipment as cabbage? I'll give you 4,000. 4,500. The bidding sounded one after another. Xiao Han was a little surprised, but he was not excited, because when he was in the Wild Wolf Valley, Bao Fengrui didn't even see the attributes of the equipment and he asked for 5,000 per piece. If these equipment were only this price, these people might not be able to buy any. I'll give you 7,000. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in his ears, directly raising the price of the wolf tooth ring from 5,500 to 7,000. Suddenly, all the players around him fell silent, and they all stared at Bao Fengrui with dissatisfaction. Hashtag C27 auction. 2. Bao Fengrui, what do you mean? You called the people here and you organized the bureau. Now you are asking such a high price. Are you kidding us? A bronze ring is priced at 7,000. Is Bao Fengrui crazy? Maybe this guy is a shill. Damn it, is he going to treat us like fools? The crowd was talking about it and they all shouted in dissatisfaction and looked at Bao Fengrui with some unkindness. However, when they saw his dark green equipment they felt familiar, so they didn't act immediately. Heh! Facing the accusations of the crowd, Bao Fengrui chuckled and didn't care too much. He cursed and said, if you think I'm a shill, you don't have to buy it. You can get out of here now. I also told you that I have my eyes on all these equipment. If Han Xiao didn't want to sell them all to me, you wouldn't have a share. As he said that, Bao Fengrui opened his backpack, which contained 2 rows of equipment with all the names and attributes displayed. At this time, all the players around were stunned. There are 18 pieces of equipment in 2 rows, and they are all bronze equipment. They can barely get a set of black iron. They are all paid for, but how can the gap be so big? If this goes on, how can they, who are all guild bosses, play? See, I have already bought a batch of 22 pieces, a total of 6,000 pieces, packaged and bought. Each price is 6,000. Before they could react, Bao Fengrui's voice sounded again. If you are below this price, all the bronze equipment here is mine. You can all go home and drink milk. Also, when the silver wolf fong exploded, I was next to it. I offered 50,000, but Han Xiao was unwilling to sell it, so if it is below 50,000, don't ask for it, just enjoy the sight. After Bao Fengrui finished speaking, the players in the circle looked at each other, especially those guild bosses whose faces were even uglier. Is there anyone else bidding? If not, this wolf tooth ring that increases attack by 44 points will belong to Bao Fengrui. At this moment, Bao Feng's voice sounded at the right time. Before all the players could react, he quickly shouted, 7,000 once, 7,000 twice, 7,000 3 times. In less than 2 seconds, she shouted 3 times in a row, and then said, congratulations to Bao Fengrui for winning the first bronze equipment wolf tooth ring at a price of 7,000. Fuck! How can it be so fast? At this time, the players who had just refuted reacted and started to make noises. Fuck! This doesn't seem to be a scam. I bought it myself. What's the scam? Hurry up and do it. This time doesn't count. How can 3 hammers fall so quickly? It's less than 2 seconds. Are you guys working together to steal equipment from your own homes? In the crowd, Storm did not change at all because of the rebuttals of other players. He smiled and said, since it has been sold, there will be no more changes. How about this? I will wait 3 seconds for each hammer drop in the future. If no one raises the price 3 times, it means the transaction is completed. The surrounding players were silent, but they didn't say much. This was because they didn't raise the price immediately, so they could only accept it with a pinch of their noses. Bao Fengrui, what are you still standing there for? Come up and pay me so I can continue to sell the next one. Hey, I'm coming. Bao Fengrui didn't hesitate and immediately squeezed through the crowd to complete the transaction with Bao Feng. Then he put the ring on his finger and muttered excitedly, hey, the attack is finally over 200. If anyone dares to show off to me in the future, I will kill him with 2 swords. Although his voice was not loud, the players around him heard it. This, it's over 200. You must be kidding. I'm already level 8, and I'm still adding points with all my strength. The attack is not even 100 points. What a lie. Did you see the ring on his other hand? It's exactly the same as the wolf tooth ring just now. It's 88 points. If he added points with all his strength, it would be 138 points. Do you remember the Qinggang sword? The attack increased by 35 points and the strength increased by 15 points. You can calculate how much it is. This is not counting the other bronze equipment on him. After saying this, the players around were all stunned. They are still working hard to break through 100 attack points, but they have already broken through 200 points. Isn't this gap too big? The next piece of equipment is called Wild Wolf Leather Armor, which is also a level 10 bronze equipment. While everyone around was talking, Storm in the crowd didn't wait for them. He raised the bronze leather armor with both hands and showed its attributes to everyone. Wild Wolf Leather Armor, bronze level 10, HP plus 350, defense plus 30, stamina plus 30. Although it is only bronze equipment, the attributes of this leather armor are really good, and the upper limit of HP alone has increased by 350 points. The HP increased by this piece of equipment is higher than the total HP of most people here, and more importantly, it also increases defense by 30. At this stage, with such a leather armor, you can even go to Wild Wolf Valley to kill monsters. 8,000! While the surrounding players were still in shock, a familiar voice sounded again, and a high price of 8,000 was directly announced. At the same time, Storm in the crowd immediately shouted, 8,004. The first time. Is there anyone else bidding? 1, 2, 3, very good. No one bids. 8,000 for the second time. 1, 2. As Bao Feng continued to talk, all the players were stunned. It was the same operation again, and it was still a familiar routine. Fuck, the interval between her actions just now was definitely not 3 seconds. It's useless to worry about this now. If you want to buy it, just make an offer. These two shameless people teamed up to steal equipment from your own home. What can you do? Hashtag C28 auction. 3. 10,000, I'll give you 10,000, don't yell for the third time, can you two have some shame? Someone in the crowd finally reacted and raised the price to 10,000. Everyone turned around and looked at him, and immediately showed a hint of understanding. Hey! It turned out to be Chow Chow. 10,000 for a level 10 bronze equipment. It seems that he has not given up on Han Xiao. Hundreds of people were killed at once. If you were in his position, could you swallow this breath? Wei Gui Chow Chow heard the crowd's discussion, but his face did not change at all. His eyes were fixed on the wolf leather armor in Bao Feng's hand. Looking at him, it seems that he is determined to get it. 10,500. At this time, another guild boss in the crowd made an offer, and the price he quoted was normal, and he did not raise the price too much at a time. Often such offers are carefully considered, and they really want this equipment. 10,800. 11,100. The bidding sound continued. All of them were increasing by hundreds, and all those who raised the price were very cautious. Hey, what's the point of increasing by hundreds? The price of the wolf leather armor was slowly rising, and a voice that made people grit their teeth sounded again. I'll bid 15,000, Storm, what are you still doing? Hurry up and shout the first time. Oh. In the middle of the crowd, Storm was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly shouted, 15,000 first time. Is there anyone else to bid? 1, 2, 3. Okay. No one bids. 15,000 second time. Puff! Seeing this scene, almost all the guild bosses and individual players around burst out. This adulterous couple is too shameless. For 2 bronze equipment, they can do such shameless things. More importantly, they did it so blatantly and without scruples. In front of so many people, is it really appropriate to do this? Many players around them suddenly looked unhappy, but they could not hesitate. At this time, someone immediately said, I'll bid 16,000, Storm, what do you mean? Why don't you bid for the first time? There are others who want to bid. Why are you shouting? Wait. At this time, some casual players around showed expressions of grief and anger. Fuck. This pair of adulterers from the Storm Guild really don't care about their face. Hey, Storm is my goddess. I didn't expect she would do such a thing. It's really shocking. What can we do? Who let them get involved with Han Xiao? As they spoke, everyone looked at the center of the crowd, the tall and curvy Storm. At this time, more than 10 seconds had passed, and the voice of 16,004. The first time still did not appear. The big boss, who was bidding hurriedly, urged, "It's been so long. Why don't you bid for the first time?" When asked this, Bao Feng rolled his eyes and held up the wolf leather armor, and continued, "Someone has already bid 16,000. Is there anyone else to bid? Level 10 bronze leather armor, just the upper limit of health points, has increased by 650 points, and there are 30 points of defense. At this time, many players' attacks are less than 50 points. As long as you have this equipment, you can even fight a group like Han Xiao." The bewitching voice kept flowing out of Bao Feng's mouth, and the face of the big boss who bid 16,000 suddenly became extremely exciting. The other players on the side also held back their smiles. This price is beyond their affordability, and now they just need to watch the excitement. Such a happy thing. No, it's such a shameless thing. I haven't seen it for a long time. Hey, no one wants it at 16,000. At this time, Bao Fengrui's voice sounded again. "I thought it could be sold. 20,000. Since you don't want it, it belongs to me. 17,000. I'll pay 17,000. After a few cooperations, Bao Fengrui immediately said, 17,000 for the first time. 1, 2. The familiar operation, the familiar routine, is still so shameless. At this moment, no one thinks that Bao Fengrui is a shill. No one bid. He dared to raise the price by 1,000 again. Obviously he really wants this equipment, and the attributes of this equipment are really good. Some people can pay 16,000 because they see the value of this equipment. If you give it to a meat shield with all points added, its health will immediately exceed 1,000. Combined with some black iron equipment, it can almost withstand the attacks of most bosses in the novice village. Next, there will be other bronze equipment auctions here. If you can buy 3 or 4 more pieces, it is possible to break through 100 defense. 10,017 for the second time. 1, 2. At this time, Bao Feng's quick clapping sound did not stop, and a hint of happiness appeared on his face. This scene did not seem to matter to the other players around him, but the expressions of the guild leaders were completely different. They were not blind. At this time, Bao Fengrui was wearing a piece of wild wolf leather armor. If they got this piece with the cooperation of each other, they would dare to fight even the demonized Silver Wolf King of the Wild Wolf Valley. If they could get some good equipment from the demonized Silver Wolf King, they would be able to continue to kill more bosses before them after leaving the novice village. At that time, their strength would be increasingly different from that of the Storm Guild, and this was something that all the guild leaders who came here did not want to see. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the crowd, shouting anxiously, "I'll pay 20,000. #C29 auction." 4. The sound passed by their ears, and everyone looked at the figure who called out 20,000 and immediately started talking.
Yes, Cao Kairi.
It's just a piece of bronze equipment. Is it worth paying such a high price? Hey, in the world of rich people, what's the difference between 20,000 and 2 yuan? Bao Fengrui's face looks ugly. It seems he really wants this wolf leather armor. As this voice came out, everyone turned their attention to the other side. At this time, Bao Fengrui's expression was much worse than before, and the same was true for Bao Fengrui in the center of the crowd. The voice of the first time in 20,000 inch did not appear for a long time. Don't be stunned. Either Bao Fengrui bids immediately or you drop the hammer quickly. At this time, Wei Guoqiao no longer cared about his gentlemanly demeanor, and shouted directly to the storm in the center of the crowd. Just stay here. What should I do? Do you need your help? Tempest's appearance and temperament seemed dignified and quiet, giving people a very comfortable feeling, but her temper is really not something to hide. This made many players around him stunned, with disbelief in their eyes. On the periphery of the crowd, Xiao Han also looked dumbfounded. From the first moment he saw the storm, this woman was completely different. from what he had in mind. The contrast was so great that most people couldn't stand it. After more than a minute, Bao Fengrui still didn't drop the hammer, but kept looking at Bao Fengrui until he shook his head gently and then said, 20,000 for the first time. Does anyone want to increase the price? 1, 2, 3. Okay. 20,000 for the second time. This time, her voice was a little weak. Everyone knew why, but the price of 20,000 was really too high. After all, no one else quoted a higher price. 20,000 for the third time. As the hammer fell for the last time, Cao Cao of Wei State quickly stepped forward and clicked the transaction. In less than 10 seconds, he walked back with excitement on his face, and a look of jealousy flashed across everyone's faces. The other guild bosses also looked relieved at the same time, although they didn't get it as long as they didn't get bought by Bao Fengrui. This time, there are 2 pieces of Wild Wolf wristbands, both of which are level 10 bronze equipment. At this time, the sound of the storm sounded again, and at the same time she also displayed the properties of the Wolf Bracer. Wild Wolf Bracers, bronze level 10, defense plus 18, vitality plus 18. This attribute is much worse than the wolf leather armor just now. Even if the 2 pieces are combined, the total attribute points added are still slightly inferior. I'll pay 12,000. The familiar voice sounded again, but this time, no one was surprised. They all knew that Bao Fengrui's equipment was all bought for 6,000 pieces. For less than this price, they would definitely not be able to buy these equipment. I'll pay 13,000. 13,005. Bidding sounds continued one after another, and the prices of the 2 wild wolf bracers continued to rise. Finally, they were acquired by Cao Cao of Wei State for a price of 16,000 5,000. It was not until this moment that the temporary auction was on track. During this period, Bao Fengrui still made a few mistakes and wanted to get a few pieces of equipment, but the guild bosses around him seemed to have a tacit understanding. As long as he dares to make a bid, he will immediately suppress it and not give Storm a chance to use his shameless means. In less than 10 minutes, 19 pieces of bronze equipment were sold out, and the lowest unit price was the Wolf Fang ring that Bao Fengrui bought at the beginning. No matter which part of the remaining equipment it is, none of it costs less than 7,500. In addition to the Wild Wolf leather armor that was sold for 20,000 yuan, there was also a wolf tooth ring. Because of its high 44-point attack attribute, it was also sold at a high price of 13,000 yuan, and was taken away.
Be way Cao Cao again.
At this time, seeing Storm taking out the silver wolf fang that he had taken out at the beginning, the eyes of the surrounding players all lit up, showing a hint of excitement. When they came to this place, their ultimate goal was this silver wolf fang, with additional special effects and an additional attack power of up to 145 points. Haha, I believe everyone came to this place because of this silver wolf fang. In the center of the crowd, Tempest held a silver-white dagger in one hand, waved it casually a few times, and continued with a smile. It's very beautiful, isn't it? I really can't bear to sell it. It's a pity that I can't afford it, otherwise there would be nothing wrong with you stinky men. After saying that, Tianfeng brushed the black hair on the back of his neck, turned his gaze to Xiao Han, bit his lip and said softly, "Little handsome boy, why don't you think about it again? Give me this dagger so that I can." Aha! At this moment, everyone's eyes turned to Xiao Han, and their eyes were very complicated. Ahaha! Xiao Han felt uncomfortable being stared at by everyone, so he had to laugh, and said, "What did you say? I didn't hear clearly." "It's annoying, you know it." Puff. Among the crowd of onlookers, a few guys who looked like rich second-generation people immediately shouted out, "How much does the dagger cost you? Hurry up and tell me the lowest price. I want to buy it." "Huh, what a piece of wood." Without getting a response from Han Xiao, Bao Bao snorted coldly and continued, "There is no reserve price, you can bid whatever you want. Do you Think you can buy this silver weapon for a few dollars? Hey, you want a reserve price? That's easy. At this time, hearing the familiar voice again, everyone's face froze, and they all had a bad premonition. I'll bid 100,000. The next second, a price that made many people collapse was reported. Immediately afterwards, Bao Bao immediately shouted, 100,000 for the first time. No one bids. Okay, 100,000 for the second time. This time it was even more excessive. He didn't even bother to call 1, 2, 3. #C30 end. Bao Fengrui, fuck you, uncle, you said 50,000. Why did it suddenly become 100,000? In the crowd, several players asked angrily. But at this time, who has the time to deal with them? This familiar operation, familiar routine, and this familiar shamelessness. If you wait just one more second, the transaction may be completed directly. 100,000. I will pay 100,000. In the crowd, Wei Guoqiao immediately shouted loudly, interrupting the third hammer drop of the storm. Oh, what a pity! Bao Fengrui had a look of regret on his face. Only then did he look at the players who questioned him and sneered. I mean, you need 50,000 to be eligible to enter here. Who told you that only 50,000 yuan qualifies you to bid for the silver wolf? Fong. I can't buy it for 50,000 yuan. Is it possible that you still want to come here and pick it up? What a joke. Ignoring the speechless players, Bao Fengrui continued to shout, 150,000. Is there anything higher? This time, the storm did not rush to drop the hammer, but just watched quietly. In the crowd, Bao Fengrui continued to shout, don't say I won't give you a chance. Let's come here openly this time and use our financial resources. 150,000 is my base price. If it's higher than this, I won't argue with this silver wolf Fong. I hope you keep your word. At this time, a charming voice sounded, and Ziyuan continued, although you talk, it's like farting every time, and it never counts. But I'm interested in this dagger. It costs 160,000 yuan. When the hell did I? Bao Fengrui's eyes widened and he was about to retort. But when he saw the speaker, he immediately shrank his head and said with a grimace, okay, pretend I didn't say it. I don't want it anymore. 165,000. There are still many people who are covetous about the properties of silver. Wolf Fong. Even though Bao Fengrui withdrew, there were still people bidding. I'll pay 170,000. Damn it. As for it, it's just a piece of silver equipment. You're all crazy. The person who spoke complained and said anxiously, I'll pay 173,000. Those who bid felt that the price was too high, but they were unwilling to miss this piece of equipment. After these few hours of practice, they already knew how low the explosion rate of perfect world was. It's not that it's completely impossible to get a piece of silver equipment through luck, but currently the possibility is really low. This silver wolf Fong is still at level 10, so it can be used for a long time, even after leaving the novice village. As the price continued to increase from 1,000 to 2,000, the price of silver wolf Fong soon climbed to 200,000. There are not many people still bidding. One is Cao Cao from the Wei Guild, and the other is Ziyuan from the Ziyue Guild. As for the last one, there is an individual player named Guiying. He seems to be very ordinary, but his bidding is the most fierce and decisive. 220,000. Maybe because he felt that it would be difficult to force Cao Cao and Ziyuan back with such 1,000 or 2,000 added, Guiying directly increased the price by 20,000 at a time based on the original price. Strange. Why didn't that guy come? The bidding was still going on, but Xiao Han didn't care much anymore. It was almost over anyway, but the shadow never appeared, which was a bit strange to him. This wave of publicity can be said to be overwhelming in Novice Village No. 9528. He should be able to receive the news. The weapon that guy uses is a dagger, and his future development direction must be as an assassin. For such a person, having a handy weapon can increase his combat effectiveness by at least 20%. The attributes of Silver Wolfang are very good, and it also has the special effect of breaking armor. The possibility of others wanting to use a weapon with better attributes than Silver Wolfang in the novice village should not be high. I originally wanted to sell this weapon to that guy, and then kill him a few more times to re-explode the Silver Wolfang so that I could sell it one more time. But now it seems that there should be no chance. I'll pay 230,000. At this moment Wei Guochao's voice sounded again. His voice did not tremble, his hands did not tremble, and 10,000 were added in an instant. At this time, everyone could see that he was determined to get this equipment. As the offer was shouted out, everyone fell silent. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it, but that it wasn't worth it. It's just a level 10 silver dagger that was found in Novice Village. The price is too outrageous. After 2 minutes of silence, Tianfang saw that no one continued to increase the price, so he slowly said, 230,000 for the first time. Does anyone continue to increase the price? Everyone's eyes turned to Guiying. He was the only one who would continue to bid at this time. Facing everyone's gaze, Guiying didn't say anything, turned around and walked outside. 230,000 for the second time. 230,000 for the third time. With 2 consecutive hammer falls from the storm, the auction finally came to an end. Without the auction items, the players gathered nearby left one after another. Some were happy, some were depressed, and some returned disappointed. At this time, hundreds of meters away from here, Guiying was facing the air, alone, saying to himself, "No way, I only have 220,000 in my account. I can't rob that guy. I think you're showing off your brains. With your strength you still have to buy equipment. If you kill him a few more times you'll always be able to explode. Haha, you were killed just now, and a piece of silver equipment exploded. Oh, I'm so happy. Get lost, you've been killed. I can't expect anything good from you. You should solve your own problems. If you can't solve them, wait until you get out of the novice village. Also, the guy who tried to steal the Silver Wolfang from me seems to be Xiao from the Wei Guild. Whether I should kill him a few more times or not, it's up to you. #C312 Drama Queens. The crowd gradually dispersed, and only the players of the Storm Guild remained here. As these people left, what happened at the auction quickly spread in the novice village. Many players familiar with the Storm Guild refreshed their understanding of Storm and Storm Rue, but some people also admired them more. For everyone, the most concerned thing was the silver equipment, which was sold at a high price of 230,000. This caused the novice village to be empty, and all the players couldn't wait to run to the wild area. Even if they couldn't get silver equipment, they wanted to get 1 or 2 bronze equipment. Because bronze equipment is not cheap, the lowest price is as high as 7,000. In this fucked up era, for most people they may not make so much in a year. But now, as long as a bronze equipment is exploded, it can be sold for 7,000 yuan. The sensation caused by a temporary auction was unknown to Xiao Han, Storm, or Stormy Hui. At this time, the two of them walked to Xiao Han happily, without saying anything, but their expressions were very proud. Fuck. You two are really good at acting. Xiao Han had to admire these two people and couldn't help but praise them. What on earth do you two do? How can you act so well? Without communication, hints, or even a glance, they cooperated so well. Originally, Xiao Han had estimated the value of these equipment. For bronze equipment, one piece was about 6,000 or 7,000 yuan, and the price of the Silver Wolfang should not exceed 100,000 yuan. But now, 19 pieces of bronze equipment were sold for a total of 182,600 yuan, with an average price of 9,600 yuan per piece. Add to that the 230,000 yuan sold for the Silver Wolfang, and the total is 412,600 yuan. Although the commission promised to Storm was only 2%, she could also get more. then 8,000 yuan. Xiao Han didn't care about these commissions. He had already made so much money, so why would he care about the mere 8,000 yuan? He was just curious about whether these two guys' actions were impromptu or intentional, so he asked with a smile, "You two didn't do this kind of thing often before?" "Hee. Don't ask." Bao Fengrui walked over happily and said directly, "Just 2 words, no? If you have to add 2 more words, then never." Failed to get the answer he wanted to know. Xiao Han didn't care, gave a thumbs up and said, "I have to say your actions today are really cool." I was stunned. You two raised the price of less than 200,000 to 400,000, and those guys didn't have any temper at all. Hee. I'm glad to know. Bao Fengrui clicked on the transaction and entered 2044 gold coins on it, and then continued, "In the future, any equipment can be handed over to us for operation, and the price will definitely satisfy you. Okay. There will be many opportunities in the future." Xiao Han did not.
Refer Bao Fenrisher Delibert for ship.
Humans are social animals. If they have enemies, they also need friends. Otherwise, no matter how talented and powerful he is, there will always be bad luck. At that time, the value of friends will be reflected. In this fucked up era, if he is really lucky enough to become an evolver through Perfect World, it is impossible for him to kill all the mutants by himself. After all, you still need to make some like-minded friends survive strongly in this world and protect some things and people you care about. After chatting with Bao Fengrui for a few more words and adding Bao Fengrui as a friend, Xiao Han walked towards the novice village. The task he took a few hours ago was completed long ago, but because of the red name, he has not been able to hand in the task. Now he finally has time. Walking into the novice village, players are constantly being refreshed on the resurrection altar. Most of them are newcomers who have just entered Perfect World, and only a small part of them are killed and returned to the resurrection altar. During this period of time, apart from him, not many people will waste time on killing people, because at this time, most players have just entered the game and have nothing on them. Even if they are killed, at most they will only drop a novice iron sword and a novice cloth. All players have these 2 pieces of equipment, and even if they are dropped, they cannot be sold. More importantly, once you take the initiative to kill someone, your name will immediately turn red, which has a great impact on the docking and delivery of tasks, so killing is a behavior that is not worth the loss. Watching the players who have just refreshed, Xiao Han sighed. Just a few hours ago he was also one of them, but because of the talent of 100 times reward, he is completely different from before. Turning his eyes away from these people, Xiao Han looked to the other side. At this time, more than 10 meters away from him, a group of players were surrounding a white-bearded old man to ask for tasks. "Ah!" With a chuckle, Xiao Han raised his foot and walked over there. He was looking forward to handing in the task this time. Whether it was the task of protecting farmland or protecting orchards, he exceeded the target. More importantly, the quest items brought back were increased 100-fold in rewards. The broken fangs turned into sharp fangs, and the rotten peaches turned into bright red peaches. With these 2 quest items as a foundation, he felt that he had an 80% chance of receiving a more advanced quest. Ding! At this moment, a light sound came from his ear. Xiao Han quickly looked at the system prompt sound and found that someone outside the game was looking for him. Strange, who would look for me at this time? #C32 The Fall of Jiangqing. Looking at the white-bearded old man not far away, Xiao Han frowned. He was going to hand in the task first, then find a way to complete the job. Transfer task, and then leave the novice village as soon as possible. There is no boss worth his effort in the novice village now. In this way, the income will drop significantly. He has already experienced the pleasure of making 800,000 in half a day, so how can he still look at the remaining melons and 2 dates in the novice village? Opening the backpack, Xiao Han looked at the number of gold coins displayed below. At this moment, it has increased by more than 4,000, becoming 7916, which is close to 800,000. Even 10 years ago, many people's lifetime savings could not reach this number, but they didn't expect to earn it in half a day now. Without thinking too much, Xiao Han directly clicked on the transfer, and the number of gold coins in the backpack immediately decreased by 7,000. The game helmet has been bound to his identity and DNA information, so when he entered the game, the bank card was also bound at the same time. Seeing a series of zeros on the deposit balance, Xiao Han smiled and chose to quit. Perfect world. You finally came out. As soon as he took off his helmet, Ding Yi's slightly anxious voice came to his ears. Hurry up. The inspector has been waiting for you for a long time. Inspector, why is he here? Xiao Han was a little confused. Since the emergence of mutant beasts, although the main body of the country has not changed, the social structure has changed greatly. Because of the need to protect the few remaining cities of humans, the military force has become increasingly tight, so even the police who maintain public security need to go to the front line and fight against the brutal and bloodthirsty mutant beasts. However, the public security in the city cannot be ignored, so the inspector came into being. There is only one inspector in each area, and they need to be responsible for many things such as population registration, housing allocation, soldier recruitment, etc. The workload of these things seems to be very large, but because of the internet, many times you only need to sit in the office and send a message to complete it online. It is still rare for the inspector to come to the door in person. In this era, the appearance of mutant beasts is an accident, but human technology is still improving. Electronic eyes are everywhere in the city, monitoring almost every place without blind spots. This is because it is necessary to monitor the mutant birds in the sky, the mutant rats in the ground, and other small mutant beasts at all times. This also makes the public security of the entire city very good, and there are very few crimes. Because of this, the supervisor rarely comes to the door. If there is anything, just send a message and it can be easily solved. Being pulled by Ding Yi, Xiao Han did not continue to dawdle. Because the supervisor came to the door in person, usually something happened. Walking out of the door, I saw Xia supervisor standing at the door at a glance. This is a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a neat dark blue uniform. Although it is a bit old, he still looks heroic. Uncle Xia, you are here. What's the matter this time? Xiao Han walked up and asked with a smile, while looking at his empty left arm. This was bitten off by a mutant marten during a battle to defend the city a year and a half ago. Because of this, he could no longer hold a gun and could only regretfully withdraw from the front line to be responsible for logistics. Xiao Han didn't know why he was here, but he continued, if you have anything to say, just tell us. We will definitely cooperate. Hey! Looking at the two young men in their early 20s in front of him, Xiaodong sighed. When he was this old, the world was not like this. At that time, it was safe outside the city, food was sufficient, and even the nightlife was rich and colorful. But now, as long as it gets dark, even if the city is full of electronic eyes, no one dares to wander around the streets casually. Because if you are not careful, a mutant beast may rush out from the sky or underground. Looking at the two children who have lost all their relatives with some sympathy, Xiaodong said in a deep voice, Jiangcheng, which is 200 kilometers away from our Jing'an, you two should know it, right? Xiao Han was a little confused. He must know about this matter. Because of the internet, the Jiangcheng incident was a hot topic at the time, and they all heard about it. A 6th-level evolver named Zhang Danian appeared over there and occupied Jiangcheng with his powerful strength, but secretly disobeyed the country's orders. But why did he mention Jiangcheng now? Xiao Han frowned and nodded. I know. Heard there is a level 6 evolver there, but what does it have to do with you coming here? Is he planning to take care of Jing'an? Are you here to recruit soldiers? I'm not here to recruit soldiers. It's just that Jiangcheng is gone. The refugees there should be here in 2 days. What, Jiangcheng is gone? Xiao Han's eyes bulged, and he asked in disbelief, "But isn't that Jiang Danian a level 6 evolver? How could Jiangqing just disappear?" "Uncle Xia, are you mistaken?" At this time, Ding Yi also had an unbelievable look on his face, and asked in horror, "I heard that the proportion of evolvers in Jiangqing is the highest among all cities. It seems that there are many evolvers in Jing'an, all of whom came from Jiangqing. If Jiangqing is gone, Ding Yi doesn't know how long Jing'an can hold on, because the most powerful evolver in Jing'an has just reached level 6 not long ago. Whether it is high-end combat power or the number of evolvers, they are far inferior to Jiangqing." Staring at Xia Dong in front of him, Ding Yi hurriedly asked again, "Then do you know how Jiangqing was lost?" "I know, there is no need to hide this kind of thing from you. Anyway, when the people from Jiangqing come over, you will know it sooner or later." Xia Dong paused and continued. "A level 7 mutant wolf appeared over there, integrating all the mutant beasts within a radius of 100 kilometers. It took less than a day for Jiangqing to be captured, and it was too late for the rescue. #C33 National Welfare. Level 7 mutant beast?" Ding Yi's face turned pale, and he asked in a trembling voice, "What should we do now? Jiangqing is less than 200 kilometers away from Jing'an. If those mutant beasts come, we can't defend Jing'an." Looking at the boy in front of him whose voice had changed, Xia Dong could understand his worries and smiled and comforted him. "Don't worry about this. Jing'an is still safe for the time being. When he first went to the battlefield, he was not much better than this boy, but now that he has been in contact with more, he is no longer afraid, because fear will only accelerate his own death." Patting Ding Yi's shoulder gently, Xia Dong continued with a smile. "The level 7 mutant wolf and the hundreds of thousands of mutant beasts it integrated were all killed. The higher-ups used small tactical nuclear bombs, so Jiangqing is no longer habitable. I came here today to tell you that because the living space is a bit tight, you should arrange for 2 more people to move in." "That's no problem. I'll move to Ding Yi's room and the 2 new people can live in my room." Hearing Xiao Han say this, Ding Yi also hurriedly said, "Yes, it's okay for 2 people to live in 1 room." No, you misunderstood." Xia Dong shook his head and said word by word, "I mean, I'll arrange 2 women. For you, 1 for each of you." The 2 looked at each other, a little bewildered, and Xiao Han had to bite the bullet and said, "Uncle Xia, this is inappropriate." "There's nothing inappropriate." Xia Dong's face straightened, and he continued, "You 2, one is 22 this year and the other is already 19. They are all adults and should be sensible. For so long, I have never forced you to find someone by yourselves, but you just dragged it with me. Now the population is getting smaller and smaller and the country has no choice. You have to understand me. If you don't want me to force 2 women to come in, you can find 1 for me in the next 2 days and solve this problem." "Uncle Xia, can you give me a few more days? These 2 days are not enough." Xiao Han was stunned and begged for mercy. I promise to solve it within this month." At this time, Ding Yi on the side also hurriedly said, "Uncle Xia, I am still young. Can't I wait until I am 20 years old to talk about this little fart?" Xia Dong slapped Ding Yi on the head and scolded, "Sume next to your house is only 19 years old and is already a mother of 2 children. Tell me, where are you young? You can have morning erections when playing games, but you can't find a woman." Puff. Laughter rang out in the not very spacious house. Xiao Han couldn't help it, while Ding Yi looked embarrassed. "And you, what are you laughing at? You're playing the same trick on me again." Xia Dong was stunned and said seriously, "Do you really think I'm stupid? You can fool me every time. When you first came, you knew what a scoundrel you were, so I didn't force you in the past 2 years. But now it's not possible. I've taken care of you. You 2 can't make things difficult for me." Xia Dong said this. Xiao Han couldn't refuse anymore. So he had to say, okay, I'll listen to Uncle Xia. You can arrange it. Me too. I'll listen to Uncle Xia. Some things can't be avoided after all, so you can only accept them, but there are also ways to work around them. Xiao Han, what are you doing with your eyes? Xiaodong's face darkened, and he immediately warned, I'm telling you, don't play tricks on me. I'm not that easy to fool. Within 3 months, if the 2 women assigned here don't get pregnant, your rations will be halved. Also, the recent pressure on soldiers is quite high. If you don't want to raise children, go to the front line to kill mutant beasts. After saying that, Xiaodong didn't stay any longer, turned around and left. Zhangqing is gone, and he needs to be busy for a long time. Personnel registration is easy to say. The residents of Zhangqing are also literate. As long as they are given a mobile phone, they can complete the registration themselves. But the allocation of personnel requires him to visit one place after another. Because of population pressure, forced matching is also unavoidable. He can only try his best to use the power in his hands to help them choose some suitable ones. At least in terms of age and personality, the gap is not too big. As Xiaodong left, Ding Yi's face turned bitter, and he whispered, Brother, Xiao, what should we do? Are we just going to live with a woman we don't know? What else can we do? Xiao Han glanced at Ding Yi and said helplessly, Can you resist, or what can you do? The country has given you a wife for free, so just be content. Besides, you are a second-class disabled person with a height of less than 1.7 meters. If it were 10 years ago, you would have to spend your whole life with your right hand. You! Ding Yi's face turned red, and he said angrily, I'm only 19 years old. I can still grow taller. How tall can it grow? 1 centimeter or 2 centimeters, that's still less than 1.7 meters. The 2 of them were arguing, and even if they were ridiculed by each other, no one would really get angry because of it. After 2 years of getting along, even if they were not relatives, they were better than relatives. At the same time, in an office in the center of Jing'an, 2 men in their 30s stood face to face. The 2 sides were silent for a while, and one of them asked, Zhang Xiaoyun, we'll be here soon. What are you going to do? Zhang Danian has done us a favor after all. Since we have met him, we have to help him. Hey, but what can we do? There are many guys who are hostile to Zhang Danian. Hey, I just got a message that a guy has just entered Perfect World for less than half a day, and he has transferred 700,000 from it. Such a large amount of funds flowed into a bank card, which is rare. So this guy has already registered on it. If Zhang Xiaoyun is given to that guy as a wife, those guys will not dare to reach out even if they have ideas. #C34 hidden. After sucking a tube of energy liquid and eating half a bowl of mashed potatoes, Ding Yi pushed the porcelain bowl and said depressedly, I can only eat this every day. How can I have a child? How should I raise him after he is born? If everyone thinks like you, in 100 or 200 years, there may be no human species on the earth. Xiao Han licked the last bit of mashed potatoes off the porcelain bowl and continued in a low voice, So don't worry about it. You have to pass this level. After the emergence of mutant beasts, humans faced great food pressure. Fortunately, through the efforts of scientists, they used the corpses of mutant beasts to extract nutrient-rich energy liquid. A tube of energy liquid can provide an adult with all the physical needs for 10 days. Even if he eats nothing, he will not starve to death. However, energy liquid has a huge disadvantage. That is, just because you are not hungry or starved to death does not mean you will not feel hungry. In Jing'an, every ordinary resident can receive 3 tubes of energy liquid and 10 kilograms of potatoes every month. But these 10 kilograms of potatoes, no matter how sparingly eaten, are only enough for an adult to barely survive hunger for half a month. In the remaining half month, if they don't make money to buy potatoes, their life will definitely not be easy. After clearing away the dishes and chopsticks for the 2 of them, Xiao Han thought about what he had gained today. With his current ability, he actually no longer has to worry about food in the future, so he smiled and said, "We are already very sorry to Uncle Xia for delaying it for so long. Let's admit it this time. Regarding the talents gained in a perfect world, Xiao Han does not plan to tell Ding Yi for the time being, because this is a bit too outrageous. Making 800,000 yuan a day is hard to believe. You said so, but I can still carry it alone." At this time, Ding Yi stood up, turned around and walked out the door, and said at the same time, "I'm going out to ask Uncle Chow if he has any work out of the city in the past 2 days. Since we are going to live together, and when other girls come over I have to give them a good meal out of town." Xiao Han frowned and said directly, "Don't go outside the city. I was lucky. Today, I got a piece of bronze equipment and sold it for 5,000 yuan. As he said that, he picked up his phone and transferred the money directly to Ding Yi. Although the pay for working outside the city is high, it is also more dangerous. If you are not careful, you may never come back. The main purpose of going outside the city is to hunt mutant beasts, but it is really difficult for ordinary people to hunt down a mutant beast. Even a mouse the size of a house cat has the potential to kill several adults on its own. But in order to support their families and not be tortured by hunger, no matter how dangerous it is, some people will still do it. Because as long as you hunt down a mutant mouse, you won't have to go hungry for the next 6 months. More importantly, if you eat the flesh and blood of mutated beasts for a long time, you will have a very low chance of becoming an evolver, which makes all ordinary people crazy. So no matter how dangerous it is, there is still an endless stream of people leaving the city. Bite! At this time, there was a soft buzz from Ding Yi's cell phone. He picked up the phone and took a look. Then his eyes suddenly opened wide and he said in disbelief, "Here I go. There are really 5,000 yuan. Oh, when have I ever lied to you?" Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "Don't go outside the city. It's too dangerous. I don't want you to lose your virginity before you say goodbye. With these 5,000 yuan, it will be enough for us to eat for a long time. Haven't you not eaten meat for a long time? This time we will only buy 2 kilograms. In fact, I have been craving for it for a long time." "Hey, why did you just sell it?" After receiving the 5,000 yuan, Ding Yi showed no joy at all. Instead, he said with a depressed look, "Having a piece of bronze equipment will greatly increase your strength. It is said that perfect world can promote physical evolution. How can you sell such an important thing just because you said it?" Forehead. Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect Ding Yi to have such a reaction. What can he say? Tell Ding Yi that he still has 1 piece of dark gold, 2 pieces of gold, and 3 pieces of silver. He even sold more than 40 pieces of bronze equipment just before he went offline. If he told this story, this guy would go crazy. Touching the tip of his nose, Xiao Han considered it for a moment and said, with a smile, "It doesn't matter.
I'm lucky.
I still have a piece of bronze and 5 pieces of black iron equipment. If the money is not enough, I can sell 2 more. Damn it! Which novice village are you in? This explosion rate is too ridiculous." Ding Yi's eyes widened and he suddenly cursed. "It's been such a fucking long time that I haven't even exploded a piece of black iron. The bronze equipment in the village has been sold for 10,000 pieces, but it is still expensive but not marketable. I just wanted to say that you made a loss on the 5,000 pieces. Possible that there are too many bronze equipments in your village, which is why the price cannot go up." "Well, it seems so." Xiao Han smiled awkwardly and continued, "I was in novice village number 9528. When I logged off, I saw someone holding an auction. It seemed that dozens of bronze equipment appeared. I'll go novice village number 9528. Is it the novice village where Silver Wolf Fang appeared?" Ding Yi was excited and quickly took Xiao Han's arm and dragged him back to the room. As he walked, he said, "Then don't be stunned. Take advantage of the high explosion rate in your novice village and quickly get a few more items. Pa! As the door was closed, Xiao Han suddenly felt a little embarrassed. The drop rates of all novice villages are the same, and there is nothing special about novice village number 9528, so how could the drop rate be higher than that of other novice villages? The reason why there are so many bronze equipment is just because he has a talent with 100 times the drop rate. However, since he was pulled back, Xiao Han did not intend to explain anything more. He just handed in the 2 tasks and then saw if he could receive the job. Transfer task. #C35 taking on tasks. Entering the game again, Xiao Han saw the white-bearded old man not far away. There were still many players around him, but not many of them actually received the task. He took out the sharp fangs and bright red peaches from his backpack and walked over immediately. Ah, respected warrior, you are finally back. Before he got close, the village chief immediately left the players around him, walked a few steps to him, and said excitedly, "It's great. Those hateful, demonized wild boars and demonized monkeys have finally been killed." Ding! The task was successfully handed over. At this moment, a light sound came from his ears, prompting that his task was completed. Before Xiao Han had time to listen to the system prompt, the players around him started to make noise. Fuck! Who is this? Is he so awesome? I'm so pissed. I've been trying to please this old guy for so long. But he doesn't even bother to pay attention to me. Why is he smiling like a chrysanthemum when I come? Hey, are you looking for death? How dare you say that? Don't you know who he is? Who could it be? Could he be the big demon frost owl who killed hundreds of people? Hearing this, the players around were shocked, gloating, as if to say, "Brother, you're so smart. You guessed it right after just one guess." And then the face of the player who spoke froze and he immediately showed a confused expression. Xiao Han didn't care about this episode. He couldn't just go and kill this guy. After someone said a few words behind his back, seeing that the sharp fangs in his hand and the bright red peach had disappeared, Xiao Han had to call up the system message again and read it again. Ding, you have perfectly completed the task of protecting the farmland, and you have gained 100 experience points, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you have gained 10,000 experience points. Ding, your level has been raised to the upper limit and you can no longer gain experience points. Please complete the job transfer task as soon as possible to increase the level upper limit. Ding, you have perfectly completed the task of protecting the farmland, and you have gained 100 copper coins, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you have gained 10,000 copper coins. Ding, you have perfectly completed the task of protecting the farmland, and you have gained the favor of the village chief, triggering a 100-fold reward, and the village chief has a new look at you. Ding, you have perfectly completed the task of protecting the orchard, and you have gained the favor of the village chief, triggering a 100-fold reward, and the village chief has great trust in you. After completing 2 tasks, Xiao Han did not get any equipment, which was something he did not expect, but with his talent for a 100-fold reward, he did not need to get equipment by completing tasks. Just for these 2 tasks, he killed hundreds of people from the Wei State Guild, but the reward was only 30,000 copper coins, which was obviously a bit less. But what does the village chief has great trust mean? Is it because of this trust that he didn't need to queue up just now, and the village chief rushed over to let him hand in the task first? Looking at the village chief with some doubts, Xiao Han guessed in his heart, "Dear warrior, your strength has been recognized by me. Now there is a very dangerous thing that needs you to do. Can you help me?" At this moment, the village chief's voice sounded, and at the same time, the system prompt for receiving the task came to his ears. Ding! Do you want to receive the task? As for whether to receive the task, Xiao Han did not hesitate at all, and immediately replied, "Of course, a warrior like me is not afraid of any danger. Just tell me, what do you need me to do?" Ding! The task was successfully received. The system prompt sounded again, and the task panel appeared in front of him.
Rescue Ningwu.
Task requirements. Enter the demon flame cave and rescue Ningwu, who is in
Danger.
task reward. 100 gold coins, 1 storage bag. Fuck! The moment he saw the task reward, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly bulged, revealing an unbelievable look. What kind of god is this? He was rewarded with 100 gold coins, which is 10,000 yuan. After 100 times the reward, he could get 1 million yuan after completing the task. He worked so hard to kill monsters for a long time, but he only earned less than 800,000 yuan. This is not the most important thing. He could earn this amount of gold coins by working overtime for a day. What made him jealous was the thing called storage bag. If he guessed correctly, this should be a storage equipment. Even if there is only 10 grids of space, it can be increased to 1,000 grids with the blessing of 100 times the reward. In this way, he will no longer have to throw away all the equipment that cannot be brought back because the backpack is not big enough. For some reason, the demon sealer who was supposed to come to replace the shift a year ago has not appeared yet. Because of the leakage of demonic energy, the wild animals around the village have been slowly demonized. At this moment, the voice of the village chief sounded, and Xiao Han quickly retracted his gaze from the task panel and focused on what he was saying. After the village chief slowly told him, he finally understood what the task was this time. Many races once lived on this continent, fighting for living space for tens of thousands of years. 8,000 years ago, the demons from the abyss of the underground invaded the surface and slaughtered the races on the surface. Under the threat of extinction, humans, dwarves, elves, dragons, orcs, and other races living on the surface united, and after more than 2,600 years of resistance, they finally drove the demons back to the abyss. In order to prevent them from invading the surface again, every underground entrance connected to the surface was set up with a magic sealing array. These magic arrays are guarded by special personnel, and every 5 years, a demon sealer will come to replace them. But for some unknown reason, the demon sealer who was supposed to come to replace them a year ago has not appeared yet, and the magic array deep in the demon flame cave has moved again. The demon sealer on duty, Ningwu, went to investigate a month ago, but not only did the situation not improve, but the demonic energy inside leaked out. What he has to do now is to go to the demon flame cave to investigate and see what happened. If possible, find Ningwu and rescue him. #C36 Advanced Life Essence. Respected warrior, I know this is difficult, but now there is no one else who can help me. Hearing the whole story, Xiao Han's face darkened. If the village chief hadn't explained it in such detail, he might have just rushed in. Anyway, with the roar of the angry wolf, he was still very confident in his strength. But now, Xiao Han really felt that doing this task was no different from sending himself to death. The biggest reason why the demons fought against so many races on their own for more than 2,600 years was because the demon energy was too overbearing. As long as the strength is slightly weaker, most races will be assimilated by the demon energy and become part of the demons. While absorbing these demon energies, the strength will also increase to a certain extent. The more you absorb, the stronger you will be. According to the village chief, the demonized Silver Wolf King in the wild Wolf Valley is so powerful only because he absorbs a few more demon energy than ordinary wild wolves. Just by absorbing a few more demon energy, his attack is 200 points higher than that of ordinary demonized wild wolves. If you enter the demon flame cave, the demonic energy absorbed by the demonized monsters inside is not just a wisp, it should be calculated by group. If this is really what he thinks, the attack attribute must be over 1,000. Even if he is equipped with the roar of the angry wolf, his total defense value is less than 400 points. If he is attacked, it may be more than 500 points of damage. Who can withstand this? Dear warrior, This is the map to the Demon Flame Cave. Please keep it. At this time, the village chief's voice sounded again, and Xiao Han hurriedly looked at the map in his hand. This is a very rough map, and the drawing is not very clear, but you can still see that there is a route on it that leads directly to the depths of the Demon Flame Cave. Since you have accepted this task, even if your strength is not good, you have to bite the bullet. Xiao Han reached out and took the map. Ding, you get a fragmentary map of the Demon Flame Cave, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you get a complete map of the Demon Flame Cave. Oh my god! A complete map! Listening to the system prompt, Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, but then he reacted. This talent of a 100-fold reward is really awesome. Quickly opening the map, Xiao Han studied it carefully, and his eyes became clearer. This map is much clearer than the previous fragmentary map, marking all the information of the Demon Flame Cave. Even where it is safe and where it is dangerous are clearly recorded. According to the records on the map, there are also many demonized monsters in the Demon Flame Cave. They are all elite monsters, and the lowest level is the 10th level demonized rock rat. Then there are the 15th level demonized pangolins and the 20th level demonized zombies. Fuck. This is the rhythm of getting rich. Xiao Han didn't know whether he could beat the level 20 demonized zombie. But the level 10 demonized rock rat and the level 15 demonized pangolin were definitely not his opponents. If he could clean up the Demon Flame Cave, all his equipment would definitely turn into gold. If he was lucky enough, he could even bring out a backpack of gold equipment. No, I can't stand this temptation. Xiao Han roared in his heart and hurriedly said to the village chief. Then, there is no time to waste. I'll go now. Do you have anything else to tell me? By the way, I would have forgotten if you hadn't said it. The village chief trembled and took out a green bottle from his arms, and said, carefully, if Ningfengma envoy is injured, you give this to him to drink. Xiao Han didn't think much about it and took the bottle directly from the village chief. Ding, you get a bottle of low-level life essence, triggering a 100-fold. Reward, you get a bottle of high-level life essence. Fuck. This is too awesome. Looking at the high-level life essence in his hand, Xiao Han's eyes were full of depression because this was a quest item and he couldn't use it. High-level life essence. Quest item, restore all injuries permanently. Increase 1,000 points of strength, 1,000 points of intelligence, 1,000 points of agility, 1,000 points of physical strength, 1,000 points of energy. If he drinks this thing, let alone a level 20 demonized zombie, even a level 30 person would dare to go up and do it. A full 5,000 points of attributes. This is an additional attribute point. Even if he reaches level 100, he can only have 500 points. Oh, what a pity. He sighed depressedly. This thing must be forgotten. It was specially prepared for Ningwu. Originally, it was a low-level life essence, and it was estimated that it was only enough for Ningwu to barely hang on to his life. But now, that guy has made a lot of money. Not only can he recover all his injuries, but his strength will also increase significantly. Damn it. I got such a big benefit from me. I must knock out some diamond equipment when the time comes. After cursing in a low voice, Xiao Han put the high-level life essence into the package and looked at his backpack at the same time. Because of the 30,000 copper coins he just got, the number of his gold coins has increased to 1216. In addition to the gold coins, there are only the high-level life essence, the roar of the angry wolf, and several sets of high-level gold wound medicine, and less than 10 bottles of intermediate life recovery potions in the backpack. There are so many elite monsters in the Demon Flame Cave. I don't plan to come out unless I kill them all. This little gold wound medicine should not be enough. Mumbling something in a low voice, Xiao Han raised his foot and walked towards the medicine shop. Elite monsters generally have a good chance of dropping black iron equipment. As for the drop rate of bronze equipment, although the probability is not high, there is still a chance given such a large base. After being amplified 100 times, these equipment can become silver equipment and gold equipment. So many elite monsters can't be seen in other places. This opportunity is rare and must not be missed. Hashtag C37 buying medicine. Boss, how much is your high-level gold wound medicine? How much is it per bottle? Looking at the shelves in the medicine shop, Xiao Han was a little surprised. There was only one kind of medicine left here, the high-level gold wound medicine. There was not a single bottle of low-level and intermediate gold wound medicine, which was more in number. There were also a few players squatting beside them with no intention of leaving. From their appearance, it seemed that they were squatting to wait for the refresh of low-level and intermediate gold wound medicine. Xiao Han didn't care about these people because for him, once he equipped the roar of the angry wolf, his health would reach 6,160 points. The recovery power of 100 points per second for high-level gold wound medicine was already very poor, so he looked down on the intermediate gold wound medicine that could only recover 50 points per second, and the low-level gold wound medicine that could only recover 20 points per second. Look at the label yourself. No bargaining. At this time, a slightly old voice came from behind the counter. Xiao Han was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect him to have a personality. But there was no need to haggle with an NPC at this time, so he turned his eyes to the labels on the shelves. 5 silver coins a bottle. It's not expensive.
Xiao Han muttered softly.
But the players behind him who heard this were a little unhappy and started to mock. Hee, you are pretending to be so cool in the medicine shop, but it's a pity that there are not many people here. This poor guy may not have a concept of 5 silver coins. Why are you so serious about it? 50 yuan a bottle of potion, you actually say it's not expensive, except for those top guilds, few people can afford it since it's not expensive. You buy 100 bottles and let me see. The few people who were squatting for the potion said a few words in a gloomy way, and only one person immediately shrank into the corner after seeing Xiao Han coming in. Xiao Han didn't care about the attitude of these people. There are many people like this. If he cares about them, he can still kill them all. Ignoring their sarcasm, he directly said to the boss at the counter, "Give me 20 sets first." His backpack is 3 times 10 with a total of 30 grids, which means that it can only hold 30 sets of advanced golden medicine. But now there are advanced life essence, intermediate life recovery potion, roar of angry wolf, and 4.5 sets of advanced golden medicine in the backpack, which takes up 8 grids. Now he can only bring 22 sets at most, but the backpack cannot be filled up. There must be some space left for equipment. Otherwise, once the equipment explodes in the magic flame cave, he can only throw out the advanced golden medicine one by one. Although he made a lot of money today, a set of advanced golden medicine also costs 10 gold coins, which is worth 1,000 yuan. No matter how rich he is, he can't just throw it around like this. At the same time, the players who just ridiculed him all widen their eyes, with an expression of disbelief on their faces. It's fake. He asked for 20 sets right away. Does he know how much that is? I think this guy is mentally ill. Our backpack only has 30 slots, but he asked for 20 sets right away. Is he buying it to drink? He's still pretending. Wait until the boss takes out the high-grade gold wound medicine. I'll see how he ends up. A bottle of high-grade gold wound medicine costs 5 silver coins, and 1 set costs 100 coins. 20 sets means 2,000 coins, which is 20,000 yuan. No one believed he would do this, and they all started to ridicule him. You want 20 sets? At this time, the old voice behind the counter sounded again, and said, excitedly, "You want too much. The medicine shop does not have so much for the time being. But if you are willing to help me collect herbs, let alone 20 sets, even 200 sets are available." Ding! Do you want to accept the task? At this moment, the system prompt sounded in his ears, which made Xiao Han stunned for a moment and immediately replied, "I have something to do now. I may not be able to help you." He did not plan to accept this task. After completing the task of rescuing Ningwu, he still had no clue about the job transfer task. If he did this task, again, he didn't know how long he would have to wait before leaving the novice village. And seeing that this task of collecting herbs was not too advanced, the reward was obviously not very good, so it was even more unprofitable. Is that so? That's such a pity. Behind the counter, the owner of the medicine shop had a sad face, but he still took out all the high-level golden wound medicine on the shelf and said, "There are not enough herbs. There are only 11 sets of high-level golden wound medicine left. 11 sets are 11 sets. I want them all." After taking out 110 gold coins, Xiao Han put all the potions on the counter into his backpack and turned to leave the medicine shop. As soon as he left, several players rushed to the owner of the medicine shop and said excitedly, "Boss, I have time. I have a lot of time. I will help you pick herbs." "Shopkeeper, I have time too." Several players rushed to say it, but the boss behind the counter shook his head and said slowly, "No, your strength is too weak." After that, he lay down on the recliner behind the counter again and stopped talking. The players standing nearby froze, their faces showing a depressed look, and they all said angrily, "Damn it, this is too infuriating. That's right, the discrimination is too obvious. Do we have to buy all the high-level gold wound medicine here to trigger this task? I'm just curious, is that guy crazy? He doesn't even accept the task." Several people were talking about this sudden appearance in the medicine shop, and they had forgotten the ridicule they had just made to that person. At this time, the figure who had huddled in the corner of the medicine shop at the beginning slowly walked out. He stared at the figure who was leaving, hesitated for a moment, and immediately followed. #C38 Devil Flame Cave. What did you say? He bought all the high-level gold-wound medicines and has even left the novice village now. Wild Wolf Valley, Wei State. Chow Chow, wearing wild wolf leather armor, holding the silver wolf's fangs, frowned deeply. What on earth is he going to do after buying so many high-level gold wound medicines? Thoughts surged in his mind. Chow Chow glanced at the demonized wild wolves around him and whispered, "No matter what he does, he can't succeed." At this time, to the north of the novice village, Xiao Han was walking slowly along the mountain path according to the instructions of the map. Looking at the surrounding environment, he always felt something was wrong, and muttered in a low voice, "Where is this place? Why is there not even a wild monster?" This is the back mountain of the novice village. In fact, it has already left the scope of the novice village. It is full of rugged rocks all around. Not to mention wild monsters, even trees are rare. These rocks look scary. They are all black and some are even bloody. They look weird and grotesque, which is very creepy. It should be in front. Taking out the map, Xiao Han compared it carefully, then took a step and continued to walk deeper along the mountain path. After a while, he saw a cave at the foot of the mountain. The width and height of the cave entrance were about 2 meters, and it was pitch black inside, like the entrance to hell. The walls of the cave were as black as ink. If you look closely, you can even see wisps of black gas escaping out. "Is that thing the devil's energy?" Xiao Han muttered, his eyes a little solemn, but he still walked towards the cave entrance unswervingly. After coming here, he realized that he had miscalculated. The cave was as black as ink, but he didn't bring a torch, but since he had already come to this place, he had to go in and take a look. If he really couldn't see anything, he would go by it after he came out. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Xiao Han thought he wouldn't be afraid, but the sense of reality of perfect world was too strong, almost no difference from reality. Even though he knew that the cave entrance would not be dangerous to him, his natural fear of darkness still made him hesitate. "Ha!" With a light breath, Xiao Han adjusted his mentality and stepped in. At this time, more than 100 meters behind him, the figure who had just appeared in the medicine shop slowly emerged and looked at the cave entrance, where Xiao Han disappeared with curiosity. -50, -50, -50. Fuck. I didn't get attacked. Why did I lose blood? When Xiao Han first entered the cave, he was still a little relieved, because there were some fluorites scattered in the cave, emitting a faint light. Although the light was very weak, it was barely enough to see things. In this way, he didn't have to go back again to buy torches for lighting. But this happiness didn't last for 10 seconds, and red numbers continued to float above his head, which made him dumbfounded. Opening the attribute panel, seeing that the health value has changed from 2160 points to 1210 points, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and immediately poured a bottle of high-level gold wound medicine into his mouth. At the same time, he took out the angry wolf roar from his backpack without any hesitation. Immunity, immunity, immunity. At this time, the red number once per second disappeared and turned into the white word, immunity. Is the magic energy inside harmful to the human body? Xiao Han had to think so, because until now he still didn't find that he was attacked. Then the loss of 50 points of health per second can only be caused by the special environment of this underground cave. Taking out the complete map of the Demon Flame Cave, Xiao Han's face was a little uncertain. When he first got this map, he saw that there were 4 colors on this map. The most central place, which is where he needs to go, is a black area the size of a glass ball. On the periphery of this black area, there is a circle of purple, which is probably slightly larger than a fist. As for the outer periphery, it is red and white. At first, he thought that this represented the danger level of the Demon Flame Cave. But now it seems that it is obviously not, because the place where he is standing at the moment is still just a white area. But even in such a white area, his health value can drop at a rate of 50 points per second. If he enters the darker red, purple, or even black area, the speed of the health value drop will reach 100, 200, or even 300. Fortunately, I have the roar of the angry wolf. Without these 200 points of damage reduction, this task can't be done at all. With a sigh in his heart, Xiao Han followed the instructions on the map and walked carefully into the depths of the cave. At the same time, a dozen figures appeared outside the Demon Flame Cave, one after another. At the forefront of these people, there was a familiar face. As soon as he appeared, he asked, "Did Han Xiao enter this cave?" "Yes, boss. I saw him go in with my own eyes, and he hasn't come out yet." Hearing this answer, the dozen players who just came over started to discuss. "Hey, I didn't expect there is such a place behind the novice village. You guys think this is a hidden map? I don't know if it's a hidden map, but there are definitely good things in it." Amid the discussion, Chow Chow of Wei State did not hesitate and immediately said, "No matter what kind of map it is, let's go in and take a look." As he said that, he took the lead and walked into the cave. After a while, more than a dozen players around also walked in one after another, their eyes full of excitement. After all these people went in, 2 figures slowly walked out from behind a black rock a few dozen meters away. One of them frowned and asked in confusion, "What is this place? How did they find it?" #C39, the miserable Wei State Guild. "Oh my god. What the hell is this place? Why did my health drop so fast? Holy shit, boss. Something's wrong. Boss? I can't hold it anymore. Let's get out quickly." As soon as he entered the cave, there was a sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling behind him. Wei Guochow Chow frowned and turned his head to look behind him. He was about to reprimand, but his eyes suddenly widened. -50, -50, -50. The dozens of players who came in with him had their heads turned red, and -50 jumped out one by one. "Get out! Get out! Get out quickly!" Although he didn't see any monsters attacking them, even if he had high-grade golden sore medicine in his backpack, he couldn't withstand such a blood loss. Speed. At this time, when the dozen or so players from the Wei Guild who were blocking the entrance of the cave heard what their boss said, they hesitated for a moment and immediately turned around and ran towards the outside of the cave. "Who are you?" As soon as he rushed out of the cave, Wei Lidian was stunned because he saw Two players who were not members of the Wei Guild standing outside the cave. Less than 10 seconds after they entered the cave, these two guys appeared. Here, obviously following them. At this time, Shadow and Ghost's expressions froze at the same time. They didn't expect that the guy who had just entered the cave ran out in a panic. The two of them raised their weapons almost at the same time and said, in unison, "Do it! Kill him!" -154. -176. The three weapons greeted each other at the same time, but only two red numbers floated out, but there was an extra corpse on the ground and a wrist guard was left at the same time. Guiying was stunned for a moment and said in disbelief, "What's going on? Is his HP less than 400 points? Such questions also echoed in Shadow's heart. Facing this scene, he was also very confused. Even if you don't wear any equipment, your upper limit of health will increase by 50 points every time you level up. As long as you reach level 8, it will definitely exceed 600 points. The dozen or so players who just appeared here are all elites of the Wei Guild, and none of them are lower than level 8. More importantly, they are all equipped with all their equipment, and each of them has at least 2 pieces of black iron equipment. The two of them just launched a random attack and actually killed one of them. This was a bit incredible. Is it possible that there are powerful wild monsters in the cave and they have all been maimed? Faced with such a situation, this is the only reasonable guess. The two people's eyes lit up at the same time, and they started to look forward to it. What the hell is this place? It's so fucking perverted. At this moment, 2 figures walked out of the cave at the same time, and they started to complain as soon as they came out. That's right. With such high damage, how did Han Xiao stay in there for so long? He has medicine. Have you forgotten that he could use a medicine that restores 400 health points in seconds? Guessing voices rang in their ears, but after hearing these 2 voices, Dark Shadow and Ghost Shadow flashed a joyful look on their faces, and then shouted loudly, "Kill!" Knowing that their health points might all be in a dissatisfied state, the two of them rushed towards the 2 of them without any hesitation. -168. -152. Shadow's full agility was increased, making his attacks more swift. 2 red numbers floated out, and there was another corpse on the ground. At the same time, less than 1 meter away from him, the weapon in Guiying's hand also hit another Wei Guild player, and he was lucky enough to get a critical hit. -350. A mixed damage value floated out, and there was not only a corpse on the ground, but also a piece of leather armor. Damn it! What did these guys encounter inside? Seeing 2 more Wei Guild players with less than 400 health points, Shadow said in shock, "Hey, once we kill them all, we'll find out if we go in and take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 more people ran out of the cave. They saw 3 corpses on the ground and the exploded equipment at a glance. "You are looking for death. How dare you ambush our Guild of Wei?" One of the 2 Wei Guild players who had just come out was confused about the situation and started threatening them. The other one shrank his head, turned around and entered the cave again. "Boss, we're in trouble. There are 2 guys ambushing us outside. Brother Li, Dian, Pang Dun and Liusu were all killed." As this voice echoed in the cave, the dozen or so Wei Guild players all stopped in their tracks, and their faces immediately turned extremely ugly. They were unlucky enough today. Even though they were tortured by Han Xiao a few hours ago, there were still people blocking their door. "You guys get out of the way. I'll go out first." Wei Guochao's eyes turned cold, and he immediately took out a bottle of high-grade gold sore medicine and poured it into his mouth, and then a green value of +100 appeared. At this time, more than a dozen players from the Wei Guild gave way. They all understood that only Cao Cao, who had more than 1,400 health points, went out at this time to buy them more time. As long as they last 30 seconds under the recovery effect of the advanced golden sore medicine, their condition will be restored to its optimal state. As soon as the figure flashed, Wei Guochao had disappeared in the cave. Hurry up. Let's get out. In this place, with a constant loss of 50 health points per second, they can't stay for too long. Only by getting out quickly can they have a chance of survival. Outside the cave, the Fourth Way Guild player only had time to say a word before being killed by Shadow and Ghost, but he was lucky and didn't drop any equipment. At this time, the names of the Four-Way Guild players who were killed in succession also turned red. Humph! It turned out to be you. At this moment, a cold snort came from the entrance of the cave, and then said, "Why, you can't beat me at the auction, so now you plan to rob me by force." #C40 Petrochemical Equipment. Deep in the Devil Flame Cave, Xiao Han didn't know that the Way State Guild was being targeted because of him. At this time he paused and whispered, "In the white area I didn't even encounter a demonized wild monster. After passing this passage, go a little further inside. It should be considered to be entering the red area." With the faint light emitted by the fluorite, Xiao Han raised his footsteps and continued to walk deeper into the Devil Flame Cave. It's not that there are no demonized monsters in the white area, but they are relatively rare. But after entering the red area, the number of demonized monsters will increase significantly, and most of them are level 10 demonized rock rats, and there will also be a small number of demonized pangolins. Although the probability of these elite demonized monsters dropping bronze equipment is not high, the probability of dropping black iron equipment is still quite high. With 100 times the reward increase, they will all become silver equipment. With a little excitement, Xiao Han slowly moved forward more than 100 meters. Seeing that the black fog in front of him became thicker, he slowly stopped. How much health will be lost per second in this place? After whispering, Xiao Han took off the roar of the angry wolf and put it in his backpack. -100. The moment the roar of the angry wolf was taken off, without the special effect of reducing damage, a red number immediately floated out from above his head. After receiving such information, Xiao Han did not hesitate at all and immediately re-equipped the roar of the angry wolf, and said to himself, "Fortunately, only 100 points were lost. According to this loss ratio, when we reach the purple area, the loss of health points will be about 150 to 200 points. That's good. It's still within the damage reduction range of the roar of the angry wolf." Calculating secretly in his heart, Xiao Han's expression slowly relaxed. Only when the damage of the demonic energy to the body is within 200 points, he has the confidence to enter the black area in the middle. Squeak! At this moment, the sound of a mouse came from his ears. Xiao Han's eyes flashed, and he immediately took a few quick steps and turned a corner. A rat over 1 meter long appeared in front of him, and at the same time, set of data passed by his eyes. Demonized rock rat, elite level 10, HP plus 12,000, attack plus 180, defense plus 250. Seeing such attributes, Xiao Han immediately felt relieved, because the attack of the demonized rock rat could not even break his defense, so there was no danger. However, the defense of this thing was a little higher. A level 10 elite monster had a defense more than double that of the leader level demonized Silver Wolf King. The defense was a little higher, but for Xiao Han, whose attack had reached 615 points, it was still a piece of cake. Grabbing the broken wind blade, he immediately stepped forward and raised his hand to slash. -362. A damage of nearly 400 points appeared, but compared with the HP of more than 10,000 points of this demonized rock rat, it was almost negligible. -358. After another slash, another similar red damage value appeared, and at the same time, the words "immune" appeared on his head. The demonized rock rat with an attack of more than 180 points could not break his defense of 381 points. -364. -722. A series of damage values kept floating out, and in less than 30 seconds, The demonized rock rat made a squeak sound and lay on the ground and never moved again. At the same time, Xiao Han also heard the system prompt sound. Ding, you killed a demonized rock rat elite and got 500 experience points, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you got 50,000 experience points. Ding, your level has reached the upper limit and you can no longer gain experience points. Please complete the job transfer task as soon as possible to increase the level upper limit. Ding, you killed a demonized rock rat elite and got 1 silver coin, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you got 100 silver coins. Ding, you killed a demonized rock rat elite and got the white equipment. Rat tooth ring, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you got the bronze equipment. Sharp tooth ring. Ding, you killed 100 demonized rock rats elites and got. Listening to the system prompts coming from his ears, Xiao Han was a little disappointed because he didn't get the silver equipment he wanted. It was just 2 bronze equipment and he didn't even have the interest to pick them up, because his backpack now only has 11 spaces. Even if he picked them up, he would have to throw them away later. But the 100 silver coins on the ground can't be let go. This is 1,000 yuan. After picking up all the silver coins, Xiao Han subconsciously picked up the sharp tooth ring when he saw it was right next to him and looked at its attributes. Sharp tooth ring, bronze level 10, attack plus 28, strength plus 20, special effect. Petrification, 20% chance to petrify the target for 1 second, 30 seconds. Cooldown. Seeing such attributes, Xiao Han didn't feel anything, but this special effect made him stunned for a moment. Then he looked at the empty space in the backpack and then looked at the ring in his hand with a somewhat tangled expression. Oh my God! Should I keep it or throw it away? The sharp tooth ring has more than 10 points of attributes than the Fong ring, which is also bronze equipment, but in terms of killing monsters, the Fong ring with a combo special effect would be more suitable. Equipment with special effects, no matter what grade it is considered top quality equipment. If it is auctioned, it is estimated that there will still be people scrambling for it at 10,000 or 20,000. Forget it. Keep it for now. With a flash of his eyes, Xiao Han muttered in a low voice, if a better piece of equipment is found, I can throw away the sharp tooth ring then. As he spoke, Xiao Han bent down and picked up another bronze wristband on the ground. He casually glanced at the attributes on it and found that it had no special effects, so he threw it away and continued to walk deeper into the cave. Although he wanted to keep this level of equipment, his backpack was not large enough and he could not take it back in the end. #C41 Demonized Pangolin. Continuing to walk deeper into the demon flame cave along the passage, Xiao Han did not rush to the purple area, but kept circling the red area, killing one demonized rock rat after another. -359, -706. After 2 consecutive damage values appeared, another demonized rock rat was killed, and at the same time the long-awaited system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding, you killed a demonized rock rat elite, obtained the bronze equipment. Screaming wristband triggered a 100-fold reward and you obtained the gold equipment rock wristband. Picking up the equipment on the ground and 100 gold coins, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with excitement, and he quickly looked at the attributes of the equipment. Rock wristband, gold level 10, HP plus 800, defense plus 72, stamina plus 58. Hey! The village chief is really a good person. Xiao Han muttered in his mouth, took off the silver wristband quickly, and equipped the rock wristband. At this time, except for a Fong ring, all other parts of his body were already equipped with silver or higher equipment. The elite monsters in the Demon Flame Cave had a good drop rate. Almost every time he killed one, he could drop 2 or 3 bronze equipment. Unfortunately, none of the bronze equipment that dropped later had special effects, and because of this, he didn't pick up any of those bronze equipment. As for silver equipment, the drop rate was also not low. Every time he killed 3 or 5 monsters, he could drop one. At this time he already had 13 pieces in his backpack and he had thrown away 24 high-level gold-wound medicines. As for the drop rate of gold equipment, it was really low and there was only this one so far. This made his current health value close to 10,000 points and his defense was more than 400 points. If this attribute was told to Wei Chao Chao, it would be a very desperate thing. With a smile on his lips, Xiao Han looked a little excited. As long as he went back this time, he could make at least several million. This terrifying speed of making money was something he had never dared to think about before. Click. At this moment, another strange sound came from the cave in front, like the sound of gravel falling to the ground. Xiao Han moved his footsteps and immediately walked in the direction of the sound. Snap! Snap! The sound continued to come. He walked more than 10 meters in a row and finally saw the demonized pangolin digging the cave with the weak fluorescence. Failed. Xiao Han frowned slightly because there was no data of the demonized pangolin in the corner of his eyes. The success rate of triggering the gaze special effect is only 50%. When observing the demonized rock rat, it often fails. But even if it fails, it doesn't affect him much. Xiao Han ran a few steps and rushed directly to the side of the demonized pangolin. He raised his hand and chopped it with a knife. The data of the demonized pangolin immediately appeared in his eyes. Demonized pangolin, elite level 15. HP plus 22,000. Attack plus 350. Defense plus 420. At the same time, the demonized pangolin waved its front claws and suddenly grabbed him. Heh! Xiao Han chuckled without any intention of dodging. The attack of the demonized pangolin was only 350 points, which could not break his defense at all. However, the attributes of this level 15 elite monster were much higher than those of the level 10 demonized rock rat. His previous attack only caused less than 200 points of damage to the demonized pangolin. To kill such a demonized wild monster with a health value of more than 20,000 points, it might take more than a minute with his damage output efficiency. But he could wait, and time was still ample for him. Facing the sharp claws of the demonized pangolin, Xiao Han slashed again. Minus 198. Minus 226. Minus 20. At this moment, 3 damage values appeared at the same time. Xiao Han's eyes widened, revealing an incredible look, and he said in astonishment, "Damn, what's going on? How did this thing cause such high damage to me? It only has 350 points of attack power, but his defense has exceeded 500 points. In addition to the 200 points of damage reduction provided by the roar of the angry wolf, if you want to cause more than 200 points of damage to him, the instantaneous attack power of the demonized pangolin must exceed 800 points. This is more than double the actual attack power of the demonized pangolin. How could this happen? Why is this?" Xiao Han frowned, his face full of confusion. But at this time he had no time to think about these because the sharp claws of the demonized pangolin had scratched him again. Faced with such an attack, Xiao Han did not dare to take it hard, because the demonized pangolin not only had a higher health value than him but also caused more damage to each other than him. If he continued to fight hard, he would not be his opponent. As he moved, Xiao Han dodged the claw and took advantage of the gap when the demonized pangolin had exhausted its moves and immediately stepped forward and chopped it down with a knife. Minus 196. Less than 200 points of damage appeared again, and Xiao Han did not take credit and immediately took another step back. At the same time, the demonized pangolin's other claw just swung over, and, with a click, it hit the rock wall beside it, leaving 3 deep scratches. This made Xiao Han's fear in his eyes unconsciously more intense. But he did not hesitate at all, and immediately rushed up again, slashing the demonized pangolin's head with a knife. In this back and forth, the health of both Xiao Han and the demonized pangolin was constantly decreasing. The space in the cave was very narrow. Even though his agility attribute had exceeded 150 points, it was not easy to dodge the attack of the demonic mountain piercer. Gulp. He dodged another claw attack and poured a bottle of high-level golden wound medicine into his mouth. Then a green plus 100 appeared above his head. Xiao Han was about to rush over again, but a set of data appeared in front of him. Hashtag C42 do the task first. Demonized Pangolin, Elite Level 15. HP plus 22,000. Attack plus 350. Defense plus 420. Skill. Claw attack, swing the front claws causing 500 damage to the target. At this time, the gaze special effect was successfully triggered and Xiao Han also understood why the demonized pangolin's attack on him could cause up to 200 damage. The 500 points of skill damage of the claw attack, plus the 350 points of attack power of its body together can make its instantaneous attack power reach 850 points. In this way, it is not surprising that it can cause 200 points of damage to him. After understanding the cause and effect, Xiao Han moved his feet and rushed up again, waving the wind-breaking knife. Ding! More than a minute later, a light sound came from his ears. Xiao Han did not listen carefully to the system's prompts and directly picked up the 2 pieces of equipment and 200 silver coins on the ground. Stone-breaking ring, silver level 15. Attack plus 100, strength plus 55, agility plus 55, special effect. Armor break, ignore 20% of the target's defense. Stone axe, bronze level 15. Attack plus 90, strength plus 40. The attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment came into view, and the stone axe was thrown away directly. Although its attributes are not bad, with a total increase of 130 points of attack power, this is a level 15 equipment which cannot be used in the novice village, and of course it is impossible to sell it at a high price. After leaving the novice village, bronze equipment will also become popular, and such equipment will be even less valuable. As for the stone-breaking ring, Xiao Han showed a hint of excitement in his eyes because this is another special effect equipment, but the level is not enough for the time being, so it cannot be equipped. But once he successfully changes his job, he will soon be able to reach level 15, and then he can replace the wind-breaking ring. As for the Fong ring, although it is only a bronze equipment, it has a combo special effect, and its practicality is more than 1 level stronger than the silver level wind-breaking ring. If there is no better special effect ring, he will not replace this equipment. In a short time, throwing away another set of high-level gold wound medicine, Xiao Han looked depressedly into the depths of the demon flame cave. At this time he was about halfway to the black area, but his backpack was already full. 14 pieces of silver equipment were exploded, and there was also 1 bronze equipment with special effects. There was also a complete map of the demon flame cave, a bottle of high-level life essence, 18 bottles of intermediate life recovery potions, and 12 sets of high-level gold wound medicine in the backpack. But high-level life essence and intermediate life recovery potions cannot be thrown away. One is a task item and the other is a life-saving item, so at most 12 pieces of equipment can be carried. Why don't we go to the center of the cave first and finish the task first? Xiao Han paused and pondered in his heart. After completing the task, you can get a storage bag reward, and then his backpack space can be increased by at least 100 grids. In this way, these bronze equipment on the ground don't have to be thrown away. These are all money. Thinking of this, Xiao Han was a little excited. He quickly took out the complete map and walked directly to the black area according to the markings on the map. Anyway, the cave will not disappear here. After the job transfer is successful, his attack will be higher and the speed of killing demonized monsters will be faster. At that time, it would be better to come here to swipe monsters and get equipment. Along the way, some demonized rock rats and demonized pangolins appeared from time to time, and he would take them away. All the equipment with bad attributes were not taken, and only the silver coins on the ground were picked up. More than half an hour later, Xiao Han took off the roar of the angry wolf. Again, and a red -200 immediately appeared on his head. Oh my god! The content of demonic energy has not increased much. How can the damage double? After re-equipping the roar of the angry wolf, Xiao Han's face looked a little bad. According to this trend, after entering the black area in a while, the loss of life value per second should reach 400 points. But there were only 18 bottles of intermediate life recovery potions in his backpack, which could not allow him to stay in the black area for too long. Fortunately, the black area was not large, with a radius of about 1 or 2,000 square meters. With the roar of the angry wolf, he should be able to find Ning Wu. With a move of his footsteps, Xiao Han continued to walk deeper into the cave. In fact, at this time he was not too far away from the black area, only about a few hundred meters. From the map, the black area was about the size of a glass ball, and the purple area was slightly larger than a fist. As for the red area, it was about the size of a basketball, and the rest of the area was all white. When you reach the purple area, it is actually infinitely close to the black area in the center. -199. After killing another demonized pangolin, Xiao Han picked up the silver equipment that had just exploded and looked at the place more than 10 meters away with a serious face. With the help of the weak fluorescence, he could already see a figure over there walking towards the side step by step. The figure was about 1.8 meters tall, wearing tattered armor, and his skin had turned blue-gray. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes, and instead of rushing forward, he took several steps back. He had just used the gaze more than 10 seconds ago, so he could not know the attributes of this demonized zombie for the time being. But just by looking at his appearance, he could tell that his attributes were much stronger than the demonized pangolin. So at this time, it is better not to be reckless. After the gaze is triggered successfully, you will know the properties of the demonized zombie clearly. Waiting until then to act is the best choice. 10 seconds later, the gaze was triggered once, but it failed. Xiao Han was not anxious and stepped back again. There was only a 30-second cooldown time. He could still wait. It would not fail all the time. Time passed slowly, and finally when the third gaze was triggered, a line of data appeared in the corner of his eyes. Demonized zombie, elite level 20, HP plus 30,000, attack plus 420, defense plus 580, skill, corpse poison, hit the target, can poison it, lose 300 HP per second, lasting 30 seconds. #C43 exchange blood. The attributes of the demonized zombie appeared in front of him, and Xiao Han's face froze. He suddenly felt that he didn't know how to start. It's only 10 levels apart, but the attribute gap is so big. Muttering in his heart, he had to bite the bullet and rush to the demonized zombie and try to attack it. -32. A damage value of less than 30 points floated out, making Xiao Han's face even uglier. The health value of the demonized zombie is as high as 30,000. According to the damage he caused now, he has to attack 800 to 900 times to kill a demonized zombie. Even if the attack frequency reaches once per second, it will take about 15 minutes. But causing damage once per second is only a theoretical state. Can only be done in a hard fight, but it is impossible at present. The demonized zombie's attack has reached 480 points, which can break his defense. It is impossible to exchange blood by hard fight. Fuck! It hasn't even reached the black area yet. Is it so perverted? At this moment, Xiao Han's confidence in whether he can complete the task is not very sufficient. But it was okay, he could still barely cause damage to the demonized zombie. But it might take longer to complete the task. Staring at the demonized zombie, Xiao Han's eyes flashed, and he immediately rushed up again. -34. When he hit the demonized zombie, he did not dodge, intending to take its attack head-on. Immunity, -20, -100. Ding, you were hit by the demonized zombie infected with corpse poison and lost 100 points of health. Listening to the system prompts coming from his ears, and the damage numbers popping up from the heads of both sides, Xiao Han's face showed a touch of joy. He didn't expect the damage reduction effect of the roar of the angry wolf to be so strong. With the 480 attack power of the demonized zombie, as long as he was hit, he would probably lose 30 to 40 points of health. It is precisely because of this that he can't fight the demonized zombie head. Because the demonized zombie also has the corpse poison skill. After the damage reduction special effect of the roar of the angry wolf, it can still cause him 100 points of damage. If he fought hard, the high-level golden wound medicine that could only restore 100 health points per second could not keep his health in a healthy state. But now it was different. The damage reduction effect not only reduced the damage caused by the demonized zombie's claw attack, but also reduced 200 points of corpse poison damage at the same time. What's more, it was also immune to the 200 points of damage caused by the magic energy. Although he had long known that the special effect of the roar of the angry wolf could reduce 200 points of damage for each attack. But he had not thought that when facing the attack of the demonized zombie, it could actually take effect on its skill damage and body damage at the same time. In this way, it is much easier to deal with the demonized zombie now. With his left arm raised, Xiao Han blocked the attack of the demonized zombie. He did not retreat, and the wind-breaking knife in his right hand chopped it over. -34. Immunity. -20. -100. Several damage values appeared on the heads of both sides at the same time. Originally, he could only cause more than 30 points of damage to the demonized zombie, but he was still wearing Fangthorn armor. With the 20-point anti-injury special effect of the Fangthorn armor, the damage he caused to the demonized zombies per second was already more than 50 points. Gudong, raising his hand and pouring the advanced golden wound medicine into his mouth, Xiao Han's face changed slightly, offsetting the 100 points of damage per second caused by the corpse poison. Because this can only last for 10 seconds, in the next 20 seconds, the advanced golden wound medicine will enter a cooling state, and his health will drop by 2,000 points. But in order to quickly kill this demonized zombie, he can't care so much at this time. The hard confrontation continues, and time is slowly passing. In a blink of an eye, Xiao Han's health has dropped to less than 500 points. At this time, the health of the demonized zombie is still more than 21,000, which makes Xiao Han's face sank. But then a bottle of intermediate life recovery potion is poured into his mouth. The green number +400 immediately appeared above his head, and in just 10 seconds, his health was raised to more than 3,000 points. This won't work. When he drank the first bottle of high-level golden wound medicine, he had already realized that it was too much of a loss to exchange blood and kill this demonized zombie, because his attack could only cause more than 50 points of damage to the demonized zombie. Even if the tearing special effect on the wind-breaking knife was triggered from time to time, it only increased the damage by 10 points per second. But as long as he was attacked, the corpse poison would always exist, and his health would be reduced by 100 points per second. That is to say, in order to exchange 30,000 points of blood of the demonized zombie, he had to pay the price of 50,000 points of health. 50,000 points of health was actually 2.5 sets of high-level golden wound medicine, which he could accept. After all, there were a lot of high-level golden wound medicine in his backpack, and even several dozen had been thrown away. But what he couldn't accept was that this was just the price of killing a demonized zombie. More importantly, he had to use intermediate life recovery potions in the middle, which was too expensive. If all the intermediate life recovery potions were used up, what should he do? After entering the black area? With his eyes narrowed, Xiao Han showed a hint of hesitation and whispered, "But I can't not fight back. Once I'm attacked, I'll definitely be poisoned. The passage is so narrow that even if I want to use my agility to dodge attacks, I can't do it." Although he already has 1 dark gold and 3 gold equipment, Xiao Han still feels that it is too stressful to deal with a level 20 elite monster. Damn it, It would be great if I could equip a stone-breaking ring. Staring at the level 15 ring in his backpack, Xiao Han was a little depressed. If he could have 20% armor penetration with his current attack power, he could at least cause more than 150 points of damage to the demonized zombies. At this time, he even remembered the silver wolf fang he sold a few hours ago. #C44 blood armor. While Xiao Han was thinking of the fang of the silver wolf, Cao Cao of Wei was killed again, and even the dozen elite players he brought to the Demon Flame Cave were killed without a single one left. At this time, he returned to the Demon Flame Cave again. Hundreds of core players of the Wei Guild gathered here, but where could they find the shadows and ghosts who were ambushing them? Unable to get rid of the anger in his heart, Cao Cao of Wei's face was extremely gloomy. He glanced around and asked coldly, "Who are those two guys? Can you find out where they are hiding now?" "Boss, there is no way to find it." Wei Suhuang's face was bitter and he said depressedly, "Those two guys rarely come into contact with other people, and they have always been alone. Even if a reward is offered to find them, it is estimated that the possibility of finding them is not great. Fuck. Don't let me run into those two guys again." Thinking of the scene that just happened here, he was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. One of the only two silver equipment was actually destroyed. Fortunately, it was not the silver wolf fang. Otherwise, he would have wanted to die. Squinting his eyes and looking at the cave not far away, Wei Gua Cao Cao's face became more gloomy. If it weren't for the terrible blood loss effect in that cave, he would not have been killed by the shadow and the ghost, and he might even have joined forces with Su Huang, Lu Jin and others to kill them. "Han Xiao, it's you again." At this time, although this matter was not done by Xiao Han, Cao Cao had already counted it on his head. He called all the players of the Wei Gua Guild here with a large force. How could he give up without venting the evil in his heart? "Lu Jin, go back quickly and buy a lot of bows and arrows for me." The order of Wei Gua Cao Cao made all the players around him stunned. They didn't understand why they bought bows and arrows at this time. Without the blessing of skills, the damage of bows and arrows is very low. Often, they were too lazy to even pick up the blank bows and arrows that dropped when killing monsters because no one wanted them, and the blacksmith shop in the novice village would not buy them. What they need to do now is not to waste time here, but to go back and level quickly. As long as they level up and complete the job transfer task, they can learn skills. By that time, with these hundreds of people, it would be no problem to kill even 10 cold owls, let alone one. Boss, why are you buying bows and arrows?"
Wei Gua, le Ginès face tournette biter.
He immediately felt that the boss might have been hit too hard today and was a little abnormal. He quickly advised, "We can't waste money like this. That thing can't do any damage without skill. Blessing. I told you to buy it, so go quickly. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" After scolding Wei Gua Lu Jin, Cao Cao turned his eyes to the cave entrance not far away and whispered, "Humph, it's great to have anti-injury special effects. Do you think I can't do anything to you just because your defense is high? I checked it out. The anti-injury special effect has no effect on long-range attacks. I'm gonna buy hundreds of bows to shoot you together. I want to see if you will die this time." Xiao Han didn't know what happened outside the Demon Flame Cave, and it was even more impossible for him to know. Cao Cao put another shit pot on his head. He even spent a huge price to buy all the bows and arrows in the novice village, which increased the price of these two equipment several times. At this time, Xiao Han finally heard the voice he had been waiting for. "Ding, you killed the demonized zombie elite and got the bronze equipment. 100 battle armor, which triggered 100 times reward, and you got the gold equipment blood battle armor. Ding, you killed the demonized zombie elite and got 3 bottles of intermediate gold wound medicine, which triggered 100 times reward, and you got 3 bottles of intermediate life recovery potion. Ding, you killed the demonized zombie elite and got a bottle of advanced gold wound medicine, which triggered 100 times reward, and you got a Bottle of Advanced Life Recovery Potion. Ding! You killed the demonized zombie elite and got. Finally, a piece of gold equipment appeared again, making Xiao Han feel that it was worth it to fight the demonized zombie for 8 minutes. Although he drank a total of 5 bottles of intermediate life recovery potions in these 8 minutes. Fortunately, the demonized zombie also gave him 3 bottles of intermediate life recovery potions and even a bottle of advanced life recovery potion that he had never had before. Holding the blood battle armor and advanced life recovery potion in his hands, Xiao Han looked at their attributes. Blood battle armor, gold level 20, HP plus 1800, defense plus 150, stamina plus 150, special effect, bloodthirsty. When attacked, 20% chance to enter bloodthirsty state, attack increased by 20%, defense increased by 20%, lasts for 5 seconds. Advanced life recovery potion, restore 800 HP per second, lasts for 10 seconds, cooldown time 30 seconds. Fuck! The bloodthirsty special effect that suddenly came into view made Xiao Han exclaim in amazement. This special effect is really awesome. Attack and defense are both increased by 20%. With his current 615 attack points, as long as he enters the bloodthirsty state, the attack can be instantly increased to 738 points, an increase of 123 points on the original basis. This is still the case when he has not changed his job and his equipment has not been updated. With his ability, once he reaches level 20, his attack will definitely not be less than 1,000 points, and the defense will not be much different. So after entering the bloodthirsty state, both attack and defense can be increased by about 200 points, which is equivalent to having an extra piece of gold equipment. This special effect is much better than petrification, combo, and tearing. Unfortunately, because of the low level, it cannot be equipped now. However, Xiao Han was still excited. He looked at the full backpack, picked out 2 silver equipment with poor attributes, and threw them out. Beep beep. At this moment, a series of call requests rang in the friend list.
Xiao Han
frowned and was about to hang up, but there were only Bao Feng and Bao Fengrui in his friend list. If there was no emergency, they would not look for him, so he simply chose to connect. At the same time, a screen appeared in front of him, and Bao Fengrui's figure immediately appeared on it. As soon as he appeared, he quickly reminded, Han Xiao, you have to be careful. Chow Chow is crazy, he wants. But then Bao Fengrui's eyes bulged, and he asked in disbelief, Fuck, what's going on? Why don't you pick up the 2 silver equipment behind you? Hashtag C45 I wanna pick up trash. Faced with such a problem, Xiao Han was more helpless and could only say, I wanna pick it up, but I have to put it somewhere. The blood armor that just exploded and the advanced life recovery potion, neither of which can be thrown away. Now that the demonized zombies are so difficult to deal with, the few advanced golden wound medicines can't be thrown away, so I have to throw away the silver equipment with poor attributes. After all, there should be better things in it than these 2 silver equipment. Only on the screen at this moment, Bao Fengrui looked heartbroken. He covered his chest with one hand and said angrily, Brother, tell me where you are, I wanna pick up the garbage you don't want. By the way, Chow Chow is ambushing you in the back mountain of the novice village. Wait, you should be in the back mountain, I'll go now, you must not let these 2 equipment refresh. After speaking, Bao Fengrui hung up the call directly. Heh! Looking at the guy's impetuous look, Xiao Han laughed, ignored it, and continued to walk deeper into the cave. As for the so-called ambush by Chow Chow, that was even less of a problem. With the damage reduction special effect of the roar of the angry wolf, those guys couldn't even deal a little forced blood loss damage, so what was there to be afraid of? Since the guys from the Wei State Guild are not afraid of death, just come on. Continuing to walk along the passage, as they got closer and closer to the black area of the Demon Flame Cave, demonized zombies appeared one after another. Fortunately, the demonized monsters here are not densely distributed. Whether it is a demonized rock rat or a demonized pangolin, it takes several minutes to encounter one. This also allows him not to worry about encountering 2 or even 3 demonized zombies at the same time. -34. Ding, you killed a demonized zombie elite. And got. After killing another demonized zombie, Xiao Han looked at the silver equipment that exploded and threw it out casually, and at the same time picked up the silver coins and potions on the ground one by one. What exploded was a silver ring which had pretty good properties but no special effects and still needed to be at level 20 to wear. There should be no market for this in the short term. There happened to be no space in the backpack, so throwing it away was the best choice. Continuing to walk deeper into the cave, Xiao Han took out the map and compared it, whispering, "The black area should be ahead." He was still quite afraid of the black area. The damage caused by the demonic energy to the body was too scary. The purple area had reached 200 points per second, and the black area should not be less than 400 points per second. But no matter how scary it was, he had to go in. After observing the surroundings, Xiao Han was a little surprised, because he had not found a demonized zombie for 10 minutes. It seemed that there was something terrifying in the black area, so these demonized monsters did not dare to get too close. Xiao Han was happy to see this situation because if he fought with the demonized zombies in the black area, he would not be able to stand it. Carefully continuing to walk deeper into the demon flame cave, he kept an eye on the surroundings and the health value on the attribute panel. 2 minutes later, Xiao Han's face suddenly changed, and he immediately took out a bottle of high-level gold wound medicine and poured it into his mouth. -200, +100. 2 numbers, 1 red and 1 green, appeared one after another, which also confirmed his guess. At this time, the angry wolf roar was still in his left hand, but after deducting 200 points of damage reduction, he still lost 200 points of life. This means that the damage caused to him by the black area has reached 400 points per second. "I hope I can find Ningwu soon," Xiao Han muttered, and his pace slightly quickened, because in this place, using only high-level gold wound medicine is definitely not enough, and he has to use intermediate life recovery potions in between. But now this level of potion, because of killing more than 10 demonized zombies, there are only 4 bottles left, but fortunately there are 2 bottles of high-level life recovery potions in the backpack. This is a powerful potion that can restore 800 points in a second, and it also lasts for 10 seconds, so he doesn't have to worry about being corroded by the demonic energy and dying. 1 minute later, seeing that his health value of 8,240 points had dropped to 2,230 points, Xiao Han had a bottle of intermediate life recovery potion in his hand. After drinking this potion, his health value would be restored to 4,230 points within 10 seconds, but in the next 20 seconds, his health value would drop to 230 points again. He only had 1 second to react. If he couldn't drink a bottle of advanced life recovery potion, he would die here, but if there were no accidents, this second was enough. With his eyes narrowed, Xiao Han stepped forward again, and at the same time, the intermediate life recovery potion in his hand was raised and was being sent to his mouth. -400. Suddenly, the remaining 2,230 health points on the attribute panel instantly decreased by 400 points to 1,830 points. Fuck! Noticing the sudden change in blood volume, Xiao Han raised his hand without looking back, replaced a bottle of advanced golden wound medicine and poured it into his mouth. Then his figure flashed and ran straight in the direction he came from. Took a minute to get in, but only 10 seconds to get back. Even so, the life value of 8,240 points is now only 830 points. Thinking of the scene just now, Xiao Han's face was extremely ugly because the damage caused by the demonic energy to him at that moment had reached 600 points. According to his estimation, if he continued to go in, he would not be surprised even if there were 800 or 1,000 points of damage. What should I do? Looking at the deep cave with a frown, Xiao Han suddenly felt that he had no idea where to start. At this time, at the entrance of the Demon Flame Cave, Bao Fengrui rushed out from inside with a dusty face and cursed with a depressed face. Fuck, what kind of hell is this place? Why is it so perverted? Thinking of the 2 silver equipment on the ground, he felt like crying but had no tears. In order to enter the cave, he pulled most of the core members of the guild, and then forced Wei Guoqiao to retreat and enter it. But now, he had to escape with a dusty face after entering for less than 10 seconds. This was too embarrassing. #C46 He is throwing silver. Hey. Does anyone know what's going on in there? As Cao Cao of Wei bought a large number of bows and arrows, some smart players guessed what he wanted to do and ran over to watch the fun. But before Han Xiao came out, he saw that the Storm Guild and the Wei Guild had a conflict. In the end, the Wei Guild gave in and agreed to let Bao Fengrui enter the cave. But the turn of events was too fast, which made them all a little confused. It took so much effort to force Cao Cao back and gain the right to enter the cave, but it was less than 10 seconds before he ran out again in disgrace. Heh! Having guessed this scene a long time ago, Cao Cao chuckled and teased. Oh, why did he come out again? Didn't you say that even if you die, you have to die in there? Hearing this, Bao Fengrui's face turned extremely ugly. But what else could he do? If he didn't come out, he would really die inside. Even if there were several sets of high-level gold wound medicine in his backpack with his health, he could only hold out for 2 or 3 minutes. Damn it! Han Xiao is such a pervert. He can even stay in such a place. After cursing in his heart, Bao Fengrui didn't bother to pay attention to Cao Cao and turned around and walked out. However, he didn't leave directly, but stood with other players of the Storm Guild, watching those guys from the Wei State Guild surround the cave tightly. In fact, the biggest purpose of coming here this time was to pick up silver equipment, but he was not strong enough and didn't even have the qualifications to pick up equipment. But it didn't matter, even if he couldn't pick it up, he could buy it. Now that Han Xiao has started to throw out silver equipment, the lowest level equipment in his backpack is at least silver. This means that there are at least 20 or more silver equipment. So many silver equipment can greatly improve the strength of the Storm Guild, and he doesn't intend to miss it. Boss, there are no monsters here, and Han Xiao will not come out for a while. Do we have to wait here forever? At this moment, Bao Fengrui's voice came to his ears. Bao Fengrui smiled and said slowly, "Believe me, don't ask so many questions. The benefit of staying here is definitely more cost-effective than going back to level up twice." Hearing this answer, Bao Fengrui did not ask any more questions, but Bao Fengrui's eyes moved, walked to Bao Fengrui, and whispered, "You ran over here so eagerly. Could it be that Han Xiao dropped silver equipment again?" Hee. Bao Fengrui laughed, but the smile was extremely bitter, and he whispered, "If it is really a silver equipment, it's okay, I wouldn't have to bring most of the core players of the guild here. I just had a video call with that guy. Do you know what I saw?" Bao Fengrui was stunned. He didn't understand what he meant by asking this question. He could only follow the topic and said, "Just tell me what you saw. Don't keep me in suspense." "Hey, I might scare you to death if I tell you." Seeing that Bao Fengrui looked unfriendly and seemed a little impatient, Bao Fengrui hurriedly said, "I saw that bastard throwing silver equipment. So many silver equipment, just throwing them on the ground. Fuck." Hearing Bao Fengrui say this, Bao Fengrui, who is also a lady, couldn't help but curse. At this time, she finally understood why this guy didn't hesitate to call most of the core players to enter the cave. It turned out that he wanted to go in and pick up equipment for free. Looking at Wei Cao Cao with some pity, Bao Fengrui knew that he was going to be abused again this time. Given Bao Fengrui's personality, he would definitely intervene in the matter of the Wei State Guild's revenge on Han Xiao so that he would have a chance to buy cheap silver equipment. so this kind of revenge in public would not succeed. While Bao Feng was pitying Wei State Cao Cao, Xiao Han had been waiting in the depths of the demon flame cave for 4 minutes. He used bottle after bottle of high-level golden wound medicine to slowly restore his health to 8,240 points. Damn it! This mission is too pitfall. Carefully calculating the amount of damage, Xiao Han's depression could not be described in words. Even if he had 3 bottles of high-level life recovery potions that could restore 800 health points in seconds, he only had one chance to go in and find Ningru, because the damage loss of 400 points per second would be 12,000 in 30 seconds. If he rushed in, he would not have a chance to come out. More importantly, is the loss of 400 points per second the limit? The deeper you go, the denser the demonic energy inside will be. Even if you lose 600 points or even 800 points per second, it is possible. In that situation, he could only hold on for 10 seconds at most. Forget it. Let's give it a try. Xiao Han's eyes changed, and he had no intention of giving up, because high risk means high return. Moreover, this is not a high-risk thing for him. Being killed here is nothing more than dropping a few pieces of equipment and losing some experience. But are these two things important to him? With the talent of 100 times reward, both equipment and experience can be obtained quickly, and even if they are lost, they can be refreshed in a short time. But the harvest and rewards of this mission are really hard to come by. Standing at the junction of the purple area and the black area, Xiao Han took a deep breath, moved his feet, and immediately rushed into the black area. -200. The red damage value immediately appeared above his head. But Xiao Han didn't care at all and continued to run wildly. 10 seconds later, his eyes changed, and he immediately poured a bottle of high-level life recovery potion into his mouth and rushed to the center of the cave at the fastest speed. -400, +800. At this time, 2 different numbers, one red and one green, appeared from his head one after another, keeping his life value in the best state. This was the method he could think of to stay in the black area for the longest time after some calculations. #C47 Demon Sealer. With his eyes narrowed, Xiao Han continued to run wildly with the help of the weak fluorescence in the cave. Because he was in the cave, he didn't need to look to the left and right, he just needed to pay attention to the front at all times. -400, +800. 2 numbers, one increasing and one decreasing, kept floating out from the top of his head. In less than 5 seconds, his health value recovered from 6240 points to 8240 points, and this state will continue for another 5 seconds. At that time, his health value will drop wildly at a rate of 400 points per second. Full health value can allow him to last for 20 seconds in this state, just enough to wait until the cooling time of the advanced life recovery potion ends. As long as he grasps the last second and takes the advanced life recovery potion, he can restore 8,000 points of health again and continue to last for 20 seconds. But this is the most ideal state, and he doesn't know whether there will be any accidents. -400. 10 seconds have passed, and the health value is no longer restored.
Xiao Han
stared at the front and continued to run wildly. According to the distance on the map, at his current speed, it would take about 40 to 50 seconds to run to the center of the black area. This mission did not give him many choices. Many data were stuck, and a slight mistake might lead to mission failure. During the fast run, time passed slowly, and the health value slowly dropped from 8240 points to 6240 points, and then 4240 points, -400, -400. As the damage value continued to emerge, only 240 points were left. At this moment, Xiao Han quickly took out the last bottle of advanced life recovery potion and drank it. +800, -400. 2 numbers of different colors appeared almost at the same time, pulling Xiao Han's precarious health back to 640 points. What is that place? As soon as his health value recovered, Xiao Han ran around a corner and saw a red light appearing 100 meters away. Plus 800. Minus 600. At this moment, a new change appeared above his head, and the loss of life points suddenly increased from 400 points to 600 points. Damn it! With a change of expression, Xiao Han ran straight to the direction where the light came from without thinking too much, and at the same time the bottle of advanced life essence appeared in his hand. According to the current blood loss rate, he would definitely not last for 20 seconds, at most 13 seconds. So he had to rush through the distance of 100 meters in the remaining 13 seconds and enter the place where the fire came from. Plus 800. Minus 600. The effect of the advanced life recovery potion was still continuing, and Xiao Han's life points slowly recovered to 2,240 points. It was also at this time that he rushed into the cave with lights. This is an underground stone chamber with an area of about 200 square meters. On the surrounding rock walls, oil lamps were burning quietly, making this cave look even darker, because the demonic energy here is so thick that it is like smoke. The ground of the stone chamber is full of mysterious marks, which seem to form an extremely complex magic array. In the center of the magic circle there is a very burly figure. Half of his body is on the ground, and the other half is underground. But even so, the height of the half of his body on the ground is more than 1.5 meters, and a lion-like head is on his shoulders. Wisps of black demonic energy are drifting out of his 7 orifices. And opposite the lion-headed man at the entrance of the stone chamber, there is also a figure. However, this figure is quite thin, and his height is only equal to the half of the lion-headed man's body exposed on the ground. He is wearing a black robe, and his face has turned blue-gray, as if he is being eroded by demonic energy. Is this Ning Wu? Xiao Han's heart moved, and the special effect of the silver wolf's gaze was immediately triggered, and a set of data appeared in his eyes. Ning Wu, Demon Sealer level 50, HP, Strength, Intelligence, Agility, Stamina, Energy? A series of question marks appeared in front of him, which made Xiao Han stunned for a moment, but he still stepped into the stone room and appeared. Minus 1,000. At this time, a terrifying damage value appeared. Xiao Han's face froze, and he immediately stuffed the bottle mouth of the advanced life essence into Ning Wu's mouth and then forced it in. At this time he had no time. If he could not rescue Ning Wu from this demonized state, he could only live for 2 more seconds at most. Minus 1,000. While the advanced life essence was poured into Ning Wu's mouth, 1,000 points of damage appeared on his head, leaving him with only 240 points of life. Did you save me? At this time, a slightly tired voice came from his ears, and he said in confusion, "Hey, the effect of this primary life essence is too good." When hearing this, Xiao Han found that he had a khaki shield on his body, which expelled all the black demonic energy, and the blue-gray color that had just appeared on Ning Wu's face had completely disappeared. He slowly closed his eyes, his face full of excitement. At this time, Xiao Han felt a kind of aura vibrating on his body. As time passed, this aura became stronger and stronger. Xiao Han ignored it. After 17 seconds, he raised his hand and drank a bottle of intermediate life recovery potion. Plus 400. Plus 400. As time passed, his health finally recovered to 4,240 points. At this time, Xiao Han finally had the energy to look at Ning Wu beside him. Coincidentally, the staring special effect was triggered again, and his data appeared in the corner of his eye again. Ning Wu, Demon Sealer level 51, Health, Strength, Intelligence, Agility, Physical Strength, Energy? At the same time, Ning Wu, with an excited face, also opened his eyes. #C48 Abyss Corpse King. Xiao Han was stunned by the data that suddenly appeared. Although these data were still full of question marks. He remembered that Ning Wu before was clearly only level 50. Why did he become level 51 in just 30 seconds? Demon sealing order. Come out. At this moment, Ning Wu's deep voice came to his ears, and Xiao Han's eyes widened suddenly. He saw a white token appearing in front of him out of thin air, floating in the air. With Ning Wu pointing with one hand, the token flew over the head of the lion-headed man with a swish sound, floating quietly. Then, a rich white light emitted from the token. The appearance of these white lights is slowly confining the demonic energy, pouring out of the 7 orifices of the lion-headed man, preventing it from quickly spreading around. 7 stars seal the demon. Suppress it. As Ning Wu waved his hands, a dong sound suddenly came from the stone chamber, and a token as black as ink suddenly flew up from the upper right corner of the array diagram. Immediately afterwards, a series of dong 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 sounds sounded continuously, and 5 tokens flew up from other corners of the stone room. Almost at the same time, they are exactly the same as the tokens that just appeared, all dark and dark. As the 6 tokens appeared, they seemed to have some subtle connection with the white token in the middle. In the stone chamber, a whirlwind slowly blew around the white token, and the demonic energy that filled the entire stone chamber was slowly absorbed. As time passed, Xiao Han could even see that the demonic energy in the surrounding passages was slowly pouring into the stone chamber. He glanced vaguely at Ning Wu beside him, his eyes full of shock. Is the gap at this level so big? Before he came, this guy no longer had the ability to control the formation, and he was almost assimilated into a demon. But after drinking his advanced life essence, as if he had been hit with a stimulant, his combat power immediately soared, and he completed the suppression of the surrounding demonic energy in just a few minutes. Ouch! At this moment, a dead-like lion-headed man roared suddenly, and the demonic energy in his 7 orifices suddenly surged. In mid-air, the 7 tokens used to suppress the demonic energy suddenly trembled violently, and even the white token in the middle was slowly stained with a hint of black. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han's face froze, because under the corner of his eye, a line of data appeared again. Abyss Corpse King, Emperor level? Life? Attack? Defense? He could only see one name followed by question marks, but even this name left him speechless in surprise. It turned out to be an Emperor-level zombie. Xiao Han had never heard of this statement. There was no relevant introduction in the expansion pack of Perfect World. When I first watched the expansion pack, there were only 3 types of boss introduced, namely elites, leaders, and overlords. Now the Emperor actually appeared. Xiao Han turned his head and looked at Ning Wu with expectation in his eyes. Since he is a more powerful boss than the overlord, he should at least be able to use equipment worth diamonds or above. No, the Corpse King is about to wake up. The sudden sound made Xiao Han stunned for a moment, and then he felt that his body was suddenly suspended in the air, and he suddenly shot towards the hole where he came from. Ouch! At the same time, the Corpse King roared again, and Xiao Han saw that the white token above its head suddenly clicked and was covered with fine cracks. Immediately afterwards, countless demonic energy spurted out from the 7 orifices of the Abyss Corpse King. These demonic energies seemed to be conscious, turning into demonic snakes and chasing him directly. What the hell is this riding horse? How can it be so terrifying? Xiao Han could feel that although his health points were as high as 8,000 points, once he touched those demonic snakes, he might be gone instantly. Being pinched by Ning Wu under his arm, he did not struggle because the devil snakes that were chasing him were extremely fast. According to his footsteps, they would definitely not be able to escape. 2 minutes later, after escaping to the red area, Ning Wu stopped, frowned, and looked behind him and said in a low voice, "This is troublesome. The magic sealing array can't imprison it for too long." Then he let go and put Xiao Han down. He forced a smile on his face and continued, "Thank you for saving me. The village chief asked you to come. Haha, I didn't expect that the primary life essence, which he regards as life, would be so effective. It not only healed my injuries but even helped me break through the bottleneck that I had suffered for many years. Hero, that's not." The advanced life essence was misunderstood as the primary life essence. Xiao Han wanted to explain, but before he could speak, Ningwu directly interrupted. "Since he paid such a high price, I have to help him buy some time. I need to deal with the demonic energy spreading around me. Please help me. Deliver this letter to the village chief." As he spoke, Ningwu flashed and rushed deeper into the cave, disappearing in the blink of an eye. As for Xiao Han, he could only listen to the system prompts in his ears with a confused face, but in the end he didn't gain anything. Ding, you got Ningwu's reply, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you got
Ningwu's entrustment.
At the same time, in novice village number 1528, a man holding a silver gun poured a bottle of primary life essence into the mouth of the demon ceiling envoy. The demon ceiling envoy was barely pulled back from the brink of death, and then the two of them fled frantically. In the novice village number 5714, a burly man was slowly walking towards the depths of the cave. The attacks of the demonized zombies hit him, and only a red number -1 appeared. At the other end of Perfect World, there was also a charming white woman, riding a white unicorn and walking towards the depths of the cave. #C49 shoot. Holding the letter from Ningwu, Xiao Han really felt like he was screwed. Seeing that guy not even letting him talk and disappearing in front of him in a hurry, he already felt something was wrong. As a level 50 demon sealer, he must be knowledgeable and may not have seen the high-level life essence. But he clearly knew that the village chief had a bottle of primary life essence in his hand, so how could he not know its specific effect? Fuck! That bastard is too rude. At this time, Xiao Han also reacted. Although he didn't know what grade the high-level life essence was, since it could make Ningwu recover instantly and make him stronger, it was obviously extremely precious. Such a favor should be considered a big deal, but that guy pretended to be stupid and didn't admit it and didn't even plan to reward him. "You are so shameless. Don't let me meet you next time." With a cold snort, Xiao Han put the letter into his backpack, looked gloomily in the direction where Ningwu disappeared, and whispered, "If you drink my wine, I will make you vomit up your shit and urine sooner or later." Then he turned around and ran quickly towards the cave entrance. Thinking of the Abyss Corpse King deep in the cave, he didn't dare to stay in this place for long. The purple area and the black area have become extremely dangerous at this time, although the demonic energy in the red area has not increased significantly for the time being. But more than 100 meters away, there is already a deep black color, which is slowly pouring towards this side. As this black color spreads, even with the roar of the angry wolf, it may not be able to stay in this place. Looking at the backpack, Xiao Han's gloomy face finally looked a little better. Although I can't come to this place again in the future, the harvest this time is really sour and refreshing. 2 pieces of gold equipment exploded. One is a level 10 rock wristband and the other is a level 20 blood battle armor. The rock bracer is fine, it just has more attributes, but the blood armor is completely different. The bloodthirsty special effect is simply awesome. Whether it is PK or killing, as long as the special effect is triggered, his attack and defense can be increased by 20%, which is hundreds of points of attributes. In addition to the 2 gold equipment, there are 24 silver equipment, among which the best attribute is the 15th level stone crushing ring because it has an armor-breaking special effect. Although this special effect cannot be compared with Bloodthirsty, it is also very good. Then there is the bronze-level Sharp Tooth Ring because it has a petrification special effect. This equipment has never been thrown away. In the Magic Flame Cave, although he did not kill many demonized wild monsters, the number of bronze equipment exploded exceeded 300. Among so many bronze equipment, only one sharp tooth ring has a special effect. From this, it can be seen how difficult it is to explode a piece of equipment with special effects. In addition to these equipment, every time he killed a demonized wild monster, he could get 1 to 5 silver coins. After the 100-fold increase in rewards, he picked up more than 26,000 silver coins in total. These silver coins are equivalent to more than 2,600 gold coins. Together with his original 1,106 gold coins, the total number of gold coins in his backpack has reached 3,789. In less than half a day, he made another 300,000. After all the silver equipment in his backpack was sold, his total income would be at least more than 2 million. How should I spend so much money? After counting the harvest, Xiao Han showed an irrepressible smile on his face, but his footsteps did not stop at all, and he quickly walked towards the entrance of the cave. At the same time, outside the Demon Flame Cave, there were already many players standing. At a glance, the total number should be more than 3,000. They looked at the Weigwa Guild players at the entrance of the cave excitedly, and their faces all showed a hint of expectation. Hey, Cao Cao is quite creative. He actually came up with such a trick to deal with Han Xiao. Ideas are useless. In order to kill such a person, he spent hundreds of thousands and almost bought all the bows and arrows in our novice village. Haha. This is really a ruthless person. Do you think Cao Cao can kill Han Xiao this time? Is there any need to ask this? You should know the answer even if you use your ass to think. Amid the discussion, the players around laughed out loud. This question really does not need to be asked because now almost every player in the Wei State Guild has a bow, and the total number has exceeded 300. Even if their attacks cannot break Han Zhao's defense, this forced blood deduction is real. One person only needs to shoot 1 arrow per second to cause more than 300 points of damage to Han Xiao. When encountering such a shameless opponent, any individual player has to admit defeat. The atmosphere became intense in the discussion. Although they have been waiting for more than an hour, most players did not feel impatient. They were still discussing. Hey, what do you think is in that cave? I'm also curious, but Cao Cao and Bao Fengrui won't tell me, so who can? No. Hey, look, someone is coming out of the cave. At this moment, dozens of players shouted at the same time. The next moment, all the players in this area were silent, and they all stared at the figure who just came out of the cave. Shoot! At the same time, Cao Cao's excited voice sounded, and all the players in the Wei State Guild raised their bows and arrows. Whoosh! 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 The next second, more than 300 arrows flew towards the stunned figure from 3 directions like raindrops. Hey, I heard that Han Xiao has 1,500 HP, so he should be able to last for 5 or 6 seconds. You guessed wrong. I saw that he bought 11 sets of high-level gold wound medicine, so it shouldn't be a problem to last for 10 seconds. What's the use of 3 or 4 more seconds? He's still going to die? Amid the discussion, the players standing near the cave entrance slowly moved forward. They all knew that the worst equipment on Han Xiao was at least bronze level, and as long as they could grab one, they would earn thousands of dollars. But then, they were all stunned, looking at the top of Han Xiao's head with disbelief. #C50 Do you feel despair? At the entrance of the Demon Flame Cave, as more than 300 arrows were shot at the same time, Cao Cao of Wei moved his footsteps and immediately rushed towards Han Xiao. The swoosh sound coming from his ears made the smile on his lips expand rapidly. But the next second, his face froze, and he looked at Han Zhao's head in disbelief. Immunity, immunity, immunity. A series of white immunity kept floating out, overlapping densely, making all the players of the Wei Guild around here look like they were screwed. What the hell is going on? I'm going crazy. Fuck. Why is there not even a little forced blood deduction? I told you that this wouldn't work, but you didn't listen to my advice. Now, it's all right. Just wait to die. The players of the Wei Guild were talking about it, and many people began to expressed their dissatisfaction. And farther away, all the players who were watching the excitement also looked at what was happening in front of them with a confused look on their faces. And then the discussion quickly expanded. Last time it was the anti-injury special effect. What is it this time? I've long felt that this cold owl is not so easy to kill. This is fun. Haha, hundreds of thousands of dollars have gone down the drain, and I have to be abused for the second time in public. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. The increasingly loud discussions made Xiao Han look up and look around, with a hint of depression in his eyes. Bao Fengrui reminded him that he had actually forgotten it a long time ago, because with the pitiful damage of Wei Guoqiao, there was no way to deal with him, even if he was ambushed. So what, just pick up the knife and chop him? And the scene in front of him also confirmed his guess. Originally, he was busy with the task, and he didn't plan to make trouble. But these guys in front of him, I don't know if they have water in their heads. Knowing that they can't beat them, why do they have to come and die? It's really annoying. Muttering softly, Xiao Han looked at Wei Guoqiao a few dozen meters in front of him. He was still waiting to go back to hand in the task, and he couldn't really kill all the players in the Wei State Guild. If he was a red name, he would have to spend time to brush off the murderous value. Now he could only vent his anger on this guy with a slight move of his footsteps. While Wei State Cao was still in a daze, Xiao Han had already rushed in front of him. At this time, Wei State Cao finally reacted and raised his hand with the silver wolf fang in his hand and stabbed over. Hey! Xiao Han didn't hide, and asked with a smile. Who gave you the courage to come here to ambush me? Is it this silver wolf fang? Yang! With a slight sound, the dagger in Wei State Cao's hand slashed across the fang thorn armor on Xiao Han's body. Immunity, -20. Two completely different numbers, one white and one red, appeared above the heads of the two people at the same time, causing the surrounding players who were watching the excitement to immediately make a commotion. Fuck! Han Xiao, who was attacked, was fine, but Cao, the attacker, lost 20 health points. Can this be said any more? What's that? Have you forgotten the special effects of the Silver Wolf Fang? Fuck! 20% armor-breaking special effects can't even break defense. Did Han Xiao draw a divine weapon at the beginning? At this moment, not only all the players around were confused, but even the guild bosses were the same. Damn! This perfect world is too pitfall. That's right. Looking at this, let alone the Wei State Guild, even if all the guilds join forces, they may not be able to kill him. I don't want to play anymore. I recharged so much money and was beaten by others. What's the point? Hey, I don't want to play anymore, but I have to play. I still want to become an evolver. As this sentence spread around, all the guild bosses froze and showed a look of grief and anger. In this fucked up era, it's useless to say anything. Only strong strength is the root of everything. Unlike other guild bosses, Bao Fengrui of the Storm Guild was excited. He was whispering with Bao Feng, and his eyes were shining. In the crowd, more than 200 meters away from Xiao Han, there were also two players whispering. What do you think? Are you still going to take revenge? Get lost, what's the point of taking revenge? I can't even break his defense. Now you're going to die. Haha, you're too cowardly. I have a ring with 20% armor penetration. Sell it to you at a lower price. It can definitely break his defense. The discussion between the two ended in the silence of shadow. At this time, the discussion continued, but in the center of the crowd, Xiao Han said slowly, "How is it? Do you feel despair? If you don't feel it, I will stand still. You can stab me a few more times. Experience it more, I don't mind." Puff! Xiao Han's teasing tone immediately made some players who were watching the fun burst out. Haha! This guy is too mean. Look! Look! Look at Cao's face, it's really wonderful. Oh my! It's really funny. The speed of his face changing is almost catching up with a chameleon. The discussion around was very noisy. whether it was Wei Chao Chao or hundreds of players from the Wei Guild, they couldn't hear clearly what the players around them were saying. But even if they couldn't hear clearly, they could guess from the expressions of those guys that they wouldn't say anything good. On the first day of the server opening, the Wei Guild became a laughingstock, being slapped in the face twice in a row, and they were unable to fight back. At this moment, Chao Chao of Wei looked extremely gloomy, and he said in a low voice, "I am not your opponent. I admit defeat. But don't be complacent. I will get back at you sooner or later." "Not sooner or later now." Hearing Chao Chao's declaration, Xiao Han smiled and immediately said, "Your attack is too low, so you have to get some equipment with higher attack. What do you think of this equipment? It adds 95 points of attack power. Why don't you buy it?" As he said, a ring appeared in Xiao Han's hand, and the attributes of the ring were also displayed. Screaming Ring, Silver Level 10, Attack plus 60, Strength plus 35, Agility plus 35. Only 100,000, not expensive at all.